Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Time skip. That day, after classes and dinner, Axel sat in the empty classroom which had turned into his makeshift bedroom by now. Except, of course, for the fact that there was no bed here. But you won't find Axel complaining. This place was dry, warm, relatively clean, and wasn't infested with bugs and rodents, which is already quite nice for someone who's experienced the street life of London. He looked at the information about the new skill he had acquired. Arcane acrobatics. A thief must have nimble and dexterous movements. Helps you increase your balance, maneuverability, and nimbleness, and adds grace and finesse to your movements. Current progress, 5%, original 20%. In the information, there were quite a lot of physical exercises along with the basics of freerunning and parkour. And even though it was such a pity that he couldn't do most of them at the moment, but he was still quite excited to give them all a try when he eventually gets healed. And of course, there was one more thing again, diet. Axel felt his heart bleed at the thought of buying these things. Though he did notice that most of the ingredients were common in the three skills. Looking at the black leather wallet sent by Andromeda, he sighed. System, is the diet really that important? Can you explain how those things can help? He asked. Affirmative. The special balanced diet, consisting of various magical ingredients and supplements, is a very vital part of the training. They will help you improve your body in various ways. Along with providing the necessary nutrition required to perform these taxing exercises, it'll condition your body to be stronger and flexible enough to perform the higher level techniques that you are going to unlock. Lastly, it'll gradually increase the magical conductivity of your body, thus allowing you easier access to magic so that you can use it in the skills. Axel sighed. It seems that he has no choice but to spend his money. He took out the Magi mirror from the enchanted wallet and gave it a look. He had decided to only use the black's things when he had a real need for them. It seems like he really has the need to get used to operating it to keep up with the times. Looks too flashy, he thought, flipping it in his hands. Up to now, he has seen this thing in various sizes and colors. The one in his hands was a black slick mirror with a streamlined design that screamed branded and expensive. It had a logo of a half-eaten strawberry behind it. System, how do I use it? He asked the system for instructions on how to use it. He hadn't even used a Muggle telephone up to now, let alone this. According to what the system has said, these things have been inspired from Muggle ideas. Anything that the Muggles can do, there's a way to replicate and further improve it using magic. System, if the wizards can do so much with magic, why are most of their inventions based on what Muggles have already achieved without magic? Asked Axel. He thought that wizards should have left Muggles in dust by now. Muggles are a magical existence on their own, Axel. Despite their lack of magic, they are gifted with an incredible amount of creativity. Muggles are an important reason why the magical civilization is as developed as it is now. A magical world without Muggles would be quite backward in many terms. Oh, my bad. Axel nodded in understanding, admitting that he was in the wrong here. After just a few days of living as a wizard, he was already starting to think Muggles were inferior. He could see how purebloods turned the way they are. Just asking, does the nether dimension have Muggles? He asked. Further information on the nether dimension is still locked. Quickly increase your approval rate. Damn, Axel decided not to think too much about it and focus on what was in front of him. He had no business pondering over all that while being weak as fuck. He followed the system's instructions to contact the Big Owl. He had to first connect to the Magi Hive. Then he had to search Big Owl's information and just either call them or send the list. They'll deliver as soon as possible at the mentioned address. Axel began typing the list of ingredients he had to consume, but his mouth fell open when he read the price. Damn it, is this robbery? He muttered in dismay. It was going to take a good chunk out of what he had stolen from the man. Things in the list like dragon meat jerky, dragon liver, gurdy root, root of arnica, silver weed, star grass, gallon thus nivalis, etc. aren't supposed to be cheap, Axel. But it'll give your body a solid foundation along with many benefits. It'll also help in making your injuries less severe. Sigh, I'm going to be poor again. After contemplating for a while, Axel decided to buy the ingredients. He'll have to find a way to get more money very soon. After he was done, he went back to his training while still contemplating how to earn money. Time skip Halloween. 2 months had passed since the start of the new term and Hogwarts had settled into its usual schedule, except for some crazy things from time to time. This year, there were a few noteworthy students at Hogwarts. First of all, there was the girl who had surprisingly managed to get into the Gryffindor House Quidditch team in her first year. And then there was the Mafia prodigy, who's attending her 3rd year at Hogwarts. She is usually staying locked up in her room doing some kind of magical experiment, or she'll sometimes visit the dueling arena where there are always students dueling and a healthy amount of audience watching. She had an undefeated record in the arena. Aside from these two, there were several others like Alaric Malcolm, the head boy, the Weasley twins, who are very famous for their prank videos, and some other students with high status from other magical communities. But interestingly enough, there was one student who had become unintentionally notable for being very unnotable. Yes, Axel Hunt had initially become famous after his video of a duel that had gone viral, which showed his extreme dodging skills, giving the illusion that he could see the future. But when the curious students had tried to find out more about him, they were surprised to find nothing. They couldn't find any information on him. And except for his classes, he is rarely seen outside. The only people he's ever been seen associating with are Rose Potter and her friends. Another reason for his fame was that the way he handled the duel was apparently too cool and badass. And many young ladies found his bad boy attitude attractive. And right now, the person in question, being quite unaware and uncaring of all this, was on his way to attending his defense against the dark arts classes. Progress in blend, 26%-39.9%. Progress in presence reduction, 22%-35.4%. Progress in arcane acrobatics, 5%-14%. Progress in pain tolerance, 57%-60%. In the past 2 months, Axel had definitely made good progress in his skills, considering the fact that the rate of improvement slows down the further you improve. He had even unlocked some new skills as well and unlocked some further information about on the existing ones. Though, the progress he was really happy about was with his body and wand. At first, he had only ordered the diet supplements in small amounts since he couldn't bring himself to fully trust in the system. Only after getting checked up at the hospital wing before and after consuming the diet and confirming that there were no side effects did he fully commit to spending his money. And after 2 months of various exercises, practicing various techniques, and completely emptying his pockets, the results were now starting to show. His originally skinny body now looked in a much better shape. But, the real improvement was inner improvement. The training of the Arcane Thief class wasn't focused on gaining a bulky or muscular physique. It was focused on getting him the fastest, most flexible body with more inner strength than superficial bulk. Now, even if his movements weren't as fast as before he was injured, he was still much better than his previous completely crippled self, and his technique was better than ever before. Though, there still wasn't much noticeable improvement in his hand's condition. As for his other improvement, it was with his wand. After 2 months of carrying and coaxing this girlish wand, his bond was now strong enough that his magic was almost as powerful as an average first year. This was already quite an improvement for Axel, whose lumos used to be the weakest in the class and always fluctuating. His occlumency was also going swimmingly well, but even if he's a genius, he can't be expected to achieve in months what others have spent years, decades, and even their lives mastering. But he was close. He walked into the Dada class, ignoring anyone who was looking at him, and went straight to the last seat. Since Dada was with Slytherins, Daphne was, as always, sitting with him in the last seat. So, the Phantom Boy has once again decided to grace us with his presence, hey! She muttered as she looked up from the book she was reading. Axel rolled his eyes in exasperation as he took his seat beside her. Is that what they've been calling me now? I have told you already that I am usually there. It's just that people are too blind to notice me, said Axel truthfully. With his current skills, none of the students can see him as long as he doesn't want them to. Though he does purposefully show himself in the Slytherin dorms in front of some small groups of students now and then, so that they know that he's staying in the dorms. Daphne rolled her eyes at him as well. Yeah, I totally believe you, it might not look like it, but she was also being serious. She'd sometimes forget he was sitting right beside her until she sees him again. In the past 2 months, Axel and Daphne had gotten used to sitting together in their common classes. Though since Daphne had many other friends as well, she'd sometimes sit with them. Even after 2 months, Axel had still refused to acknowledge her as a friend. We're not friends. We're just acquaintances who are on friendly terms, he'd say. Axel was quite clear that people's minds were quite complicated and can change anytime. This girl calls the other girls from Ravenclaw her friends, but she's always bitching about them to him behind their backs. Is this friendship? Then no thanks, he doesn't need it. Sitting there, Daphne went back to read her book while Axel took out his wand to practice. Thrum yet, good morning, he murmured to the wand. By now, he was quite clear on the fact that what he was doing wasn't crazy at all. This thing was almost alive. Even that creepy old man at the wand shop had said that wands have a mind of their own. Daphne gave him a peculiar look from the side. At first, she had thought he had something wrong with his head, but she had seen his wand acting like a person in person. So now, all she could think was it might be nice to have a wand like that too. Treats it better than he treats me, she thought with some resentment. She had already given up trying to figure him out by now. She couldn't understand a thing. She just sits with him because she can just observe him if she's bored. Talking to him is interesting, he's always training, and it's quite a novel experience seeing him making progress with each day while knowing that a certified master healer had said he'd be unable to do magic. You know, seeing you try so hard every day makes me feel like a lazy piece of shit, she said casually. Yep, this was another effect of his company. She had become fluent in using bad language. This was just her small way of showing a middle finger to her dear father who might be observing from hell. To hell with his perfect pure-blood lady bullshit. Hearing her words, Axel turned to look at her with a bored expression. Ah, okay. But I fail to see how this is any of my concern. Burn with her cheeks heating up in embarrassment, Daphne silently wrote down this line as well among the many others. This polite way of cursing was also something she wished to learn. Soon Umbridge had arrived, making her presence known with her annoying hem once again. There was nothing interesting in her class. She only let the students read the chapters in her class and ask her if they have any doubts. This lazy toad. Axel somewhat hated her, but he still made sure to steer clear of her. His instincts always warned him against her. Especially considering how some of the students who had protested had gotten detentions. Axel never saw them dare to even let out a peep from the next class. He practiced covertly with his presence hidden while Daphne read her book. Those who have attended the extra classes. Congratulations on your improvement. And those with invitations who haven't yet attended, please do reconsider after looking at the improvement of those who have attended. Umbridge even called for a demonstration, with the dummy ready. Mr. Malfoy, would you kindly show how much you've improved in the last 2 months? Malfoy, who came out looking quite pompous, nodded with a smirk. He cast a look at Axel before looking back at the dummy. Expulso! Bam! The dummy got thrown back with such force that it hit the wall behind. The whole class was astonished after seeing this. I think I'll reconsider going after this. If even that idiot can improve, then it might be worth the restrictions, said Daphne in shock. Daphne was the only one among Rose's group who had gotten the invitation. Only the dark pure-blood families had gotten one. Axel shook her head immediately, his expression quite severe. Don't go. It's not worth it, he said, his eyes actually looking at the system notification on the system interface in front of him that was blinking red. Dark magic detected. What is this woman doing? Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Trouble Comes Without Knocking. Axel looked at the scene with a slight shock in his eyes. This was just too absurd. This mad woman taught students dark magic. How? Why did no one stop it? System, do they know they're learning dark magic? Do I tell everyone? Axel asked the system urgently. You can try doing that. However, it is not recommended. The people in this world don't even know what exactly dark magic is anymore. Your words will not be believed by most people and your enemies will be alerted. Axel could properly understand what the system was saying. What exactly is dark magic though, he wondered. How is it harmful? From what he had gotten from the general knowledge, dark magic was banned in Britain by the ministry. Dark magic is the magic from the nether dimension. Its destructive power is much more than the ordinary magic that the wizards use. Currently, very few spells known to wizard kind actually make use of dark magic, like Fiend Fire. Most of the spells that have been labeled dark don't make use of dark magic at all. They are called dark just because they are brutal. Hence, wizards don't actually have any real knowledge of dark magic. Dark magic is harmful because those who don't have an affinity with it can be negatively affected after using it. Axel lightly banged his forehead on the desk. What an ordeal! He muttered exasperatedly. Daphne, who was sitting beside him, thought that the reason behind Axel's odd behavior might be that his enemy had gained strength too fast. Don't worry, she said, I'm sure you can still beat him. Axel raised his head to look at her in bewilderment. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that the methods she's using to improve them might be harmful, but, never mind, he said while sighing. It's none of his goddamn business if they harm themselves, he decided. If you look at it from his point of view, there's nothing much he can do about it without putting himself in danger. If he openly claims that they are using dark magic, he'll be in trouble with that creepy woman. As for informing the authorities, as if they're better people. The Minister of Magic herself is a woman who enjoyed forcefully getting information out of him, searching his mind. He's never trying his luck with another person in power. As for informing someone anonymously, in a magical world, there's no way to do it anonymously, considering the fact that his murder was somehow discovered by the minister. It's better to just let the world burn, rather than foolishly putting myself in danger. I'll only think about it when I have the power to do something about it, he decided. You're not going to force me? He asked the system. The system doesn't have any power to do so. Of course, you will get hefty rewards if you do stop them from propagating dark magic. No thanks, I'll pass, thought Axel without hesitation. With his bad luck, he already gets into enough trouble already. He doesn't want to go out of his way to court it. Later that day, after classes, Axel was doing his exercise and training in the abandoned classroom. It was evening now and it seems that there was supposed to be a feast or something in the Great Hall for Halloween, but Axel rarely went to the Great Hall these days. It was simply a waste of time and effort. The diet along with the food he frequently brings from the Great Hall is more than enough to fill his stomach. Why waste the extra time and effort of walking to the Great Hall? Huff huff huff, panting from extreme exertion, he flopped down on the mattress. This classroom was no longer that dingy unwelcoming place it used to be. With the castle being so huge, no one really comes into this part of the castle since there's nothing important here except for some creepy looking abandoned classes. Especially after the sun is down, since they hadn't bothered installing lights here. If they aren't used to the dark like him, they'll be creeped out just from the vibes of this place. So, now that he was sure that this place seemed secure enough, he had invested some effort in making it a more convenient place to stay during his past few months. He hadn't bothered bringing a whole bed, but he did bring a mattress from the Slytherin dorms. Aside from that, there were a few light balls, the magical equivalent of light bulbs, since he couldn't forever depend on the moonlight coming from the window and his wand light. Oh, and he had also personally cleaned everything while also learning the lowest cleaning charm. After taking a breather, he started taking various supplements since the best time to eat was after training. Even though some of them tasted horrendous, he still ate them without complaint. This was bought after spending an obscene amount of money and would give him power. He'll be damned if he complains. Let's see, he muttered as he checked the skills. These were not all, but are some of the new ones in this list as well. Blend, 39.9% presence reduction, 35.9% arcane acrobatics, 15% pain tolerance, 60% wand aim, 5% knife throwing, 4% knife wielding, 5% silent steps, 40% trap designing, 5%. Most of the new skills he had gained were pretty minor ones. They didn't have much complicated stuff about them yet. Silent steps was easy enough to get since his legs were working just fine as long as the movements weren't fast or strenuous and he had a good mastery of the skill already. Knife throwing and wielding, he already had a crude but practical knowledge and minor mastery, so it had unlocked when he had tried using his knife. But, his proficiency at the moment was 0% due to his disabled handle. He has raised it with a lot of difficulties. Wand aim also had a similar case. Now, even with his hands always trembling and moving differently than how he intends them to, he is predicting how much his aim would randomly deviate and then making adjustments. He'll do a chore, but anything to make it work. Especially since things aren't looking up now. The past 2 months had been smooth enough, but he had several blocks in his way now. He realized that the skill progress was more difficult to increase the more he raised the percentage. And if that wasn't enough, he took out the man's pouch to check the money. Jingle sigh, it's too low, the money was almost all spent after spending so much on his diet. In the beginning, he had thought that money would not be a problem since he already needed to perform theft for unlocking new skills. But, things aren't as easy as they seem. First of all, with his hands as they are, he can't make use of all that dexterity he had. So, picking anyone's pockets was simply not an option. But, that is not the only way to steal, is it? Axel sighed as he laid down on the mattress, putting aside all the ingredients. Crippled hands weren't exactly the real problem here and he knew it. The real problem was, that he just couldn't bring himself to actually steal after his last attempt had gone horribly wrong and he had to suffer such consequences. Even if it was supposed to benefit him by unlocking his skills, even if he liked stealing from the rich, and even if he really needed the money, he just couldn't. For 2 months, he had tried. He really did, but, there was this resistance, this hesitation that he had developed towards stealing anything that he always found himself finding some excuse not to do it. He recalled Andromeda's words. / it would be quite weird if you are completely fine after going through that experience. There has to be some kind of impact it would have brought on you / Axel hadn't thought there was anything wrong with him, but it would seem that the torture might have left behind one small trauma after all. It wouldn't have been a big deal at all to most people. After all, they are better off not stealing at all. It would instead be counted as a plus point. But for him whose future is based on stealing after getting the Arcane Thief class? It's quite a big problem. Axel shook his head. Might as well focus on training, he muttered as he began doing his mental training. He'll get over it. He'll make himself get over it. By the time it came to the turn of his occlumency, he was already feeling quite spent. In occlumency, he focused on organizing his memories. Without properly organizing them, your memories are a jumbled mess. You can't recall the right memory without connecting it with other memories. And some memories are stuck so far back that you can't even recall them. You have to pull such memories back into your mind, which is easier said than done. That's why occlumency takes time. Many occlumens don't bother doing this their whole life since they know the correct way and think this stage is useless. But Axel has no choice but to do so since it is included in the beginner stage occlumency, thus not giving him the choice to skip it like other people. Due to the frustration, Axel had trained so much that he fell asleep while he was still sorting his forgotten memories out of exhaustion. Axel had the weirdest dream. He felt quite weak for some reason, and his vision was quite blurry. He seemed to be hanging in the air, held by something. "Do we really need to do this?" He heard a woman's voice. It had a sad and resigned tone to it. "I have no choice. They had found 2 keys in the location. I could only steal one and they can't be allowed to use the second. So, I need to do this. But you just won't let me do it alone," said a man's deep voice. It sounded quite helpless. "Come on, Tristan. You know you can't do this without me. Besides, we're coming back." "We have to," said the woman, and Axel felt himself getting squeezed. He realized that he was in the woman's embrace. It was quite a peculiar experience. He felt so comfortable that he fell asleep. Ring. When he woke up, he could only make out the blurry silhouettes of 2 people looking down on him. "Ring ring asterisk, we'll be back very soon, Axel. Stay strong until then," he heard them speak. Ring boom. Axel jerked awake from his dream. He was in such a deep sleep that he didn't even wake up after the bells he had set up to alert him started ringing, meaning that someone was here. As soon as he opened his eyes he saw red words flashing on the system interface. He then heard the system's voice, "It's a mountain troll, Axel. You need to survive. You need to survive." "The fuck?" Axel questioned, grabbing his wand and knife in each hand. He couldn't understand the situation. A mountain troll, here? Furthermore, he was still a bit disoriented from the dream he'd just had. Boom blast, but his doubts were instantly cleared as the huge doors were blasted open from their hinges and a giant creature came rushing in. System's words had been clear enough. It was a mountain troll, all right. Run. Axel was already in his stealth, so he wasn't much worried. His first thought was to escape quickly. Just as he was about to execute this brilliant plan, his mind analyzed the situation clearly and gave him the bad news. Why would a mountain troll suddenly come into this part of the castle? And even if it did, why only target this door? It was at this moment that he saw the troll's mouth dripping with saliva as it stared hungrily at the supplements he ordered. That's right. The smell of these magical ingredients. That's why it's here. Oh, no 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 no. No. You motherfucker, you don't even think about touching that. It was the precious ingredients he had ordered after spending all his money. He can't just let this thing eat it. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, Axel v/S Troll. Waking up to the sight of a freaking mountain troll barging into your room isn't an experience Axel would recommend to others. It was a horrible sight. 12 feet tall, its skin was a dull, granite gray, its great lumpy body like a boulder with its small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. And worst of all, the smell coming from it was downright revolting. It was holding a huge wooden club, which dragged along the floor because its arms were so long. Though Axel was also one mad dude. He ignored all this when he saw the troll's mouth dripping with saliva as it stared hungrily at the supplements he ordered. Oh, no 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 no. No. You motherfucker, don't you even think about touching that. It was the precious ingredients he had ordered after spending all his money. And, he'll be damned if he lets a troll eat it. Axel quickly grabbed a bunch of strings that were lying beside him and pulled them all in one go. Immediately, a shower of white, red, and green powdered substances fell on the creature from above and a bunch of nails also fell on the troll's path. These were just some traps Axel had designed for the intruders. As a paranoid person, he wouldn't stay here without assurance. So, he had tried setting up some traps and did some research on the subject as well. To his surprise, he had even gotten the arcane thief skill, trap designing. The powdered substances were what he had got from his herbology class. Unlike others, he had paid attention in that class from day one since he had realized its potential. Of the substances, one was supposed to cause intense itching, one would make a person disoriented and nauseous, and one was simply a very powerful chili powder, intended for eyes. Unfortunately, due to having some common sense, he had designed the traps taking human intruders into consideration. The powdered substances were hanging just above the door so that the intruder doesn't have much time to protect himself. But, Troll's body was even taller than the huge door frame and it had already entered while Axel was still disoriented from his dream. So, the powders fell on its shoulder, and the chili powder didn't reach its eyes. As for the powder that was supposed to cause disorientation and nausea, and the itching powder, that did seem to have a little effect on the troll's thick skin, but not to the degree it should. Axel didn't even have the time to think much before lunging for his food and starting stuffing it all in his backpack. But, by doing this, Axel had exposed himself since his skills didn't grant him actual invisibility. And sure enough, seeing the very mouth-watering food for which it had come all the way to this part of the castle disappearing right in front of its eyes, being stolen by a small creature, the troll, who was distracted due to the itching, grew enraged. It let out a mighty roar as it charged ferociously at Axel while ignoring all the puny nails that pinched its feet. Fuck fuck fuck. Seeing the traps he had designed not working, Axel cursed under his breath while trying to make his crippled hands work fast. When he gets out of this situation alive, if he gets out of this situation alive, the first thing he's doing is to learn a spell that can quickly collect his things and put them in his bag. Boom boom boom, the troll got closer with each step while Axel collected the ingredients worth hundreds of galleons. Damn it! He should have always been in a ready-to-flee state. It seems he had gotten careless after 2 months of safety. Even the traps were set up in the beginning when he was still careful. But after 2 months, his paranoid nature had calmed down a lot, and it seems that was a mistake. It was only seconds before the troll was onto Axel, and was bringing his club down on Axel, who couldn't make quick movements due to his body. While the club was being brought down on him, Axel looked up at it without flinching while raising his wand and pointing it at himself. Flipendo! With almost all the ingredients safely stuffed in the bag that was clutched in his hand, Axel's body was knocked sideways due to his own spell, out of the way from the incoming huge club. Boom! The club descended with great momentum and landed with huge impact, destroying the floor and raising dust everywhere. Cough cough, damn! Axel slowly stood up and dusted off his clothes as he coughed due to dust. He looked at the little amount of ingredients left on the ground that he couldn't pick up as he swung his backpack over his shoulders. They were totally ruined. For a moment, both Axel and the troll just looked at the ruined ingredients mixed up with a pile of dust and debris on the floor. Then, as if in sync, both turned their gazes on each other. "You stupid animal!" Roar. Then, both instantly blamed each other for it. At first, Axel had thought that he'd just run away, but now you've made this personal, you bastard, he muttered as he took out another wand from his bag, now standing with one wand in each hand. One, his own, and one he got from Cyrus Greengrass right now. While an average person in his place might be freaking out, Axel was thinking something else. "This guy doesn't look like much," was what he was thinking as he checked out the key information he had from the system. From what he can tell after looking through the information and from what he had seen this guy do so far, it seems like it wouldn't be as difficult as he thought. He's big? So were all the others whom Axel had faced. When it comes to a fight, bigger is not always better. Fast? Not much. Magic resistant? We'll see. With a loud roar, the troll charged at him once again. And this time, he shot several spells, none of which hit the troll. They all landed on the ground between them. Slick thud, and the troll, who was charging at Axel, fell forward on his face with a resounding thud. "Haha! Taste that, you bastard!" The spell Axel had used was one of the first spells he had learned. It was Lubricus Nitorum, the spell that temporarily makes any surface very smooth and slick by covering it up with magic. Axel had fired several of them one after another, so that all the ground in front of them would be slippery in case he missed the spot due to his bad aim. Even after the troll had fallen, Axel didn't stop chanting. Spell after spell landed on the ground all around the troll as he circled it, stacking up the effect and making it even more slippery so that the troll slipped every time it tried to stand. Axel also emptied his stack of chili powder, itching power, and the green poisonous powder that causes disorientation. Electrica Impulsa, Electrica Impulsa, Electrica Impulsa. Meanwhile, the wand in his other hand was starting to light up slowly with each alternate spell. Though at this moment, the troll let out a loud, desperate cry. It pulled back its large club, about to throw it at Axel. It was such a move that Axel wanted to yawn. So predictable, but, boom splat but, before the poor troll could even throw it and before Axel could apply his countermeasure, a bright purple beam of light came and blew the troll's head off. What the fuck? Axel turned his head to look at the kill stealer. A while earlier, Martina Valentino sat in the Great Hall, attending her third Halloween party here. In the past 2 years, nothing had gone wrong on this day, making her quite used to the quiet. But, this was the year when the plot officially starts and events start happening every year. Or so it was supposed to be. But this world is so freaking AU that she wants to kick the creator's balls. A Harry Potter world with no Harry in it. And if that wasn't enough, many other things have also changed, and many new things which were never mentioned in those small 7 books are also in this world. So, now she doesn't know what the heck she's supposed to do today. From what she knew, a troll was released into the castle last time so that Quirrell could steal the Philosopher's Stone, and Hermione was almost killed, due to Ron, but in this world, Quirrell is still peacefully sitting in his seat and Hermione is sitting right beside her on the Ravenclaw table and Umbridge is also here. So, now she was left sitting here, doing absolutely nothing with her nerves feeling all jittery. Though at this moment, her familiar Rollet contacted her through their bond. She had asked her to keep an eye out for any signs of abnormal activities today. Just as Martina stood up, the door to the Great Hall was also opened and the head boy, Alaric Malcolm, rushed in. There's a troll in the dungeon. Martina didn't even listen to Alaric's words before she ducked down the table, turned herself invisible, and left the Great Hall while everyone was still panicking. With such a big and diverse student population, there were many students who were currently out of Great Hall. Martina would feel guilty if she let innocent students die for no reason. She rushed to the location that her familiar had told her of. This was one of the more remote and desolate parts of the castle. Even Martina doesn't like to come here at night since she finds it a bit scary. She was already scared of ghosts and other things in her previous life, and in this life, they all actually exist, so she usually tries to steer clear of such places. Though, there was one benefit. No one's at risk here, she thought with a sigh of relief. She couldn't imagine any students wandering around here at this time of night. Boom, roar though, just at this moment, she heard a distant noise, making her frown. This must be the troll. But why would a troll make noise? Unless... Once again, Martina was rushing forward, right in the direction where the sound came from. Boom boom. As she got closer, the noise grew louder, the smell grew worse and, lubricus nitrorum. She heard another voice as well. She found a destroyed door, peering through which she came across the scene of a troll charging at a boy. Martina had her wand out in a second, ready to blast the troll off, but before she could do that, she saw the troll falling face first to the ground. After that, it seemed that the boy had everything under control for a while as he kept changing positions, throwing out spells and some powders at the troll from all directions. What? As the boy moved around the troll, she finally got to see his face, and she recognized it instantly. Axel Hunt. She recalled his name due to his viral video. This is the same guy who had made her fall that night and the same guy whose memories she had seen the next day. And what horrible memories! Martina has tears in her eyes every time she remembers them. She has wanted to meet this guy again ever since, to talk to him and try to help him out in some way. But, she hasn't seen him much ever since. And, she also hesitates to approach him. She doesn't even know what she's supposed to say once she did talk to him. Hey, I looked into your mind without your permission and now I want to help you out in some way, yet, her awkward otaku shut-in nature doesn't seem to have improved even after reincarnation. Roar! She was brought out of her thoughts when the troll suddenly let out a deafening cry as it prepared to throw its weapon. Panicked, Martina didn't even think twice before she unleashed one of her full-powered attacks on the troll, causing its head to be blown up into pieces. What? Even Martina herself was surprised. She had read the trolls were magic resistant, so she had put in some extra power. But she quickly turned her attention to the more pressing topic. Are you okay? Are you hurt? She asked Axel urgently while approaching him quickly. He was up against a damn troll. He might have been in need of medical attention. The boy looked at her with an unreadable expression. I'm fine, he said as his gaze went lower, towards her legs. Martina, who was still approaching, realized a moment too late why he was glancing at the floor as her foot suddenly slipped due to stepping on an extremely slippery surface and she found herself falling back. Thump! The floor she had stepped on was quite slippery and she fell back on her butt with her skirt riding up and her spread open in M shape. All Martina could think at the moment was, again. Are you kidding me? What Axel was thinking, She seems to like purple a lot. Chapter 26, a troll might be a easy but. As Axel turned around to look at the kill stealer, he was surprised to find Martina Valentino standing in the doorway with her wand raised. Judging by the power of the spell, he was expecting some professor or something. Certainly not a student who's barely 2 years older than him. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Before Axel could even think of what action to take, she was already advancing toward him. He was quite intimidated by her graceful and noble bearing as she walked toward him with no sign of fear or hesitation. Overtaken by her momentum, Axel considered running away from this powerhouse who had casually blown away a troll's head just moments ago. At least this time, his chances of successfully running away were much better than last time. Just as he was pondering this, he saw her stepping on the area of the ground that was affected by his Lubricus Nitorum spell and fall to the ground on her posterior. Axel looked at the girl who had fallen in front of him in an embarrassing position. All of her mighty image had been effectively shattered into pieces with this. Now he was rather worried that she might blame him for it. After all, that spell beam was no joke. It blew the magic-resistant troll's head apart. During the past 2 months, Axel had researched this girl who seemed to be special enough to have her information restricted on the system. And the results seemed to be in his favor. Despite her family's infamous reputation, and having more than 100 times the money and influence than the Malfoy family, she hasn't shown any sign of negative behavior at school, nor has she shown hostility towards him. And Axel wanted to keep it that way. He knows how to differentiate between someone like Draco Malfoy and her. So, as he looked at her lying on the floor, he was at a loss whether to just run away, help her up, or just keep standing here and enjoy the view presented to him. Though he wasn't given much time to think as Martina quickly got up and coughed awkwardly. Her cheeks had a red dusting on them, showing her embarrassment. Ahem, pardon my ungainliness, that was rather inelegant of me, she said in a tone that seemed much more mature than her age, and Axel could guess she was using a clemency. But right now, we need to get out of here. The professors would be coming here at any time and it would be troublesome to explain how one first year and a third year fought a troll and destroyed its skull. Are you injured somewhere? Can you walk? Wait a minute. The professors are coming. Axel skipped the rest of her words. He only now realized that having a troll in the school seemed to be a bigger problem than he had thought. Indeed, having that thing enter a classroom full of students might turn the classroom into a meat grinder. So, it does make sense for the staff to take action. But, if they find his things here, they'll know that he'd been staying out of the dormitory and breaking curfew for all this while. And in that case, he's sure to get punished. I can't leave right away. I need to collect my things, said Axel as he rushed off and began filling up the rest of his belongings into his bag. If the teachers found his things here, they might think these things belonged to the person who had shot the troll. Martina looked at Axel filling up his bag with things in confusion. She couldn't understand why he'd have so many things in here. What things? Hurry up! We need to leave, she said as her attention shifted to the things he was packing. Books, uniform, a toothbrush, a mattress, a pillow, clothes, etc. She frowned. Why would he have these things here? Wait. Don't tell me. There was only one conclusion she could reach. Have you been actually living here? She asked in disbelief as she looked around at the destroyed room. Yeah, Axel just shrugged. It was so obvious that he couldn't even deny it. Though he couldn't understand how the hell here and why the heck she is being so nosy. Wasn't the Mafia prodigy supposed to be an aloof and unapproachable existence at Hogwarts? Of course, he didn't know that behind her imperial persona, Martina was just a recluse with very low social skills to speak of. Hearing his answer, Martina was appalled. Seriously? How can someone stay here? How can you even fall asleep in this place? This is one of the very few corners of the castle that isn't lit at all at night since no one really comes here or passes through here. Even she has only ever dared wander in the lighted areas at night. So, she couldn't comprehend how someone could sleep peacefully at night here while there was no living person in the vicinity. Axel gave her an annoyed look. I had been sleeping here well enough until a troll decided to rudely disturb me tonight. Martina looked at the destroyed doors as the picture became clear to her. Isn't that even more terrifying? Imagine sleeping alone in a creepy place and an ugly troll suddenly breaks your door open and charges at you. Martina was sure that her scream would have woken up the entire castle. But, why would you stay here? Why not just stay in the Slytherin dorms? She asked, though she could guess the answer. Axel shrugged. Didn't like the residents, he said shortly. Martina surmised that her assumptions might not be too far off. His case reminded her of the case of another one of her favorite characters, Luna Lovegood, who had been alone for her beginning years. This is why, she wanted to help. This boy has been sleeping alone in this gloomy part of the castle. And if that wasn't enough, even that place isn't available to him anymore. She would have told him about the room of requirements, but she'd seen Umbridge going there once, so that place can't be safe anymore. If you really need a different place I could talk to. No need, said Axel, who had checked the notifications by now. Sometimes, the rewards of the system are based on his needs. And that was the case this time as well. You managed to survive against a troll. Congratulations! Plus 2% approval. Information on a secret room. Good work, system, he praised. He's realized the power of information many times over by now. When Axel was done cleaning up all the cases of his presence in this place, with some magical help from Martina, he looked at the room with a complicated expression. This had been a nice place for the past 2 months. But, it seems like he wouldn't even be given the time to reminisce as Martina's owl hooted and they heard rushed footsteps coming from the way they had come. X2 Both Axel and Martina got startled by that. Both didn't want to be found here. Axel's reasons were clear and Martina's reasons were, a little complicated. She didn't want everyone to know that she had so much power since she had read too many scenarios in her previous life that could go wrong. Heck, she didn't even know if this was a good Dumbledore or a dark and manipulative Dumbledore world. Thus, she only wanted to be a genius within the bounds of reasoning, not someone who could blow off a troll's head with one spell. Thus, when they heard the footsteps, both of them hurried off in the opposite direction of the footsteps. Search the whole area. They heard Professor Longbottom's voice. That was it for Axel. He took out a broom he had borrowed from the broom shed and started to fly since his legs couldn't quite run yet. When he eventually stopped, he was surprised to find Martina right behind him. "Why did you follow me?" he asked her, trying not to show his annoyance. She had tried to read his mind without permission. So he obviously didn't have any favorable impression of her. He had planned to find the place which was in the system's information after ditching this girl. But surprisingly, during all those different paths he took during his flight, she had still managed to follow him. Axel wondered how she followed him. She didn't have any broom in her hands. Martina frowned. I just panicked and followed you. Is that a problem? When the professors came, she panicked and started running on foot along with Axel, but then she saw him calmly moving, while glancing back, almost phasing in and out of her view like last time, and then he took out his broom. Suddenly, she remembered that she can also fly, making her curse her muggle-mindedness. After that, she just followed him wherever he went since he seemed so calm and composed, as if he knew what he was doing. Axel shook his head. Not a problem. Now, why don't we go our separate ways? Shiver, it was getting quite cold. Axel wanted to quickly find the new place system recommended and sleep, but he couldn't go in her presence. In the first place, where the fuck were they right now? Axel had no idea. He had just flown randomly wherever. He took out his wand and lit it up, only making their immediate surroundings visible. Martina also shivered. She shook her head. No, I can't leave you here alone, it's Halloween, I can't just let you find another place to crash. It's not safe, she said as she looked around to identify where they were. Axel stopped walking as he looked at her. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're just strangers. I don't understand why you are going so far to help me out. Is there something you want from me? He asked clearly. He wasn't feeling good right now, so he was having difficulty having this girl barely 2 years older than him being all nosy and bossy on him. Martina grew dazed as she realized that her actions did really seem abnormal, especially considering the usual persona that she usually uses to avoid people. But, she can't just tell him that she had seen his memories without his permission, could she? Hoot 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 asterisk at this moment, Rollet, who was on perched her shoulder, suddenly started hooting urgently, making her confused. What is it? She asked. Martina was exasperated at first. They had just escaped from one danger, and there was another danger approaching already? Though the urgency and fear she felt from their bond told her that the situation was not to be taken lightly. Wrapping her arms around herself due to the cold, she turned to Axel. Axel, where exactly are we? She asked as she lit up her wand, and was surprised to find that her breath was misty due to the cold. There were no lights here and she was getting very cold and desolate vibes from this place. Unknowingly, she had moved closer to Axel for some warmth. Axel shrugged. No idea. We might be somewhere around the 2nd or the 3rd floor, he answered with a frown as he realized something. He was feeling cold because he wasn't wearing the enchanted clothes. But Martina should be wearing the enchanted ones, right? Similar to the ones Andromeda had bought him. Martina paused. Wait, did you say we might be on the 3rd floor? At this moment, the red system alerts from earlier suddenly popped up again, making him startled. Axel, you need to run. Now. What the fuck? It's Dementors. The system is not able to protect you from soul attacks. Axel realized that the system was not playing around right now. But, before he could do much, he heard a rattling breath, coming from somewhere above him. An intense chill went down his spine as he quickly moved his wand upward, making more of the area above them visible. And what he saw made him catch his breath in his throat. 2 towering figures, wrapped in dirty and tattered black, hooded cloaks were swooping down towards him. From right beside him, Axel heard a piercing scream coming from Martina, but he couldn't pay it any attention since the creature's target was not Martina, but him. She didn't even have to be so scared since she can just run while these creatures are busy with him. Axel was suddenly feeling very cold. The cold seemed to pierce his clothes, penetrate his skin and go right through his very heart. Suddenly, images were flashing in front of him, images of being tortured, being beaten. It was as if he was reliving his worst. Though the images cleared as he heard the ding from the system, giving him some clarity. His other wand slipped into his hand from his sleeve. Electrica. Impulsa. What the fuck? Why was he feeling so hopeless? Why does struggling seem so futile? Electrica Impulsa. Why is he even living anyway? What's the purpose of his life? Who would even care if he died? But then, a voice from inside his mind spoke up. Fuck, I'm living for myself, damn it. I don't give a fuck whether anybody cares or not. Yes. He was living for himself. Is that too insignificant for others? What was his goal? Well, it was to be the greatest of all time and give a giant middle finger to everything that had tried to bring him down. So, even if he has to die, he has to at least give a memorable middle finger to his attackers. Electrica Impulsa. Crackle crackle. Axel's dazed eyes snapped back into focus as two glowing blue rods were impaled into the two dementors who were looming over him. E expecto patronum. He dimly heard a voice beside him, but his consciousness was already phasing out as he fell to the ground. The gloomy feeling was gone and all he was feeling was weak. So weak and pathetic. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Sleeping with Martina. This must be a dream. Just a nightmare. That was what she was thinking as she lay collapsed on her knees right after she first saw the dementors. Electrica, Impulsa. She had found them scary even when she had seen them in the movies. But, seeing one in real life, and in such a theatrical fashion as she had looked up while already feeling panicked from the atmosphere, and seen those scary rotten creatures swooping down on Axel, it was just too much. Electrica Impulsa. She had reincarnated in this world and had been treated like a princess by everyone, always being protected and cared for. She had never suffered any hardship here, making her forget the darker aspects of this world. She had forgotten that this world wasn't just sunshine and daisies but a dark world where terrible dangers were waiting to surface. She was dimly aware that she had to do something, but she was in a state of shock. Just the rebound of the Dementor's attack on Axel had left her frozen in fear. Electrica Impulsa. At that moment, she heard Axel's loud voice which snapped her back into reality. She saw his amber eyes blazing with fire as he stabbed the two Dementors with wands that were crackling with blue magic. Martina came to her senses with a start as she witnessed this scene. There he was, an 11-year-old boy fighting desperately against the Dementors while they were clearly attacking him with all they had. And here she was, frozen in fear and denying reality despite being a reincarnator and a so-called genius. This was the first time Martina Valentino realized the massive difference between the two of them. I can't just cower in fear. Not after the countless hours I've spent practicing magic. She thought, raising her wand. She recalled all the good memories she had made in this world after living as an orphan in her previous life. Her father and older brother, who were feared by everyone but were very sweet-tempered and overprotective of her. And she recalled her mother who would always try to be strict but would cave into her every demand. Expecto patronum. With the powerful memories, she chanted incantation for the patroness charm, and her patroness, a big bright owl, burst out from her wand and drove away the already writhing Dementors. Right after that, she saw Axel lying unconscious on the ground with his two wands fallen by his side. No 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 no. Please be fine, please be fine. She muttered as she tried shaking him but he was out like a light. Martina didn't know if he was in danger or not, but she did know that if anything happened to him, she was going to blame herself forever. So much for a genius, she thought self-mockingly. When it actually came down to it, she couldn't even deal with two Dementors in time. She didn't even know what would have happened if the Dementors had targeted her first. Would she still have had the clarity and concentration left to cast the patroness? Or would her tasty reincarnated soul be the Dementor's meal? How is it? Martina asked anxiously to Madame Pomfrey, who was critically diagnosing Axel with all kinds of machines. She had ended up turning both of them invisible and flying them both to the hospital wing. The Mediwitch raised her eyebrows in surprise after her examination was complete. This boy just keeps surprising me. He has managed to change a lot in just 2 months, she muttered as she checked some past records of Axel she had in a bundle. Martina frowned. What does that mean? Is he not okay? Madame Pomfrey looked at Martina like she was talking absurdly. Okay? With his body's condition, he's not okay by any stretch of the word. But if you're asking if he'll gain consciousness soon, then yes, he will. There's no harm done right now. He's just really exhausted. Poor boy, he's been pushing himself a lot. But I'm talking about his previous injuries, she muttered as she prepared a syringe and gave him a shot through his arm. With Madame Pomfrey's cryptic answer, Martina was now more curious than relieved. She did already have her doubts about his physique already from various indicators. Frowning, Martina couldn't help but ask her what was wrong with Axel's body in the past, to which the healer just shook her head. That's confidential, dear. You can only ask him if you want to know, she said before she began noting down further details in his file. But I really want to know, she thought with a sigh. She had seen him being beaten and injured in the memories she'd seen, and even when she'd first seen him when he was sneaking out in the dark, his movements seemed to indicate that he was having difficulty moving. She had also seen his hands shaking a lot as well. What was wrong with him? And why was he still not cured? Does he need help? Her gaze lingered on the folder in Madame Pomfrey's hands. No, that's wrong, she thought as she shook her head. She shouldn't look into it without his permission. It looks like she would have to wait for him to wake up to find out. She looked at Axel's sleeping face. Right now, it didn't have the constant frown and the annoyed expression it always has. Without it, his face looked quite handsome. Martina wondered how long it'll take for him to wake up. It was only 10 o'clock right now. She can afford to wait for a few hours. Though while waiting for him to wake up, as she browsed through her Magi mirror, Martina, after being tired from the incident, found herself falling asleep. Axel woke up to an unfamiliar ceiling. He didn't feel like moving at all. His brows furrowed as he recalled last night's events. First the troll, then the Dementors. Man, this school is really hardcore. To think he had heard it being called the safest place in Britain after Gringotts. He examined his surroundings. He was in the hospital wing. Just as he sat up, his gaze went to his side and he almost jumped out of the bed. What the? Right beside his bed, sitting in a chair with her head propped on the side of the bed, a girl was sleeping peacefully. Her long purple hair was spread all over the bed and her sleeping face looked much younger than her usual face, when she looks far older than her age. Axel realized that she must be the one who brought him here, but why is she sleeping here? With the disturbance caused by his reaction, the girl's eyebrows creased before she slowly opened her eyes. Martina opened her eyes to see Axel glaring down at her. She almost screamed out aloud before she clamped her mouth shut. Last night, she had waited for him to wake up while browsing through the Hogwarts forums for the discussion on Troll. She had wanted to ask about his body's condition and help him out if she could. After all, with her family's resources, even Phoenix Tears could be arranged if they tried hard enough. But she'd accidentally fallen asleep, it seems. Axel frowned. Does he look that scary? Well, he was hoping he does. Did you bring me here last night? He asked. Martina quickly raised her head from the bed as she tried to compose herself, schooling her features and tossing her hair back. Though the drool at the corner of her mouth didn't help at all. Yes. Pardon my crude conduct, I fell asleep while waiting for you to wake up, she said after clearing her throat. Axel shrugged. Well, thanks for saving me. I'm awake, so can you tell me what you want now, he said to her. It was clear she wanted something since she decided to wait, but he couldn't imagine having anything that the Mafia prodigy might want. Martina shook her head. No, I don't want anything. But she paused when both of them heard voices approaching from outside the partition screen. Do you reckon they might still be here? Well, the photo was quite recent. I think we're the first ones to come here, so there's a chance. Well, I'm quite scared, to be honest. You two can go ahead and check. I don't want anything to do when the Valentino family is involved. Oh, no. Martina's eyes slowly widened as she comprehended their words. As she had fallen asleep without intending to, she had not even been able to set up wards around the place. On the off chance that someone peeked through the blinds, they would have been able to see her. And, it seems like that had turned out to be the case. Damn it! In her panic, she didn't even bother using her wand and simply put up the wards wandlessly, making it so that no one would be able to find this area so as to block those idiots. She quickly took out her magi mirror and opened the Hogwarts forums. Shit, she muttered as she found that the forums all blowing up with discussion. And the reason was just one damn photo, posted anonymously by someone. Ring as if to make the situation worse, her magi mirror began ringing as she found her brother calling already and more calls and messages were starting to pop up with every second. On the other hand, Axel had also heard those kids. And after 2 months of adapting, he had some idea what they could be talking about. He found his bag beside his bed. He fished out his magi mirror and quickly checked the forums as well. When he saw his photo with the beloved princess of the most dangerous mafia family sleeping right beside him, he saw his life flash before his eyes. Yep, he was dead. He was truly dead now. He wondered if it might have been better if he had been left with the Dementors. After checking to make sure all his belongings including his wands were with him, he simply got up as pain enveloped his body, indicating that his skills were activated. Martina quickly answered the call of her brother. Fratello she began but was cut off as both her father's and brother's faces popped into view cramped together. Where are you right now? Are you all right? Who is he? I just need the name. He's only a friend, right? Right. Martina didn't even have the chance to speak at all. Though it seemed that the magi mirror was suddenly snatched out of her brother and father's hands and her mother's stern face popped into view. Martina, what were you thinking, sleeping unprotected at a place like that? Have I taught you nothing up to now? Even though she didn't show it, Martina could tell that her mother was truly irate right now. Martina pouted, Mum, I know it's my fault but we don't have time for that. I just need you to quickly get that picture deleted from everywhere, your father already has his men doing that. But the matter won't end here. I need to know, who was this boy and how did you end up in that situation? Asked her mother, her tone leaving no room for evasion this time. He is. Martina looked up from her mirror, only to find that Axel was nowhere to be seen. When did he leave? She still had not been able to know about his condition. Mum, don't put any of this on him. He was unconscious at the time. I was just waiting for him to wake up since I had business with him, she said quickly. For goodness sake, his life had been miserable enough from what she had seen in the memories. She didn't want her family making him go through more difficulties because of her fault. Martina Valentino began her mother, ready to launch into a big lecture, but Martina just cut off the call before that. She sighed as she looked up at the ceiling. Her family had taken it well enough, considering the fact that her father and brother weren't already on their way to kill Axel. But, how would the rest of the school react to this? Chapter 28, Special Rewards and Reactions. Axel walked through the corridors of Hogwarts while feeling like murdering someone. As he had feared, the picture had spread everywhere already. The effort he put in the last 2 months into putting a low profile had all gone to shit as now even the previous recorded memory, of his duel was once again being shared, to inform everyone who exactly was the lucky bastard who had the mafia prodigy sleeping at his bedside. First the troll, then Dementors, and now this. Yep, I think I officially hate Halloween now, he thought irately. It was quite absurd that his biggest problem until yesterday was just money. Money that he could steal but wasn't stealing for, no real reason at all. After one encounter with the Dementor, he could no longer give a fuck about getting caught or some shitty trauma. He realized that after 2 months of living a better life, he had begun to think that he had a choice. Hell no, he didn't. He doesn't even know what would have happened if that girl hadn't been there. He would have been grateful if she had not gotten him into so much trouble. That's why he had just left without listening to whatever she had to say. After sitting on the Slytherin table for breakfast under his stealth skills, he finally checked the system notifications of yesterday. When the Dementors had attacked, he didn't have the leisure to see what mission he had been given. Congratulations! You survived an encounter with Dementors. Special skill, minor light attribute plus 1% approval rate. Total equals 14%. Axel looked at the system interface in a stupor. Light attribute? Holy shit, that sounds good. And it's apparently a special skill. He recalled that he could unlock special skills in special cases or by doing special missions. Now, the only question is, what exactly is this? He tapped the minor light attribute of the system interface to get more information on it. Minor light attribute. Light attribute magic is the magic summoned from the number $*number+. This skill gives you the ability to imbue a minor amount of light magic into your spells. Axel was pleasantly surprised, but also a bit confused. System, what is the meaning of those symbols? Also, I thought all the magic wizards usually did was light magic. Is that not it? He asked. Axel, those symbols mean that the information is locked. And as explained previously, most wizards of these times do not have any accurate knowledge of light and dark magic. They mostly term the dangerous spells which use the normal magic to be dark magic and all the other spells as light magic, which is, of course, an absolutely wrong conjecture. The real dark magic is spells that use the magic summoned from the nether world. An example would be Fiend Fire. And the real light magic is spells that use the magic summoned from number $*number+. An example would be the Patroness Charm. The light magic and dark magic are natural counter to each other. Damn, now we're talking. After comprehending the meaning of those words, Axel wanted to shout out in joy. It's about the goddamn time he got something like this. There's apparently a very powerful Dark Lord trying to take over this world, and that Dark Lord and his minions are quite adept at dark magic. So, having something like light attribute magic, which can counter creatures like the Dementors, is a necessity and is going to be quite handy. Axel grinned. It was certainly a special skill, all right. His mood felt much lighter now. He didn't even particularly mind all the attention and troubles the photo with that girl had brought him anymore. Feeling much better, he left for his first class, which was with the Gryffindors. A few moments later. Well, maybe he had spoken too soon about not minding the troubles of that photo. He certainly did mind it if a crowd of students are gathering up in front of his potions class to wait for his arrival. He can't just enter the class in stealth since he needs to show his face to the professor for attendance. And when he does that, it would be absolutely certain that he can turn himself invisible through magic, since these idiots don't know that there are ways one can avoid being noticed without using invisibility or magic. There are already rumors that he can cast the disillusionment charm, and he doesn't want them to believe it. Thus, with all the exasperation in the world, he turned off all the skills and started to walk toward his classroom. It's not comfortable and it might be annoying, so he usually avoids trouble, but when it comes down to it, he'll not cower away. So what if there was a photo of him with some girl? Heck, so what if he even slept with that girl? If anyone has a problem, they can kiss his ass. It wasn't long before someone spotted him approaching the class. Hey! He's here. Really? Where? There he is. Yeah, that's him all right. The crowd of students started approaching him, but Axel didn't stop walking. Hey, what exactly happened? Yeah, how did you end up in that situation? Do you actually know her? Hey, I'm just warning you. Stay away from her, or all kinds of people were mixed in the crowd. Some were just there to gossip, some were jealous gits, while some were there just to enjoy the show, recording everything on their magi mirrors. Axel didn't stop walking at all. He got mixed up into the crowd and emerged from the other side while everyone was trying to find him inside the crowd. Hey, where'd he go? Do you see him? Damn it, why are there so many people here? Losers. Quite unimpressed, Axel left those losers behind as he entered the class with his hands still in his pockets. Even inside, he could feel many gazes fixed on him. Not paying them any attention, he went straight to the last bench, which all but belonged to him now in all his classes. Once he settled his equipments, of course, he was still not going to be left alone. Hey, Axel. Hi Axel. Two girls came to his table. It wasn't the first time they were bothering him in these 2 months, so he knew their names. Parvati and Lavender. Gryffindor's gossip girls. We saw your photo. Holy Morgana, you two looked cute together. Yet, how do you two know each other? None of your damn business. Now scram. X2. It wasn't Axel who said that. It was Rose Potter, the girl who lived. Parvati and Lavender both looked fairly terrified as they scurried away quietly. Axel was almost impressed. In the past 2 months, Rose had built up a reputation for herself as the girl who must not be messed with. Those who had messed with her were always met with a vicious revenge. Except only for Axel himself. He couldn't understand just why, but she never did do anything against him despite all of her threats. What do you want? Asked Axel rudely. Since she doesn't do anything, he is just going to treat her like anyone else. Rose gritted her teeth. Oh, how satisfying it would be if she could just prank the living hell out of this guy, but she valued her life more. This guy has Aunt Bella obsessed over him for some reason. I'm not here because I want something. I'm just here to let you know that I know your secret, she said imperiously. That made him pause. What secret? He asked, his wand slowly sliding in his hand. Rose shook her head, as she looked at her magi mirror. Aunt Bella seemed to have gone berserk today after seeing his photo. Rose now has several orders she has to follow, demanded urgently by the Minister of Magic. If you want to know, first answer these questions. How did you end up in the hospital wing, and what is your relationship with Martina Valentino? And also, it would be better if you stay away from vixens like her since her family's reputation is quite bad. That's it, she said as she finished reading what Aunt Bella had written. Axel looked at her for several seconds. Then just scoffed, I think I'll pass. You can go tell my secret to everyone. Rose grew angry. Hey? You think I'm bluffing? I know that you know some weird magic that lets you capture any woman. And what's with that face? You're probably wondering how I know, right? Well, it's not too difficult to guess after looking at the series of events, she said triumphantly, feeling smug when Axel's eyebrows went up his hairline when she exposed his secret. First Aunt Andromeda, then Aunt Bella, and now Martina Valentino. Heck, even she sometimes finds herself under that spell as well, but since she's the girl who lived, she's most likely immune to it. Axel nodded slowly, yeah, get lost. What? The smug expression on her face vanished as she wondered if she had heard him wrong. I said. Get lost. Do you get it now? You can go and expose my secret everywhere. Blimey, I can't even bring myself to be bothered, he said exasperatedly. Seriously, what's with this girl's brain? He was an idiot to think she knew one of his real secrets. Rose stomped her foot in frustration. Oh Merlin, if only she could do whatever she wanted with him, she would have made him regret every single time he's insulted her. Too bad she can't do anything with a somewhat psychotic Minister of Magic protecting him like her love child. With a huff, Rose stalked off while wondering how she was supposed to answer Aunt Bella now. She thought for a while. Well, isn't it obvious? If Axel isn't giving her the information, then she just has to invent it herself, right? Let's see, why Axel was in the hospital wing. Let's just attribute it to the troll. He was out wandering and got done in by the troll, seems legit, hey? What's the relationship between her and Martina? Let's see. Both are having a romantic relationship and Axel is getting help from her. Yeah, that's good. Axel is seducing women to get benefits. There. It's done. Isn't she simply a genius? Rose simply sent the made-up answers to her aunt, not knowing what results it would bring. She then quickly began setting up the equipments for the potions class. Snape is no longer kind to her and instead treats her badly in the classes now. But that has been the case for every Gryffindor, isn't it? Oh well, she knew enough to get by. Axel walked out of potions class with another troll, T, grade to his name. But as he already mentioned, he couldn't care less about this shit. What would he even do with full grades? Get attention? No thank you, he was already struggling with what attention he had. Otherwise, grades are only useful to those who are going to apply for some job. And Axel wanted to be someone who hires, not someone who gets hired. As he walked along the corridors, his footsteps slowed down as he noticed a difference. He was expecting the students to flood him again, but funnily enough, none were coming. Shrugging to himself, he went to attend his next class, going almost unhindered save for a few stragglers. It was history class, and despite it being a much more interesting class, that couldn't prevent him from taking the last seat. Daphne was sitting there while reading some book. When he came, she didn't even glance up at him. What's up with you? What book is it? Asked Axel as he sat down. She wouldn't usually ignore him like this, so he thought that the book must be really interesting. Daphne didn't even look at him. Oh. I'm trying not to bother you, so that your girlfriend doesn't come after me, she said, turning the book, since it was upside down. Axel grew puzzled at her absurd words. The fuck are you talking about? There was no need for a language filter when talking to her. Daphne sighed, I forgot that your Magi mirror is just a showpiece. For fuck's sake, do try to use it sometimes. Your girlfriend has made a declaration. Axel frowned as he took out his Magi mirror to check the forums. Oh, hell, he muttered as he saw the changes. The photo had been deleted from the forum and now there was another post pinned to the top, posted by Martina Valentino herself. Anyone bothering Axel Hunt will have to answer to me. Axel's mouth twitched. What's the problem with this girl? It seems that he can forget about having a peaceful life at Hogwarts. Daphne finally looked at him to see his reaction. You sure work fast, Mr. Charming. You managed to land the Mafia princess in just 2 months. Axel looked at her in annoyance. What's up with you? Why are you being so bitchy? Daphne looked back into her book. You are such a liar. You deny even being friends with me and would even make that bimbo your girlfriend because her family is more powerful. I didn't know you were so superficial. Axel rolled his eyes. Have you ever seen me talking to her? Daphne paused. No, have you ever seen her talking to me? No. Have you ever heard me even mentioning her? Then the fuck are you assuming she's my girlfriend? Jeez. You're being so annoying. That's why I don't make friends. It's more trouble than it's worth. Daphne's brain started to work normally again after she calmed down. She realized that the photo had Axel unconscious or sleeping, so it's not like he was willingly having the Valentino girl sleeping next to her. And as for the post that Martina posted, he didn't even know about it. And now that she thought about it, she couldn't even imagine Axel making her a girlfriend for superficial things. It all seems one-sided. She realized. And now she was feeling stupid. She had just gotten wrapped up in her friend's discussion. Really, why does she even bother listening to those immature girls? In the first place, she sits here in the last seat instead of the first only because she finds those of her age too immature and annoying. And sitting here is quite peaceful and refreshing as they both usually do their own thing and don't annoy each other. But she had done it, she had annoyed him over silly nonsense. Though another reason for her unreasonable behavior would be the inferiority she felt when compared to Martina Valentino. The girl is a legend in the Ravenclaw house. Everyone all but worships her due to her genius. But genius or not, would that matter to Axel? Fuck no. And if he was materialistic, he'd have just gone for Rose, who has the whole Black family with her. She had just blindly listened to the gossip. I'm sorry, I was being an idiot, she said meekly. Axel rolled his eyes. As long as you know, he said simply. He'll sit somewhere else if she continues her nonsense. Now he has to think of what consequences that new post would bring. At this moment, Professor Gorski, their history professor, entered the class, looking quite worse for wear. His eyes had dark circles, and his posture was quite languid, contrasting his usual energetic appearance. Yon, excuse my unrefined appearance, I have had a tough night due to my injuries flaring up. I won't be teaching you anything today, so you can quietly do whatever you want for the period today, he said, making many students disappointed along while also making some happy. Axel just shrugged. He had a never-ending list of tasks, so it was all right for him, though Daphne was not happy. I have nothing to do, she complained. Axel put his notebook in front of her. You can just do my homework if you're so free. Daphne wouldn't have done it, and she knew that Axel was also just joking, but, this time, she accepted the notebook and took out her pen. I'll do it, she said, making Axel surprised. Just as a payback for saying those things, she said. Axel shrugged. She didn't owe him anything really, but who is he to decline a gift horse in the mouth? You have failed, came a creepy rasping voice from a locket. Umbridge knelt down. Forgive me, my lord. The voice grew colder. Even after arranging 2 Dementors and a helper for you, you still have failed in the task. Does this deserve forgiveness? Umbridge bowed lower. There was an interruption, my lord. I think it was Dumbledore. All the other professors except myself and our helper were after the troll. That made the voice even angrier. Dumbledore. It's Dumbledore again. It seems that we have no choice but to execute the task in Dumbledore's absence. Leave the stone, for now, focus more on the other task. It's going to be much more important in my plans. Umbridge nodded dutifully. Yes, my lord. That task has been going swimmingly. No one seems to suspect a thing. But, my lord. About the new helper. Don't question his loyalty. I gave him an offer he simply cannot refuse, the voice said with a hint of amusement. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, The beginning. Bellatrix Black sat in her office with her magi mirror his hands. Different screens were flashing around her like computers, all displaying different reports and data. But, there was something common in all the information showing on these devices right now, they were all somehow related to Axel. Some were playing recorded memories of him while some were pictures of him. And the one on the biggest screen was of him lying in a hospital bed with a certain girl sleeping on his bedside. Today was bound to be a hectic day for Bellatrix. Apparently, a troll had somehow managed to get into Hogwarts. Now, this wouldn't have been a big deal if the news didn't get out, but with the existence of the Magi Mirrors, almost all of the Britain and many other parts of the world knew about it. It has to be noted that children of various affluent magical families from all over the world have sent their kids to Hogwarts due to its great education and reputation. And now, a troll has been suddenly set loose in the school. So of course, those parents from affluent families would demand an explanation. And whose fault it was? That fucker Dumbledore. First, he won't let the Ministry help with the security of Hogwarts, and now he expects her to take the blame? Fuck no. With the help of mass media, she has made sure that everyone knows exactly who is at fault. That old fossil still hasn't fully grasped the use of modern magic tech yet. But, she had been so busy dealing with it all for the whole night and the morning that she completely missed Axel's newest photo. This is the first time she saw his sleeping face, and the boy looks so cute and innocent without that annoyed and bored look on his face. If only he didn't have that girl sleeping beside him, the scene would be perfect. That girl is the princess of the most notorious mafia family in Italy and probably the whole world. For centuries, that family has been involved with all kinds of criminal activities, managing to stay in power by doing all kinds of illegal activities. So, it would be quite understandable if she didn't want Axel to associate himself with the princess of such a dangerous family. For the past 2 months, she's been trying to search for a way to cure his body, and she also informed all the teachers to pay special attention to him and not let him suffer. She had even almost gotten Severus Snape fired. She had wanted to do more, but Axel wouldn't appreciate help from someone he hates with a passion. So, she'll help him from the shadows, without letting him know it was her who helped her. Like right now. She picked up her Magi mirror and made a voice-only call. Ring 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 ring, yes. The call was answered quickly. Bellatrix Black, Britain's Minister of Magic. I have business with your boss, said Bellatrix in a cold voice. There was a pause as the other side checked her caller ID once again. This is very sudden, but I'll inform the Godfather. Could you please wait on the line? Make it quick. After a few moments, someone else's voice came from the speaker. Well, it's certainly a surprise, Minister. I believe this is our second time talking to each other. The voice belonged to Martina's father. But this time, it had quite a sleazy and dangerous edge to it that wasn't present when he was goofily talking to his daughter. Mr. Alessandro, I had some urgent business with you, said Bellatrix, coming straight to the point. Blunt as always, I see. Well, I'm listening. A blunt and honest approach worked much better with people like Alessandro. So Bellatrix didn't bother beating around the bush. I need you not to take any action against one Axel Hunt. He's under my protection, she said in a dead serious tone. That made the other party go silent for several seconds. That is a rather exorbitant demand. But it can be done, on one condition. Bellatrix was surprised. She hadn't thought that the man would give up so easily on making a move against Axel after the incident. Though how could she know that he had already promised his daughter not to hurt Axel? So any requests he was making were for free at this point. Bellatrix drummed her fingers against the desk. Speak, I don't really need much, just give me all the information on the boy. Bellatrix instantly denied it. Then let me make myself clear, it wasn't a request, Alessandro. It was a declaration. You harm Axel, you'll have a war. Am I clear? Alessandro chuckled. Ooh, that's quite an overkill, for an orphan crippled child. It seems my information was indeed incomplete. How curious. Well, as long as he stays away from my daughter, saying so, he cut the call. Bellatrix sighed. If anything happens to Axel, war would be the least of your concern, she muttered. Ding, a notification rang on her personal Magi mirror, and she quickly opened it when she noticed who sent it. She had been trying to find out how and why Axel is involved with this girl and why he was in the bloody hospital wing. And, it would seem that her wait was finally over as she received a reply from Rose. What? Axel was injured by the troll. And, he seduced Martina for benefits. The things in her office started shaking due to her magic flaring up. No. She had been wrong once again. She had thought that she could simply help him from the shadows until she finds the cure and properly apologizes to him. Because she couldn't bring herself to face him, or even dare to contact him after what she had done. She knew from the look in his eyes and that voice filled with cold fury that he wouldn't forgive her. We're nothing but strangers were his words. She didn't think she could handle his rejection again. That's why, she had been trying to make her apology substantial and sincere enough that something might change. But, she didn't anticipate that Axel wouldn't settle for a crippled life and would start trying to seduce that girl to get her help in fixing his body. And now that her passiveness had caused these events, what should she do? It's almost 2 months and she's nowhere near finding a way to heal him than before. It would seem that she can't stay passive forever. And as for the troll? She hadn't given the matter much though, but now that Axel had been hurt, Dumbledore is going to get hell. After dinner, Axel had followed the directions he had gotten from the system to claim his rewards. The directions for a place to stay at Hogwarts. And the room found was awesome. Well, it was actually several Victorian-style luxurious quarters connected by one common room, plus a big bathroom. It was made for noble guests and VIP guests whose location had been long forgotten, but everyone at Hogwarts, if the system's information was to be believed. Which is why he was currently in a luxury suite with a fucking king-sized bed. On a normal day, Axel would have loved to simply test out that oh-so-inviting large bed, but not after today. In the last 24 hours, he's almost died 2 times, and if that wasn't enough, a fucking mafia family is soon going to have its revenge against him for something that wasn't his fault. There's no time for hesitation, there's no room for laziness, and there's no easy way to choose, he muttered as he looked himself in the mirror. He was currently decked in an all-black outfit. These were the custom-made clothes that had been ordered by Andromeda. During the past 2 months, he might have started to have a much better life when he was studying magic along with so many others. And that had somehow given him the illusion that he was one of them. That he could also afford to have a happy and carefree life, just like others. And bloody hell, was he wrong? He had forgotten that life would sometimes give him these moments, when everything seems to be going all right, giving him hopes, letting him lower his guard. And then it would suddenly throw a curveball at him, like a sucker punch to the guts, leaving him suffering the aftermaths. That's why, he's no longer going to hesitate now. What's the point of hesitation when he could suddenly die the next day? Getting into trouble while trying to do something is more preferable than just being a passive pussy and still getting into trouble anyway. The thought of Dementors almost taking his life came to him once again. And as he thought about it, he could no longer feel that rejection towards his craft that he had developed after the torture. If stealing has brought his downfall, then stealing is the thing that has brought him so far in the first place. He'd have starved a long time ago without it. Axel closed his eyes and took a deep breath as he loosened up his muscles with some stretching. All right, system, I think I'm ready now. Tell me everything you can about how to progress my Arcane Thief class, he said decisively. Plus 1% approval rate for overcoming your trauma. Since you are ready, you can now be able to see the steal points. Every skill needs a certain amount of steal points to unlock. These steal points can be gathered by doing several small thefts, or a low amount of major thefts. Stealing would also progress your class and give more guidance and information on how to steal and what precautions to take when stealing in a magical world. Oh, so that's how it works. He muttered. So he just has to steal and accumulate steal points or SP. Then he'll get the skills and also get more information on how exactly to steal in the magical world. But, he still couldn't understand several things. But, can you show me the information on the skills and the amount of SP they'll require for me to get them? And if the thefts I've committed during the past years can be converted into SP or not? Currently, you cannot choose the skills you unlock. It's set on the systematic progression right now. You'll need to increase the approval rate to open the skill shop where you can spend your SP to buy whatever skill available. But for now, the next skill you can unlock has already been set and will be unlocked when you collect the necessary SP for it. Damn, what skill is it? And how many SPS do I need to unlock it? Ward breaking, 1000 SP ward breaking. It is one of the most important skills for being an arcane thief. It is considered too difficult and advanced in the wizarding world, but not if you're training through the method given by the system. Hell yeah! Axel almost began to jump in joy. He knew he couldn't do much without this one, with most Slytherins actually putting up at least the basic protection at their individual doors. But this field needs quite advanced prerequisites to even begin to perform the basics. It was a pleasant surprise to know that he could start learning it so quickly using the system's cheat knowledge. With a newfound enthusiasm, Axel walked out of the secret space and moved toward his very first hunting ground. The Hufflepuff dorms. Yep, he couldn't just waltz into the Slytherin dorms and steal their stuff, could he? Even though a Slytherin is more likely to be richer and net him much more money and SP, but many Slytherins are also likely to have at least some kind of setup to prevent intruders, right? And he doesn't know shit about those precautions with the magic coming into the equation. The best way would be to slowly level his class so that the information on how to steal is available in his mind. The priority is not to get quick and easy gains, but to learn. The art of stealing needs patience, practice, and perseverance. With magic being real and his body being in a shitty condition, he's going to once again start from level 1. And Hufflepuff dorms would be the best place for that. Those loyal badgers wouldn't have much precautions against each other since no such incidents happens there. That's why he's starting from there. And of course, he's not going to steal anything noticeable. He just wants to level up his class, not to make innocents suffer. After making up his decision to start from Hufflepuff today, he had taken some time to follow a few Hufflepuffs back to their dorms, so he knew how to get in. Before entering, his custom enchanted outfit morphed into a simple set of dark yellow pajamas with a sleeping hat covering his head. This will help him blend in. His face had a mask on it since some students do get them from the hospital wing when they have magical flu or something. Now, he was just another Hufflepuff breaking curfew even if someone saw through his powerful stealth skills. Here goes nothing, he muttered as he proceeded towards the entrance. The entrance to the Hufflepuff dorms was concealed behind a stack of barrels. In order to reveal the entrance, no password was required. Instead, one had to tap the barrel 2 from the bottom, middle of the second row, in a rhythm. Since he couldn't tap it in rhythm properly due to his hand, he would have to do it using his leg. Be careful, Axel. If you don't do it the right way, you'll be doused in vinegar and barred access. Well, that's kinda dumb, but whatever. What if someone tapped wrong by mistake? Tap 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 tap. He managed to hit the barrel rightly and sighed in relief when the lid swung open, exposing a passageway. Not wasting more time, he went in. In the dim lighting, he saw the common room, which turned out to be a huge, round, earthy, low-ceilinged, and warm place, with kinda welcoming vibes. There were lots of yellow hangings, burnished copper, overstuffed sofas, and armchairs upholstered in yellow and black, and small circular windows that provided a vista of rippling grass and dandelions. There was also a large, honey-colored, wooden mantelpiece with carvings of badgers on it, located underneath a portrait of a beautiful witch who must be Helga Hufflepuff. Since it was the middle of the night, the common room was empty, with everyone sleeping. System, can you tell me the number of steal points I'll get for each item? Asked Axel. Affirmative, here's the catalog of some things you can steal and their equivalent SPS per piece. The currency conversion, nuts, 5 SP silver, 10 SP gold, 25 SP platinum, 50 SP. The price of items can be different based on different qualities and who they belong to. But here's the general price. Quill, 0.2 notebook, 0.4 shoes, 3 broomstick, nimbus equals 20, clean sweep equals 10. And the list went on. It was so long that Axel hadn't even heard of several things. What in the world? And, there were several weird things as well. Used panties, 10 SP. What the fuck system? 10 SP. Why the hell is it such a useless thing has so much SP? Axel, those things have a market of their own. If you sell to the correct buyer, you can gain a lot of profit. The points can even go up to 1000 SP or higher depending on the identity of the person you stole it from, since it would have a large value to certain people. For the life of him, Axel could not comprehend what kind of sick bastards would pay for things like that. So what was he supposed to do now? Steal women's underwear? Axel Hunt, the panties thief. Yeah, how glorious! But from this, he learned another lesson: different things would have different values to different things. Even useless things could get him SP, and the list of things he could steal was so large that he didn't even bother reading the whole of it. Well, it seems I have my work cut out for me, he thought as he realized just how much he'll have to steal to unlock various skills. He can't just steal a lot of galleons from one rich Hufflepuff and be done with it, since 1. He doesn't steal from those who weren't rich assholes. 2. If he went for a big hand, everyone will be alerted of a thief and will get more precautions, thus making things difficult for him in the long run. Thus, he's only going to use the daily life tactic for now. It's a very effective way of stealing, in which you only go for things whose absence would be gone unnoticed and whose absence wouldn't be missed much by the owner. In this way, they'll just think that they either dropped or forgot it somewhere, or it is just misplaced, and later, they'll simply forget about it. This way, he won't be harming anyone since they'll barely be bothered, and he can continue to steal for the upcoming years without students and authorities taking action, while also making progress. As he began sneaking into the dorms, he began to feel a familiar feeling of thrill and anxiousness. It's not like he hadn't tried stealing in the past 2 months. Old habits die hard. Heck, he'd even taken a broom from the broom shed. But, every time he tried, he just couldn't focus at all, and his hands would start shaking much worse and the pain in his body would intensify. He would find himself just delaying it or making excuses. But right now, he could no longer feel those things. And instead, a familiar excitement once again began bubbling inside him. He had forgotten just how much he liked this profession. It gives him a thrill that makes him feel more alive, more special, more powerful. A feeling of concentration enveloped him as he found himself entering his most focused state. These past months, despite living in such a fantastic and magical environment, he had always felt that something was missing. And he realized what exactly it was. It starts here. Several things had happened, and he had lost his way. But, the real journey of the Arcane Thief starts now. Chapter 30, A letter after the troll incident, Hogwarts experienced several changes. For example, a few orders of the minister's choice were instated along with other security measures. And alarm systems were installed, so that the others can be informed if such a thing happens again and prevent a troll from going on a killing spree. But it wasn't actually that big of a deal. Hogwarts is relatively safe compared to other magical schools. And the student who was in the middle of all of it, Axel Hunt, was having his own share of complications. What the fuck? Is this woman crazy or something? He thought as he looked at the letter from the Minister of Magic herself. After the recent events, he had expected many things, but never did he expect this. Like, it doesn't make sense at all. Dear Axel, I know that I'm probably your most hated person in the world, and I know that almost anything I do to remedy that might only make you resent me more, but I just wanted you to know that I have really regretted what I did to you that day. I know that nothing I can do to remedy that, but there are certain things that can be remedied. I have been trying to search for a way to heal you. There isn't much I have found yet, but there is still a good chance that I might find something. Meanwhile, there are other things I have sent so that you don't have to associate with someone to get something. I know I can't take back what I said, but I'm trying to make up for it. Please consider joining us for the Christmas holidays. I'd like to tell you some things about your father. Waiting for your response. Best wishes, Bellatrix Black. Rip. The only thing this letter managed to do was rip open the weak band-aid he had managed to put over the wound he could only remember as the blackest day of his life. Bullshit, he muttered as he crumpled the letter and threw it in the corner of his bag along with the small purse she had sent him without even checking its contents. He already has felt so much reluctance and repugnance just by using what Andromeda had sent him. And that woman could be considered a saint if compared to BBWWBB, biggest bitch worldwide, Bellatrix Black. So, he didn't even consider using it. He was a thief with principles. And what was she implying anything when he said he didn't have to associate himself with? She is only sending this after seeing his picture with a rich girl sleeping next to his bed. What could be the implications? That he's some gigolo? He is not. And what would it make him if he accepted any help from the woman who has metaphorically stripped him naked and taken his dignity as a person just for her amusement? Accepting her help would definitely make him someone much worse than a gigolo. And she knows about his father? Well, this is somewhat new. Axel recalled the dream he'd seen on Halloween Eve. Right after seeing that dream, he had been attacked by the troll right after he woke up and then saw a girl blow its head off, right after which the teachers came and he ran and got attacked by dementors, and woke up to find himself in trouble due to a photo. So, he couldn't be blamed if he forgot most of the dream and couldn't recall it. The only thing he could recall was a man and a woman, who were definitely his parents, leaving him with the caretaker of the orphanage. So, he also couldn't be blamed if he didn't want to know about his parents. He just wanted to have nothing to do with this woman until the day he makes her kneel in front of him as he does things to her that are a lot worse than things she'd done to him. Thus, for now, he went out of his way and instead of just a few words, wrote her a polite and detailed response that'll hopefully keep her out of his goddamn life until that time. That is quite brutal, Axel. Axel shrugged, I wouldn't know. But I do feel better after writing it, he thought that to the system. He had ranted everything in the letter. After that, almost everything had gone back to normal, except some people still had some problems. What are we going to do about him? Asked a fourth-year student in a somewhat heated tone. He had blonde hair, styled in a faux hawk, and handsome features. Don't be an idiot, Damien. He's under that girl's protection now, said Alaric Malcolm, the head boy. He also had blonde hair, but his hair was combed back neatly. But brother, you know, and everyone knows that I've liked her for 3 years. And I didn't even get to talk to her properly all this time. And now some brat comes and gets so close to her. We cannot let this pass. Get over it, Damien. If we can't have the connection with that family through you, then at least don't make them our enemies. Are we clear? Asked Alaric seriously. Damien's hands clenched into fists but he still nodded, I'll be careful. You'd better. You're not a child anymore, so you should start using your head now. Saying that, Alaric walked away. And Damien, who was about to show more frustration, suddenly stopped as he used his head. They just couldn't offend the Valentino family, right? But what if no one knows who did it? Now, the question was, when to do this? He'll have to wait for the right opportunity. Time skip, 1 month. Position, aim, fire. Flipendo. Position, aim, fire. Flipendo. Position, aim, fire. Flipendo. It was early morning and dueling class for first years was going on in the arena with numerous training dummies lined up and students practicing on each of them in groups. Position, aim, fire. Flipendo. On every firing command of Professor Alice, the students, standing a fair distance away from the dummies, would chant the spell and try to hit the training dummies in the small circle drawn on the center of their chest. This wasn't the first time this drill was taking place and very few students were able to properly hit the target from such a distance. Don't exaggerate the wand movements. It'll only deviate from your aim. Keep your hand, shoulder, and wrist firm or the kickback will shift the trajectory, and in such a long distance, it'll be enough to miss the target, said Professor Alice as she repeatedly tapped her wand on her palm, looking stern. Hey Hannah, you're doing it wrong, you're supposed to keep your hand extended out completely, elevated up to the eye level for better aim, said Hermione Granger, who was in the same group as Rose's friends. Well, the loner girl had made new friends in the past few months. Hannah, who had been trying her best and was a bit happy with her progress, immediately got deflated at that. Hey, it's not necessarily wrong. And she's doing just fine, all right. Spoke Susan, Hannah's knight in shining armor. Rose, you have to beat the evil Slytherins in the match today, all right. Said Neville as he fired a spell and missed. Shut up, Neville. Not all Slytherins are evil, said Daphne, who was also in the same group. During these months, Daphne had become better friends with Hermione rather than the other Ravenclaws, and due to that, Hermione had gotten on friendly terms with the rest of the Golden Quintet. Today, they were practicing their aim, and Professor Alice had divided the students into groups of 7 due to the limited number of training dummies. And since all the houses were here, these 6 friends had gotten into the same group. Daphne looked around the huge arena, searching for other groups, and Rose was also secretly doing the same. Where the fuck is he? Curious, now where did that guy go? Annoyed, and at this moment, the guy in question finally showed up at the door with dark circles beneath his eyes and his long hair looking disheveled. Due to his nightly activities, which included sneaking into people's bedrooms, along with his endless training, he had been unable to get much sleep at night and was dead tired due to the exercises. And this goddamn dueling class is being held in the early morning, even before the normal class start. You're late, Mr. Hunt. We're training in groups of 7. You can join Little Mr. Longbottom's group. It has a vacancy, in Neville's group. Rose gave Neville a questioning look. I thought your mum said all Slytherins were evil. She asked sarcastically. If she had taught him so, then why would she send a Slytherin to his group? Personally, she still couldn't decide whether Axel Hunt was a good guy or the evilest of them all. Neville looked away. Well, my dad, and uncle think to say it all the time. Mum should also think the same, right? He said in puzzlement. When Professor Alice recommended him to join Neville's group, Axel, who was just searching for a group, paused in his steps as he looked towards Neville's group. Is this hell? He thought when he saw the people in the group. Except for Daphne, he was on bad terms with everyone else in that group. Professor Alice didn't seem to have plans of continuing before he joined the group. This woman had treated him fairly until now, so he didn't want to just openly defy her suggestion in front of hundreds of students. And most importantly, he couldn't even find other groups with vacancies in such a short time. Thus, with a sigh, he decided to just join the group he was assigned. You look like a mess, commented Daphne as soon as Axel came beside her. Yeah, good morning to you too. He muttered with a yawn as he took out his wand. His wand hummed as it shot out small pink sparks to greet him. Axel just squeezed it a little bit in return. As for his greetings to the wand, Daphne wasn't someone who'd mind, but he didn't fancy talking to a wand in front of others. Taking a deep breath, his eyes focused and his slouching posture straightened. Taking a stance, he fired his shot at the dummy. Dang, and the spell hit near the center circle. Hey, how'd you do that? Asked Rose as she looked at Axel's constantly shaking hand which loosely held the wand. There was no way anyone would be able to be accurate with that kind of hand. She wondered if it was a lucky shot. They were standing quite the distance away from the dummy. Yeah, you used to suck bad at this, commented Daphne. This wasn't the first time this activity had been organized. The last time she had seen him shoot, he was pathetically bad at this. His spells were so weak that they wouldn't even form properly sometimes, and his aim would always be a mile off. Axel shrugged. I practiced, he said dismissively. His aim was shit due to his injuries, and his power output was so weak that spell beam type spells were inaccessible to him. Even in his duel with Draco, he had only used one spell, and that spell was also something he had to charge 2 times to give some damage. But due to his hard work and the information and the knowledge he had gotten from the system, he had improved a lot in the past 3 months. With the diet of magical ingredients and exercises, his body is much more attuned to magic, making it easier for it to be channeled even through his damaged nerves, and the bond with his wand was stronger than ever. Due to this, his power output was now strong enough that he could use the beam-type spells. As for his aim, his body did heal a little bit during this time, and wand aim, 8% he had made progress in this skill. It wasn't much of a complex skill either. His mastery would be quite high if he wasn't crippled. Axel's short answer didn't satisfy anyone, especially as they looked at the trembling hand. Come on Rose, it was just a lucky shot. It's not possible to be accurate in that condition, said Neville. Axel just ignored everyone as he shot out a few more spells, almost all of them hitting the dummy. How are you doing this? You aren't doing the wand movement, and also, the professor said we can't hit the target without keeping our hands steady, questioned Hermione, who couldn't take it anymore. She was quite jealous that he was under the protection of her idol, Martina Valentino. Hermione had thought that she'd be the only one to receive Martina's attention, but after Halloween, things had changed. Seeing that they weren't practicing and only disturbing him, he decided to satisfy their curiosity and be done with it. It's not a big deal. I'm just holding my wand straight up and have it pointing at the dummy, he said, holding out his wand and aiming at the dummy's midpoint. Now, if my hand doesn't shake, the spell will directly hit the bullseye. But, since it's shaking so much, it'll definitely deviate in some direction which will totally mess up my aim. So, I just need to anticipate which direction it'll shift and move my hand in the other direction to some degree to cancel it. Now, the only problem is that, my hand doesn't really respond well to whatever I want it to do, so before even shifting my hand, I also have to calculate how much deviation will be caused due to my hand not responding exactly as I want it to be and move my hand after taking these two factors into consideration. Now, if everything is correct, I should be able to hit the bullseye, but as you can see, I still need a lot of practice. That clear enough for you? Times 6. The whole group went speechless at that. Some because they didn't understand everything and some because they understood everything he had said. Just, how would it be if he was completely healed? Asked Hannah, looking a bit terrified. Hearing that, everyone had goosebumps looking at Axel firing away at the target. Axel just shook his head. He hadn't even included how he also has to take the kickback/recoil caused by the spell into consideration. With his weak wrist and fingers, it's already a struggle to keep the wand in hand and not drop it. But, he has to say, it's not that bad. He wouldn't have been this good at certain things if he'd been completely healed. For example, he'd never have worked on his aim and power output since it wouldn't have been a problem. Yes, he'd have been a much better magician, duelist, and fighter than he is right now, but he wouldn't have had many things that he had enhanced now. And now when he's healed, he'll have all the things he's supposed to have and the things he's gained due to this urgency of improvement due to his weaknesses. Though, I'd still rather avoid being a cripple if given a chance, he lamented. After all, 3 months was such a small time. He may have improved faster than anyone, but all things considered, he's still quite weak in a fight. That's why, Flipendo. He began training seriously. Though, the same couldn't be said for the rest. The students of all 4 houses were quite distracted today. Because, today noon, it was Gryffindor vs Slytherin, the start of Quidditch season. And also, the meeting day. Normally, it wouldn't have been this much of a big deal, but several factors have led to increasing the hype by a lot. First of all, the girl who lived is going to be participating in this match, getting selected in her very first year. Then there was a different reason as well. A bigger reason. Apparently, the conflicts between the Slytherins and other houses have been slowly escalating for some reason, making Slytherin quite hated by the other 4 houses. And now, most of the Hogwarts population wanted to see Slytherins getting their ass beaten. As they practiced, Daphne turned to Axel. "Would you like to come and see the match with us?" she asked. Axel looked at her absurdly. "You're going? Didn't you find it quite meaningless?" he asked. Daphne shrugged. "Have to cheer for my girl Rose. At least tell me you're coming so that I won't have to suffer alone." Axel shook his head. "Not coming," he answered. Sure, he was a bit interested in Quidditch, but he didn't want to waste his time. Daphne sighed. She didn't try to persuade him otherwise since, for Axel, no means no. Unless... I had hoped that it wouldn't come to this, but it seems I have no choice. I'm calling in my favor for doing a majority of your homework for the past month. It's your choice now. Axel looked at her in annoyance. Seriously? This is how you waste that favor. Hey! I think it's worth it. Homework wasn't that big of a deal since they both had the same homework, only different times of submission. And she didn't even have to write his homework since he was allowed self-writing pens. On the other hand, Rose listened to the banter between the two speechlessly. Axel could actually willingly talk that much? And is that a hint of a smile she's seeing tugging at the corner of his mouth? Susan was much more vocal about it. Hey! How come you're such good friends with her but not with me? This is unfair. Axel and Daphne rolled their eyes. We're not friends. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, A Letter and Reunion. In the past decade, the Wizarding Britain and Hogwarts have experienced changes in various fields. One of these fields also happened to be Quidditch. The popularity of the sport is at an all-time high. And with the huge population at Hogwarts, the Quidditch field needed some changes. The stands are nowhere to be seen as there is a stadium all around the pitch now, to accommodate all the audience. And today was a special day. Because today was Gryffindor vs Slytherin and the start of the season. So even the bigger stadium was bound to be packed. After breakfast, Rose and her friends made their way to the Quidditch stadium. And of course, since Axel had already given his word, he had to join them for it. Hermione had chosen not to come though. I have so much to study. Hey Susan, is your aunt coming? Asked Daphne as they walked. A question mark popped up on Axel's head. He didn't know why Susan's aunt would be coming. Susan nodded excitedly. Yep, she is. Though, not for the match of course. She's just coming to see me. I don't even know if she'll be able to stay for the whole match. What about you, Rose? She asked Rose, who was walking ahead of all of them. What the heck? Axel didn't like where this was going. Not one bit. Rose, who was decked out in her Quidditch attire, nodded excitedly. I know for a fact that Sirius is definitely coming. He's such a Quidditch fanatic. Little Jamie would also be coming since he misses his big sister a lot. I don't know about the rest. Hey, what are they talking about? Axel asked Daphne in a low voice. Daphne looked at him in puzzlement. What are you talking about? I mean, how are their relatives coming to Hogwarts? He whispered. Daphne blinked. Wait, you didn't know? Today is also the meeting day. Outsiders are allowed entry into the Quidditch stadium on matches. That's always half of the reason why everybody's been waiting for this day, she said, looking surprised that he didn't know that. With such a large stadium, anyone was welcome on the match days. Parents, Quidditch fanatics, and even the selectors of league teams looking to sign up promising players. Really, how can you not know any of this? She muttered in exasperation. It was even brought up in the announcements by Dumbledore. Axel just shrugged. Well, at least that explains why you're dragging me half an hour early. He rarely goes to the Great Hall these days and the only person he ever talks to is Daphne. So it wasn't a big deal if he didn't know. My dad is busy. But my gran is coming. And of course, I met my mother only this morning, offered Neville. What about you, Daph? Are Astoria and Mrs. Greengrass coming? Asked Rose. Daphne checked her magi mirror once again. No, they can't make it today, they're out of Britain, she said a bit anxiously. What? What do you mean out of Britain? Asked Susan. Axel didn't pay attention to the rest of the conversation as he was too distracted in understanding the implications of the information he had received. They reached the stadium where there was a long stream of people entering the stadium. The scene around here was quite heartwarming as many parents were coming here from Hogsmeade and reuniting with their children after a long time. As they reached the entrance, Axel saw everyone taking out tickets. Wait, did we have to buy tickets? He asked. Daphne waved the 2 tickets in her hands. Don't worry. I already bought 2 for us days ago, she said proudly. Axel looked at her in bafflement, but, you only asked me today. Daphne tilted her head, so. Hey! Isn't that Potter? Yeah, that's her. Axel couldn't continue the conversation since they had to quickly go in as Rose's Gryffindor Quidditch attire was too eye-catching among the crowd. So, where are our seats? Asked Axel after seeing that they were not separating from the rest. He had thought that in such a huge stadium, they would be able to sit away from the rest since everyone would be going to see their relatives. The VIP box, of course. It's the best place to see the match, said Daphne, making Axel pause his footsteps. Hey, why don't we sit somewhere else? I don't want to sit there, said Axel. VIP box is going to have all kinds of people. No. Rose, why? Daphne, Axel and Daphne both looked at Rose, who had an unexpected outburst. Upon being stared at by the two, Rose looked away. I mean, it's none of my business, she muttered. Daphne then looked at Axel funnily. All seats of this stadium have already been booked. And why do you want to sit somewhere else? She asked, but she then remembered his habit of avoiding people. Or are you saying you don't have the balls? She asked, quoting his words. Maybe I should tone down with profanities. She learns fast, he thought. His words were now being used on himself now. That pissed Axel off. He wasn't scared, he just wanted to avoid the Black family. But now that he thought about it after putting away his dislike, going there also has its advantages. You know what? Let's go, he said as he began walking once again. The VIP box turned out to be quite VIP-ish. The whole place was air-conditioned, with a big balcony overlooking the stadium and lots of screens inside. The people inside seemed all rich and high class. And the Black family was also among these people. When is big sister coming? Asked a cute chubby boy with black hair. She'll be here any minute, Jamie. Just wait patiently, said Marlene in a gentle tone. Still can't believe it's already her first match. James will be proud, said Sirius proudly. And what about Lily? Asked Andromeda in amusement. Sirius barked out a laugh. Oh, Lily would definitely jinx the shit out of me. I tell you, that women would go to scary lengths to protect Rose, he muttered as he sipped the drink in his hand. Andromeda shook her head. Well, you shouldn't have egged her on so much in the first place, said Andromeda as she looked at the door yet again. She was also waiting to meet Rose, but there was another person who took priority. Axel Hunt. She was filled with regret about the whole series of events that have happened concerning him. First of all, the boy was the son of Bellatrix's benefactor and lifesaver. But he has had to live an orphan and miserable life until 11. But, the boy somehow managed to get by despite the hardships. And after that, he suffered from the worst torture possible and had to survive by killing his adversary. Going through this, at the age of 11, he'd have to be an enigma if he came out sane. But the fact is, he somehow managed to pull it off. But he had to pay the price. It made him crippled for life. Still, the boy didn't show weakness. He didn't break. He didn't lose the fight in him. But, it doesn't end here, because a certain thoughtless woman had to get some information out of him about how he managed to pull it off. But, without even trying to, the boy managed to make her realize just how wrong her actions were and change her mind. But unfortunately, even that wasn't enough. Because that thoughtless woman had a mad sister who thought it would be fun to torture this boy further. She managed to break him, for a few seconds. But against all odds, the boy managed to build himself up once again, stronger than ever. This should be it, right? There should be nothing more, right? Sadly no. Andromeda sighed. Her idiot sister, in her desperate moment, had sent out a letter to the boy who hates her with passion. What's worse, the words might have made him more enraged than calm his anger down. And she was right. Because the reply he had sent in response to that letter, had managed to cut through Bella like a knife through butter. Andromeda shuddered as she recalled the contents of the letter. Minister Black, I will have to respectfully decline your help. And there are several reasons due to which I've come to this decision. First of all, I was but a gullible kid who was very easy to manipulate. But, you have enlightened me, Minister. I am not that kid who would take anything for granted. Like Andromeda, you are a black. And thus, you are no kind woman. You have slapped me awake to the reality of the world, Minister. That is why, I know that you can't be doing this out of the kindness of your heart. How long have I known you for? Enough to understand that you are as trustworthy as my parents. And my parents left me at the orphanage with a man who kicked me out. Trustworthy indeed. It would certainly explain why you know my dad. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to know nothing more about the man, or you. I am simply unworthy. As you said, what am I to you? Just a nobody. A cripple with nothing to his name. But, thanks to you, I am at least no longer naive and gullible. Throw some money and some kindness to a homeless kid and he'll give you anything you want and still thank you afterward. These are the words of a great person which have taught me a lot. Thus, I would simply like you to tell me what it is that you want from me. And needless to say, I don't want any help from you. You see, I may have nothing materialistic to my name, Minister, but I have something else I value more, my principles. I am very happy as I am and I would sooner die than accept help from a person as great as you. So I say from the bottom of my heart, that leaving me alone would be the greatest help you can provide me. That will be all. Forever grateful to you. Axel. Bellatrix was broken after reading the letter. Turns out, they were right in only providing him help from the shadows. After reading this, Bellatrix had simply decided not to bother Axel anymore. Or rather, she couldn't. She was too ashamed to even face him. And too scared to receive any more hatred from him. I want to kill myself, that's what she had said to Andromeda. It had taken a lot of persuasion to stop her from doing that. Andromeda was just glad she was there when Bella had received the letter. Needless to say, Bella hasn't come today, and instead sent her to see Axel. She'll just have to do by watching Andromeda's memories of today in the highest quality pensieve. So, Andromeda had decided to take it upon herself to see that boy. She had asked Rose to bring him and Rose had reassured her that he'll be there. She was still unsure about what exactly she was going to do and frankly, she was also probably too scared to do anything. But she at least had to see him. Because her fears had come true and it was worse than she had expected. Axel Hunt hadn't forgotten and he hadn't forgiven. Not one bit. Oh! There she is! Exclaimed Sirius, bringing her out of her thoughts as he began rushing in one direction. Big sis! Exclaimed Jamie, the miniature version of the man as he too rushed out. Andromeda followed their line of sight to Rose and her friends coming over. Sirius! Jamie! Rose quickly ran up to the two and hugged them. Andromeda smiled when she saw Rose. The girl seemed to have grown up a lot in the past 3 months. She was a bit taller and the baby fat on her face had gone, maybe due to the Quidditch, making her look more beautiful rather than cute. Marlene and Andromeda also hugged her. Rose, where is Axel? Asked Andromeda as she hugged her. Rose's smiling face became annoyed. Why do you want to see him? Well, he's right there, she said, pointing towards Daphne as she became busy chatting up with Sirius and Jamie. Where? Muttered Andromeda as she looked in the pointed direction. She could only see Daphne. But then, she saw Daphne tapping someone beside her as she pointed out somewhere while saying something. And with a start, Andromeda realized that it was Axel. Sweet Merlin! What's wrong with her? He had been standing right there and she didn't even see him. Andromeda was quite surprised when she saw him. It was definitely him, she could tell, but he had changed a lot. The originally short and skinny boy was nowhere to be seen. He had grown a lot taller than he originally was. Almost too much for just 3 months. His emaciated frame had turned into a fit one, almost too fit for just 3 months. His face was much brighter now and his skin much healthier, as opposed to his originally pale and sickly look. And that wasn't the only thing that had changed. His aura seemed to have changed. Just standing there relaxedly, he somehow seemed to give her a similar feeling as those of the Special Forces hit wizards. But it must be her imagination. Now that she was finally seeing him, Andromeda just stood there frozen, unable to move. She was too apprehensive to approach. After 3 months at Hogwarts, he almost seemed okay. He was just standing there, with his hands in his pockets, exchanging words with Daphne and even having a hint of a somewhat amused smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he still had that somewhat annoyed expression on his face, but no one could tell that this boy had been tortured and had to kill a man just 3 months ago. This made her even more hesitant to approach him and remind him of the past. She saw as the rest of Rose's and friends went to their own families and Axel and Daphne went to their own seats. He had totally ignored her presence and yet, she could only keep observing his every action. As soon as he had sat down, she saw him taking out his wand and smile while looking at it. A genuine smile. Something she hadn't seen him doing at all. What a pity, she thought as she saw his trembling hand and recalled his condition. With nerve damage like that, even doing the smallest bit of magic would make a grown man cry and the magic would be incredibly weak. She saw him take out a handkerchief and wave his wand over it. And to her surprise, the handkerchief started to change. Transfiguration. At that level. How is this possible? He shouldn't be able to do this. He was practicing magic. Andromeda almost rushed over and stopped him. Because, doing magic in his condition was nothing but torture. Andy? Hey Andy! Just at this moment, she felt Sirius tugging at her, making her snap out of her shock. Yeah? What is it? She asked, trying not to show her emotions. Sirius pointed in the direction of the entrance. Look who's here, he said with a disgusted expression. Andromeda followed his direction, only to have a frown on her face as soon as she saw the person. It was a beautiful woman with blonde hair and features similar to Andromeda and Bellatrix. Sissy, whispered Andromeda. Traitor, uttered Sirius. The joyful atmosphere they'd going around them vanished as they saw her. Narcissa Malfoy Black was the Black history of Black family. It would ruin both Andromeda's and Bellatrix's mood whenever Narcissa is mentioned. Not because of the things she did, but because she was the one who did those things. Her change had disappointed the sisters a lot. Mother, upon seeing Narcissa, a boy came forward in a hurry. He tried to hug her but Narcissa stopped in his tracks. Draco, said looking down on him, I've heard of your deeds in these past months. Draco looked puzzled. I'm sorry, Mother. I wouldn't do those things now, he said uncertainly. Slap, that is not the problem, boy. If you challenge someone to a duel, make sure you win next time. Don't embarrass me next time, she said strictly. That's what Andromeda was talking about. The Narcissa of the past would never do that. Their dear sister had changed. She'd become a bitch. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Meeting the Valentinos. Sissy, whispered Andromeda. Traitor, uttered Sirius. The joyful atmosphere they'd going around them vanished as they saw her. Narcissa Malfoy Black was the Black history of the Black family. It would ruin both Andromeda's and Bellatrix's moods whenever Narcissa is mentioned. Not because of the things she did, but because she was the one who did those things. Her change had disappointed the sisters a lot. Mother, upon seeing Narcissa, a boy came forward in a hurry. He tried to hug her but Narcissa stopped in his tracks. Draco, said Narcissa while looking down on him, I've heard of your deeds in these past months. Draco looked puzzled. I'm sorry, Mother. I wouldn't do those things now, he said uncertainly. Slap, that is not the problem, boy. If you challenge someone to a duel, make sure that you win. Don't embarrass me next time, she said strictly. That's what Andromeda was talking about. The Narcissa of the past would never do that. Their dear sister had changed. She'd become a bitch. And for the life of them, they couldn't tell why. As Axel entered the VIP box, he surveyed the surroundings. There were professors, some students of Hogwarts with their parents, and of course, the Black family. But when he saw Andromeda, he had to use occlumency to keep calm. He just decided to ignore the presence of Blacks. So, it's just us now since my family couldn't make it, muttered Daphne as she saw others meeting up with their family. What about you? She asked tentatively, though she already knew the answer since he didn't even know about the whole thing minutes ago. She just wanted to know more about his situation. No one's coming, he said evasively. Bloody hell, this place seems like a paradise, he said, changing the topic as he looked around. Daphne once again didn't push it, isn't it? There's popcorn, drinks, and even the best view. And you were telling me to go to the normal seats. That was the thing with Daphne. She wouldn't annoy him with details. Why? Because they weren't friends. So he didn't need to tell her. They went to their seats and Axel began practicing magic while chatting with Daphne. He still didn't want to waste his time. So, what the fuck is Quidditch? Asked Axel as he performed the spell for the umpteenth time. Daphne raised her eyebrows. You don't know anything about Quidditch? How? I just don't, he said exasperatedly. He had given up even trying to explain. Now he just lets people make up his story by themselves. Now, are you going to tell me or not? Daphne narrowed her eyes at him. So, you do have an interest, hey? Axel rolled his eyes. I do not. Never did. But don't know if I ever will, he replied. The thing is, he never had time for these things. He always had better things to do. But now that he's stuck here for the time being, he might as well know what the fuck is going on. Daphne shrugged. Well, I don't particularly like the thing either, but I do know a little bit since I do not live in a cave. So, there are 7 players in each. She began to explain everything in detail. Game lasts for 90 minutes and the team that scores higher wins. Any questions? Axel nodded slowly. Yeah, so these seekers, you said they get 50 points every time they catch the snitch in the 90 minutes. While scoring with a quaffle only gets you 10. Why is that? Because apparently, the snitch is very small and fast. So, it's very difficult to spot, let alone catch. But, if you think it's unfair, then you've got another thing coming. Because just until a few years ago, catching the snitch would have ended the match and given the Seekers team a massive 150 points, really. Axel snorted. If the Seekers decide the match, then why are other players even playing? That sounds bullshit. Daphne nodded avidly. It is, isn't it? It's like the game was made by a Seeker or someone who wants Seeker to be the main character. I like it much better now. Axel fixed her with a scrutinizing gaze. So, you have an interest, don't you? Daphne paused. I don't. Absolutely not. Axel tilted his head. Okay, if you say so. He offered, not knowing why she'd insist on it. Anyways, can't believe it used to be an international sport even before the rules were changed. Daphne nodded, once again failing to hide her enthusiasm. Yeah, it used to be an international sport, but not that popular. But after these changes were proposed by the new chairman of IQA, the popularity of the sport exploded even more. Now Quidditch has become full of opportunities. Axel didn't understand properly. What does that mean? It means that, if you're a good player, you can get a Quidditch scholarship. And look at those guys, she said, pointing towards a few men and women in suits but wearing scarves of different colors around their necks. They're selectors. If you're a good player, those guys will recruit you to their team and you can make crazy money and get famous if you play well. Isn't that exciting? She enthused. Axel looked down at his trembling hands. Yeah, very exciting, he muttered in sarcasm. It was so exciting that his hands couldn't stop trembling due to the excitement. At this moment, they saw Rose jump off from the balcony as she mounted her broomstick and flew down to the Gryffindor locker room. Axel and Daphne looked at each other. Gryffindor, they muttered. The time for the start of the match was near and Axel was beginning to think that maybe sitting here wasn't as bad as it seemed. But, excuse me, this is an announcement, the first-year student Axel Hunt is required in the VVIP box. Thank you. The hell is going on? Muttered Axel. Daphne looked at him. Well, you tell me, she muttered as eyes began gathering on him. Damn it, he thought as he realized that he can't even use his skills now with so many people watching. I think you should go, said Daphne. Axel thought about it. Since the other party can make the announcement to the whole stadium and stay in the VVIP room, it's quite obvious that they'll find him anyway even if he doesn't go. And right now he has the advantage, everyone is his alibi in case something happens. Hey, I need you to do this, he said as he gave Daphne a few instructions before he went off. Better get this over with now, he thought with a sigh. Today was the first Quidditch match, along with the visitation day. Today, outsiders get to come to Hogwarts and families have a chance to reunite. So of course, the Valentino family was also coming. I still think you guys shouldn't have come. You guys are busy and I think I handle myself here, said Martina in exasperation. Come on, Tina. You know I can't live long without my martini. I had to come, said Alessandro Valentino, the godfather of the Italian magical mafia. He was a middle-aged man with a handsome face with purple hair, blue eyes and a scar on his forehead. Usually, he'd intimidate the hell out of anyone, but right now, he was just a doting father. Martina shrugged. No, I didn't mean it like that. But someone should have stayed behind, right? To look after the whole business. Usually, Martina's mother would stay back while her dad and brother would visit. Martina's mother, Francesca, sighed. Well, I had to come this time, dear. Your dad and brother are going to need some babysitting this time, to make sure that they don't go overboard, she said exasperatedly. Francesca was a beautiful woman with auburn hair, violet eyes and calm and collected temperament. She has always tried to be strict with Martina. Martina frowned. Not go overboard? Mom, what exactly are they up to? She asked apprehensively. Martina's brother, Enzo, raised his hands. Oh, dear sister. Why are you looking at us like that? We just need to run some tests, okay? We need to see for ourselves, he said mischievously. Enzo had his mother's auburn hair and his dad's blue eyes. His ears and eyebrow had piercings. He was handsome, but in a crooked sort of way. He was currently 20, much older than his dear little sister who was only 14. The apprehensiveness increased when she saw that look on his face. It meant trouble. Enzo, Dad, can you at least tell me first? A miracle happened. Alessandro actually denied his daughter's request. I'm sorry, Tina. Some things just need to be done. It can't be helped, he said as he checked his magi mirror. Oh, it's already done, he muttered as he stood up, and Enzo stood up along with him. Good thing we blocked outside sound for now. You ready, Enzo? Enzo nodded as he took out his wand and knife. Oh, I am. But I'm not for the beatings we'll receive from our little powerhouse later, damn right, son. But we do what we gotta do, right? We've to make sure he's not a pussy who's only after the benefits. Knock knock. At this moment, the door was knocked and both the father and son fixed their sight on the door. I'll get it, Dad. We need to use a fiend fire to burn a tiny candle, do we? He said as he went to get the door. He readied his wand and knife and opened the door with the start. You piece of, he began as his wand began to conjure binding ropes, but shing swipe thump, the sound of knife slashing was heard, and in the instant, they all saw Enzo on his knees, with a knife on his jugular and a wand pointed at them, held by trembling hands. Blazing amber eyes peered cautiously from behind Enzo's head, showing irritation due to the sudden attack. The professors, the headmaster, and the media know I'm here. So I thought you'd be wise enough not to harm me. But if you insist, I'm taking down this guy with me, along with as many of you as I can, he said calmly. Talking to those behind me as well. Just try, he uttered, making the guards behind him also stop dead in their tracks. Axel. Martina was too surprised to react, but then her eyes glowed in fury as she understood what her dear father and brother had been up to. Put your wands down. All of you. She said, turning to the guards and her father. Everyone dropped their wands except Axel. For a second, silence ensued. But then someone snorted. And then, ha 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 ha. Enzo began laughing like he'd seen the most amusing situation in the world. Alessandro also joined him in the laughter. Damn son, you got your ass kicked real bad. Martina and Francesca looked at the two like they were a lost cause. Axel glared at Martina. You said your family won't cause trouble, he asked irately. Martina tried to approach him. Axel, trust me, I didn't know they were going to do any of this. She said as she glared at her family. An absurd laugh escaped his mouth. Could have fooled me. What am I supposed to do now? He had a knife to the throat of the son of the godfather. The situation seemed quite volatile since even a small movement can end up hurting Enzo. At this moment, Francesca, who had been here to babysit, spoke up calmly, my daughter is telling the truth, Mr. Hunt. These two idiots tend to go a bit overboard when it comes to Martina, she said as she brought out a pencil and showed him what happened a moment before his arrival. It was a test boy. We wanted to see if you are worthy of associating with my daughter, said Alessandro excitedly after the memory played out. Yeah man, it was just a prank, said Enzo as he laughed, though you played the reverse card. Axel shook his head absurdly. He was finding the whole situation crazy. And why, pray tell, would you assume I would even want to associate with your daughter? This time, both Alessandro and Enzo had the expression that they found his words absurd. What are you talking about? How can someone not want to be close with Tina? Yet, she is perfect. Who would not want her, agreed Enzo. Oh God, just kill me. Martina groaned in mortification. They've gone and done it. How would she ever face Axel now? In response to the two, Axel shrugged, well, I don't. She is the one who's been bothering me. So just tell her to stop if you don't want her associating with me. Just don't bother me next time. With that, he was off. Everyone else stood there as they saw Axel disappear from their view. There was a silence and everyone was too stunned to speak. Well, he's a badass, declared Enzo, breaking the silence. And he has awesome scars, added Alessandro as he caressed the scar on his forehead. I see why you would like him, Martina, said Francesca as she sighed. Purple magic exploded out of Martina. I've told you, it's not like that, she yelled with a face that had gone beet red. Chapter 33, Daphne's problem. When Axel finally returned, the game was going full on and the noise was everywhere. So, what was it about? Asked Daphne, not looking away from the game. Axel scoffed, just a waste of time really, he said exasperatedly. But... a smirk came to his face as he recalled the red face of the thoroughly embarrassed Martina. It was also worth it, Martina Valentino. To everyone else at Hogwarts, she was this genius beauty who was perfect in every aspect. She would always give out this elegant and unapproachable feeling, as if she was above everyone else without even trying. At least that's what everyone thinks and that's what she wants everyone to think. In fact, she even had him fooled. He was terrified of the girl who even the system wanted him to be careful of. That was until he easily tripped her and ran away. He thought it might be a fluke, but the next day, she couldn't even handle his memories and got scared. Though, it was still all right. Her image was still mighty in his impression. But, on Halloween, she ended up tripping due to a minor lubrication charm and falling in an embarrassing position with her underwear exposed to him. Then when the Dementors came, she screamed so loud that even he got scared due to her reaction. She was no help despite being perfectly capable of handling the Dementors. And today, it turned out that she was just a little girl who is doted on by her family. So, it was quite amusing to slowly unmask the girl whom everyone thought of as a high, mighty, and aloof existence. It was a waste of time, but also worth it. "How's that possible?" "How is that possible?" asked Daphne, offering him popcorn. "Go, Rose," she called as Rose passed by them. Axel shook his head. "Never mind, what about the game?" he asked as he too looked at the field. Daphne frowned in distaste. "It's not looking good. The Slytherins are playing very Slytherin way, those bastards," she exclaimed, but then she realized something. No offense, Axel was also a Slytherin after all. Axel wanted to laugh, none taken. "But what exactly is happening?" "Your friends were saying that Gryffindor has better players," he asked, recalling the conversation of Rose, Susan, and Neville from earlier. Daphne sighed. "It's all because of that guy," she said, pointing at a Slytherin flying by the goal hoops. Axel narrowed his eyes. "Alaric Malcolm, the head boy. What about him?" he asked, though he already somewhat knew what this was about. "That guy has trained the team to play very Slytherin. All the strategies are borderline dirty and he's leading them quite well too. He might not be as good a keeper as Woods, but he's a better strategist," she explained. Axel looked at the scoreboard to find Slytherin leading by 30 points. "So, it looks like Gryffindor will lose, huh?" "Not yet," said Daphne while munching her popcorns. "If Rose catches the snitch we can get the lead, we—" Did she forget she's talking to a Slytherin? He wondered as he gave her a peculiar look. She noticed his glance and misunderstood. "You want some?" she asked, once again offering him popcorn. Axel looked at the popcorn dripping with butter and sighed. "No thanks," he denied once again. He was now completely following the system's diet, not eating anything else. "So, if the snitch can get the victory then why isn't Rose going after it?" he asked. Daphne laughed. "If only it was that easy." "The snitch is crazy difficult to find," she said with certainty. Axel knitted his eyebrows. "It couldn't have been that difficult, could it? What does it look like?" he asked. "Wow, you haven't seen it? Small, golden ball with silver wings attached to it that flap like a dragonfly," she began describing. "It's quite shiny and it would sometimes hover in the same place while other times, it would." "Does it look like that near the hoops?" asked Axel, pointing at a golden ball with flapping wings, hovering near the goal hoops. Daphne was unimpressed. "Yet, not falling for that one. At least point somewhere near so that it would seem plausible," she said in a deadpan. The place where he pointed out was too far to spot a tiny ball hovering in the sky. "I wasn't joking but, never mind," Axel shrugged. He couldn't bring himself to give a damn. Daphne looked at him for a moment then sighed. "All right, I'll bite," she muttered before she put the omnioculars to her eyes. "That's the snitch. I see it. That's the snitch. And, oh no, it moved away." She quickly turned to him in astonishment. "How'd you find it?" "Scratch that, how did you even see it from such a distance?" Axel smirked. "Because it was golden and shiny," he answered. "It was one of the reasons. He was a goddamn thief, of course, his eyes would catch sight of gold like a hawk sighting its prey. After years of experience, his brain was programmed to naturally spot gold first. And the other reason was, arcane eyes, progress 10% and arcane thief's eyes need to be special. To search treasure, to detect traps, to see through the enchantments, to see in the dark, and so on. Eyes are as important a tool for a thief as any and more. Yep, a new skill. In the beginning, he had attributed it to be just another common skill, but it was not. That's why it took so long to unlock. Axel was looking forward to abusing this skill after his proficiency increases. Daphne gave him a deep look. You would have made a fantastic seeker if you were more dexterous, she muttered before she checked her magi mirror yet again. She'd been doing this since the morning. Dexterous. Axel shook his head ruefully at the irony. He probably used to be the most dexterous person you can find in the whole of Britain. And here she is, talking about dexterity. Oh. Looks like the Gryffindor seeker, Rose Potter has found the snitch. She's flying full throttle. Is this a feint? Or is she really onto something? And the Slytherin seeker Terence is on the chase. Rose makes a dive and she's got it. I can't believe it. 30 minutes into the match, and she's captured the snitch. The GRY. The commentator and the crowd were going mad and even Axel nodded in acknowledgement at the nice catch. But, with the absence of the expected cheering from beside him, he turned his head to look at Daphne. What's up? He asked in confusion. Daphne was looking at her magi mirror and a curtain of her blonde hair was obscuring her face. But he could see that her hands were gripping the magi mirror very tightly with her fingers digging into it. Sniff nothing. Daphne shook her head as she wiped her eyes. Her face was pale and she did not seem happy at all. Hey, you can enjoy the match. I remembered I had something urgent to do, she said as she stood up and started to leave. What the heck? Murmured Axel. Is she seriously going to ditch him like this after dragging him into this place? Axel also stood up. The deal was to accompany her for the day. What the hell is he going to do wasting time here? And, was she actually crying? That seemed quite impossible. She's the type to make others cry. Thus he decided to follow her. But before he could leave, he found someone standing in his way, blocking his path. Axel. Axel clenched his weak hands into fists. Mrs. Tonks, excuse me, he said as he began to walk by her. No, please wait. I need to talk to you, she said with a bit of desperation in her voice, putting up her hands in front of her in a stopping gesture. She had only been able to gather her courage to approach him now. And she didn't want him to brush her off without even hearing her out. Axel looked past her to see Daphne disappearing from his view. Look, I really don't have the time right now. And I don't think I can do anything else for you. You've already taken the memories and my body reports. Just give up or find someone else to experiment on, please. Saying so, he quickly went past her, leaving Andromeda too stunned to do anything. He found Daphne sitting under a huge tree just a little bit into the forbidden forest. It wasn't far from the stadium. As he had expected, something was indeed wrong since she was actually crying. Daphne wasn't really the type of girl who'd cry. Sitting under the tree, with her knees tucked to her chest, she cried silently with streams of tears falling down her cheeks. Her nose was red and the soft sound of sobs would faintly echo in the clearing as she cried freely. Axel didn't know what to do. He couldn't even remember the last time he had cried like that. Probably never. Because he never actually cared so much about anything that he'd cry over it so badly. He always thought of how to make things better instead of hopelessly crying like this. He couldn't help but wonder if he was wrong to come here and witness her in such a private moment. But then he thought, fuck it, she shouldn't be crying so pathetically no matter what the case. Whatever her problem is, she should either be able to do something about it, or she can't do anything about it. Either way, crying seems quite meaningless, right? At least that's what he thought. Thus, no longer hiding his presence, he freely walked into the clearing. So, this is the important thing you forgot to do, hey? Daphne seemed to almost jump out of her skin when she saw him. What the fuck, Axel? What are you doing here? She asked, quickly wiping her tears. Axel stood there with his hands in his pockets. Well, I wasn't going to just stay in there with the rich assholes. The deal was to accompany you, so here I am, he said with a shrug. Now, are you going to tell me why you are crying? He asked. Daphne quickly dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. Who said I was crying? It's just that, something got in my eyes, she said very truthfully. Axel nodded in understanding. You do realize that you're not fooling anyone, right? But I'll buy it if you insist. Anyways, if you want to talk about it, I still have to accompany you for about 1.5 hours for the favor. And if you don't, I'm walking away, he said as he started to leave. Daphne looked lost for a moment. But then, she sat back down under the tree. It's about Astoria, she said quietly. Axel turned around and came to sit beside her. What about her? I thought she and your mother were out of country today. Daphne nodded. It's for Astoria. She. Daphne choked a sob. She isn't expected to live a long life. She has a blood malediction, she said as tears once again began to pool in her eyes. Axel nodded in understanding. So, I take it your mother took her out for treatment? Daphne nodded. The asshole didn't want to spend money on her. Now that he's dead, my mother has been taking my sister to other magically advanced civilizations. Today, she went to Atlantis, the most developed magical civilization. Axel recalled what Professor Gorski had said about Atlantis. The civilization had reached its peak a lot earlier, but it has a lot of internal warfare for the past few thousand years. So, it's still much older than Britain's magical civilization, which only started with Merlin. But, isn't it closed to the outside world? Daphne nodded. Yes, that's the problem. All the other communities either rejected or couldn't cure her. And Atlantis, the last hope, didn't work out as well. Now my sister can't be saved, she said hopelessly. Axel listened attentively to her problem. Then, ha 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 ha, he began to chuckle lightly in response. He couldn't help it since it was funny. Daphne looked at him, completely discombobulated. Sorry, sorry, I couldn't help it. Hey wait, before he could even finish speaking, Daphne had gotten up, about to leave. So he grabbed her hand to stop her. But Daphne wasn't listening. She was feeling very furious, betrayed, and dumb right now, due to his reaction. She shook his weak crippled hand off with ease, but his other hand took its place in stopping her. Wait. No. You won't be able to do magic. He yelled. That stopped her. What? She asked in confusion. Axel let go of her hand. You won't be able to do magic. That's what they said to me 3 months ago when I woke up in St. Mungo's, he said, looking up at her. Daphne once again sat down beside him. Axel had always avoided this topic and was only bringing it up today. So, she wasn't going to miss it now. What happened? Axel shook his head. Can't tell you exactly how it happened, but most of the nerves in my body were fried off. And the master healer said I won't be able to do magic normally again, and my hands and body might not ever heal, he said, looking at his trembling hands. Daphne didn't interrupt him as she listened with more attention than she ever paid to anything else. I was unconscious the first 2 or 3 days as they healed whatever they could. On the 3rd day, I woke up to find that I had lost most of the control over my hands and every movement of my body was painful. Daphne looked at him differently. Axel had told everyone with certainty that his injuries were minor and temporary and it'll heal. She never expected that they were permanent. I only moved using the pain-relieving potion for the first 2 days. And I ran out of it on the 4th day. When I first tried magic, even the Lumos charm didn't work for hours. But I refused to accept any of the words the healer said. And when it finally worked, it was so weak that you'd hardly see even in the dark. And it was so painful that I passed out, he said, smiling at the recollection. Turning to face her, he said, so, take it from someone who's already defied what others say, and don't lose hope. It's your sister's life, not theirs. They won't try their absolute best no matter what you offer them. So, don't give up until you've tried everything. It's not over until it's over. Daphne's eyes slowly widened as she heard his words. They hit her like a bludger to the stomach and made her wake up to reality. That's right. Why did she lose hope just because the others said so? She still hasn't done anything yet. The future had infinite possibilities and she can't lose hope just because someone else said it. Now that she thought back to it, her worries did indeed seem laughable when compared to what Axel has gone through. And he never gave up. She couldn't even imagine him sitting under a tree and crying helplessly. He'd rather do something about it instead. She turned to look at him deeply. You're right. I'm so sorry for displaying such a pathetic side, she said in mortification. But why did you help me? She asked suddenly, realizing that there could only be one answer, right? Because they were friends. Axel nodded his head. Well, I need to submit 2 homeworks tomorrow which you still haven't done, and I didn't want tears on my notebook. So hey. What the why are you attacking me? They began messing around as Daphne tried to assault him while he defended and laughed. But, all of a sudden, his eyes widened and he made both of them roll over. Not even a second later, a spell hit right where he was present a moment ago. Chapter 34 Boom. Axel and Daphne rolled over as a spell hit right where he was present just moments ago. The impact was so huge that they got thrown off a bit just by the shockwave. Dark magic detected. And that was the cherry on top. More spells came at them and Axel took Daphne to hide behind a tree. You bastards, you want a fight? You fucking got it, muttered Axel furiously as he took out both of his wands, one of which was wrapped in leather. But Daphne, on the other hand, took out her magi mirror and tapped it a few times, and pointed it out where the attacks came from. I'm broadcasting this live on my channel and Axel is calling Martina. And a professor. Come at us. Axel stood there dumbly with one of the wands flashing blue and while the other hummed in his hand in demand for some action as he comprehended what Daphne had just done. He didn't know whether to praise her quick thinking or smack her head. On one hand, she had made a brilliant move as displaying this live would get the attackers in a whole lot of trouble. Especially if they actually fired spells now. Plus, him calling Martina would sound quite legit and threatening as she had personally warned everyone to lay off him. But on the other hand, this is giving the chance for the attackers to escape and he doesn't even know who they are. And also, he doesn't even have Martina's contact. But, hello, Martina. I'm being attacked. Fly to the Forbidden Forest. I'll send out a red spark to show our position. But, in the end, he still decided to go with Daphne's approach. Because right now, he was at a complete disadvantage. There were more than one opponent and one of them knew fucking silent casting meaning very skilled, they could use dark motherfucking magic, very dangerous. He didn't even know their numbers, their level of skill, how powerful the dark magic was and how it worked, their identity, etc. Plus, he also had Daphne as a baggage if it came down to a fight. He can't fight in his style since these guys would simply target her as soon as he disappears or evades too much. With such massive odds stacked up against him, he decided to go with Daphne's approach and fired red sparks into the sky. He also fired a sticking charm at Daphne's hand, sticking her magi mirror to her hand, in case the attackers summoned the magi mirror out of her hands. He wasn't sure if it was enchanted with an anti-summoning or not. With everything done, he waited as he heard hushed voices arguing before they began to fade away. Daphne giggled quietly. They ran away, she whispered, feeling accomplished. A vein popped on Axel's forehead. Not until I know who they are, he muttered before he started to fade from view as he activated his skills. It's their wishful thinking if they thought they could attack him with no consequences. Stay here. I'll be back. Keep recording on in case they're idiotic enough to still come, he ordered Daphne before leaving. Wait, but before she could stop him, he was already off. Axel quickly caught up to his supposed attackers. We could have still attacked, you know, said a boy to his accomplices as he took off his mask. He looked at least above the 5th year. Idiot, they've already called for help and sent out red sparks. Students are wandering around here with their families. People are bound to come and investigate. If we're caught, there'll be hell to pay, said another guy with blonde hair. He was younger than the other two, but he seemed the leader here. Axel knew this guy. He had seen him at the Slytherin table. But Damien, why are you even trying to attack him after Valentino's warning? Don't tell it's that stupid jealousy, asked the third guy who was walking with them. Damien pointed his finger at him. It's none of your business, foe. I gave you one task, hit silently and run. And you managed to fail spectacularly at it. Don't expect any payment now, foe looked outraged. It wasn't my fault. I tell you mate, that kid is abnormal, he is. I even used the power of the circle. Damien shook his head, don't make, but he paused since the sound of approaching footsteps alerted them. Shhhh, someone is coming. Turn around and start walking the way we came. He ordered in a whisper as they began retracing their steps. Axel, who was standing on a tree branch, observed everything. People were coming. That's the reason why these guys didn't continue their attack on Axel. Though ironically, this was also why Axel didn't attack them just now. Besides, even if he did ambush them and win right now, then what? He can't kill them at the moment since he'll get caught, and letting him leave after beating them would reveal his cards to them. They'd know that, 1. He knows it was them who attacked. 2. They'll know that he was actually skilled enough to beat all three of them together. 3. He isn't going to take Martina's help. So the biggest deterrent preventing them from attacking him won't exist. Thus, attacking them right now is just making things more difficult for himself. Soon, 2 wizards in aura robes came into view, and they easily spotted Damien and company who were walking ahead. Hey, you 3! We saw red sparks in the sky. Do you guys know anything about it? The 3 shook their heads, and Malcolm stepped forward. No, we were also going to investigate just that, actually, said Damien smoothly, indicating the way they were going. What a Slytherin move, he muttered as he witnessed the Aurors ordering Malcolm and his goons to go out of the forest, which was exactly what they wanted. This guy wasn't dumb. He waited for the perfect opportunity to ambush him and has the ability to think on his feet and improvise. Earlier, he made the decision to retreat quickly instead of continuing to attack, avoiding the chance of Martina ever discovering who the attacker was. Though, leaving was also his biggest mistake. Because now, Axel is the hunter. And they will be his prey. You picked a fight with the wrong person, rich guy, he muttered as he once again faded from view. As the most vindictive person here, he wasn't going to let this go unpunished. Just like them, he can also bide his time and strike at the perfect opportunities. And just like them, he wouldn't let them know who attacked them. But unlike them, he won't fail miserably at both tasks like they did. While making way back to Daphne, Axel checked the system notifications. You managed to handle the unexpected situation. Plus 2% approval method to remove the trace from your wand. Axel returned to Daphne, making her way in his direction, still recording and looking scared. Why the hell did you not stay there? He asked her irately as he emerged from behind a tree. Daphne jumped and he quickly had to put a hand over her mouth to stop her from screaming. But then he got a punch to his stomach. Why the hell did you go after them? They are so dangerous. Axel glared at her. Because I am more dangerous. Now shut up and follow me. We have to leave. Daphne found herself obediently shutting up and following him. When he claimed to be more dangerous with those amber eyes deadly serious, she somehow believed him. Was the recording really live? He asked, wondering if it would be troublesome. Daphne shook her head. No, it was just being sent to my mother. I couldn't do more due to panic and urgency, she said sheepishly. That's good, Axel sighed in relief. You handled the situation quite well, he said after a pause. It was a genuine praise. She might not be too strong magically. but she was able to use her brain and come up with a way out when the odds seemed to be stacked against them. Daphne stopped walking as her eyes widened. He actually praised me. An indescribable feeling filled up her chest as she realized what had happened. After 3 months of knowing each other, this was the first time he had actually praised her. That's exactly what made it so much more rewarding now. Axel turned around to glare at her. Why did you stop? We have to leave quickly, he said in annoyance. Yes. A dazzling smile of pure joy came to her face, which had been crying bitterly just a while earlier, as she followed him once again with a spring in her steps and lots of motivation for the future. Mom! Don't be sad. Please be happy, said a small cute girl with brown hair and big and adorable grey eyes. The woman who was her mother wiped the stray tear that had escaped her eyes as she smiled. I'm not sad, Tori. It's going to be okay. I'll find another way, she said reassuringly. Astoria Greengrass shook her little head. I don't mind. I just want to see sister. Can you call her? She asked with a pout. The woman, Evelyn Greengrass, nodded and was about to call her eldest daughter, but her magi mirror rang at this moment, indicating a call from Daphne. Oh, look, she called us herself, she said as she accepted the call. But instead of seeing her daughter's face, she saw a shaky view of a forest with spells being fired towards them. Give me a minute, Tori. Evelyn quickly stood up and walked away from Astoria. Daphne! Daphne! What's happening? She asked urgently, but got no response. You bastards, you want a fight? You fucking got it, came the voice of a boy from the device. I'm broadcasting this live on my channel and Axel is calling Martina. And a professor. Come at us, said Daphne. Evelyn quickly understood the situation and could do nothing but watch the scenes unfold. Fortunately, after some time, it looked like the attackers had gone away. And then, a handsome boy's visage came into her view, holding a wand in each hand. They ran away, came Daphne's triumphant voice. No. Not until I know who they are, said the boy before he started to fade from view. Wait! Called out Daphne as she swore under her breath. But then she seemed to recall something and quickly turned the mirror in her direction. Hi Mum, as you can see, I'm a bit busy, so I've disabled the incoming sound. I can't hear whatever you're saying. I'll talk to you later, okay? She said as she quickly began to chase. Fortunately, both of them were safe in the end and the call got cancelled. But Evelyn just stood there with her heart pounding very hard. It wasn't because of her daughter being in danger, since she already knew Daphne would be able to handle it. It was because of something else. Just now in the call, she had noticed something quite shocking. It can't be right, she wondered as she replayed the video. And her suspicions were correct. It was indeed the very same. How did he get it? She needed answers. She needed to know everything. Time passed, and soon, Christmas was coming. One morning, Hogwarts woke up to find itself buried in several feet of snow. And on such a snowy day, a boy could be seen running laps around the frozen lake. This boy was obviously Axel Hunt. His body was now functioning enough that he could actually run. Though making explosive movements would still send jolts of pain throughout his body. During this time, his main focus had been occlumency, but he already knew that only focusing on occlumency with his shitty lucky was pure idiocy and impatient behavior. In his short time here, he had been challenged to a duel, attacked by a troll, followed by dementors, followed by some idiots, and almost by a dangerous mafia family. He had to be prepared. Thus, there was one secret weapon he had developed during this time. It was his trump card. Something that uses all of his skills and talents. Aside from that, there were also some other major changes during this time. After arriving at a secluded spot, he took out a dagger and began practicing his knife-wielding skill. Asphsagius rrtzkhf. He muttered in between his strikes. Most of times, nothing would happen. But if you looked carefully, some of the knife strikes would leave behind thin trails of glowing blue light. Frankly, he didn't know what the fuck he was saying. The words he was chanting was a new feature. Approval rate, 20% new feature unlocked. Arcane Scribe, you are now able to access the Arcane language. Progress, 1.2%. When the feature had unlocked a few days ago, the pain he had felt in his head was nothing to scoff at. It was as if head was being split open. After reaching a threshold, many of his skills had stopped progressing. But after this upgrade, his skills started to show incantations and the progress percentage started to increase once again. It means that he would have never mastered those skills without increasing his approval rate and unlocking this feature. He imitated the swiping, slashing, and stabbing motions of the dagger as the images in his head played. But, he couldn't do one important thing, switching the blade between his hands. He wasn't actually gripping the dagger since he couldn't do that properly in the first place. It was just stuck to his palm with a sticking charm. So he wasn't able to change hands to increase the variations of attacks. After he was done, he lay down on the frozen ground in exhaustion. The Christmas holidays are starting today. And he has decided to spend them outside Hogwarts. He had unlocked some potion recipes which are going to help him train, but he couldn't make the potions himself due to obvious reasons and the ingredients aren't cheap. So he's going to go out and figure something out. Aside from this, he had 3 letters, inviting him for Christmas. One from the Black family, one from the Green Grass family, and unbelievably, one from Valentino family. The latter letter came as a surprise to him, to say the least. After he had threatened them with a knife to their successor's throat, an invitation for Christmas was the last thing he was expecting in that letter. Of course, he politely declined the invitations of Blacks and Valentinos, saying that he had prior arrangements. But for Greengrass, it was troublesome. Daphne had once again cashed in her homework favor. That is why, he had agreed to have the Christmas dinner with the Greengrass family. But that's just one day. He had other unfinished business to attend to in London. Something he thought he'd need a long time to accomplish but was possible after the crazy changes he had gone through this year. Unfinished business indeed, he thought as he traced the scars on his face. He's no longer as weak as he used to be. Worthless street rat, hey? Let's see who's the rat now, he muttered as his eyes began to glow. He had waited enough. It's time for some retribution. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Gangsta's Entry. Worthless street rat, hey? He muttered as his eyes began to glow. He had waited enough. Lying in the snow, Axel recalled what happened in the past. Get out of here, squirt. How'd you even get in, said a burly guard as he threw an 8-year-old Axel out of a bar. Laying down on the ground, little Axel sighed. It had been a few days since he had to leave the orphanage and he had been wandering to all kinds of places in order to get some kind of employment to get money. He had gotten so desperate that he even tried entering this high-class bar. On his way back, the burly guard bumped into a man as he passed by. "Pardon," said the man, tipping his hat to the guard as he came to stand in front of Axel. "Kid, how'd you get in?" asked the man, looking down at Axel. "Who are you? What do you want?" Still lying on the ground, Axel turned his head to look up at the man. The man was wearing a pinstriped suit, a hat on his bald head, and had a cigar in his mouth. Also, his face was full of scars. "I'm Scars. Johnny Scars." I asked, "How did you get into the bar?" "The security of this bar is quite strict," he muttered, looking at Axel with interest. "Sneaked past the guards," Axel muttered with a sigh. He had to wait for a long time to pull it off. But it turned out to be a useless endeavor. The man raised an eyebrow. "You snuck past them? How?" Axel's stomach rumbled. "By minding my own business," he said as he got up to leave. The man smiled as he took out a 20-pound note from his wallet. "As a matter of fact, I am." "Tell me how you entered," he stated, waving the note. Axel shrugged, wasn't that difficult. I just had to wait. The black security guard had gone to the toilet. The blonde one was looking at the woman on the counter and the burly one was busy with another person, he explained. The man slowly smiled. Knew it wasn't a fluke. You have talent, kid. Why don't you work for me? Axel shook his head. I think I'll pass. The man tilted his head. I don't understand. Why would a rat like yourself reject me? Axel glared at the man for looking down on him. Because, you're no good. I saw you taking the wallet of that burly guard just now. You also have a bulge in your suit that looks like a gun. So, I think I'll pass. I'm not that desperate yet. Saying so, Axel dusted off his clothes and walked away. Something about this man didn't seem right to him. Seeing Axel depart, a wicked grin came to the man's face, stretching the scars on his face. Looks like I've found a new toy, hey. Axel gave up finding employment and found himself going back to the orphanage instead. It's the only place he's known for his whole childhood. Axel didn't even know exactly why he was kicked out. He snuck in through the first floor window that he knew will be open since they'd never think someone can climb that high. It was night so all the kids had gone to bed and Axel felt a sting when he saw that his bed was now occupied by someone else. Shaking his head, he went to the kitchen to find something to eat. But to his bad luck, the caretaker and the cook were sitting there, drinking alcohol. Damn it, he muttered. It looks like he'll have to wait for them to leave first. But these guys kept talking and talking. Axel was about to fall asleep when their conversation caught his ear. So, you finally kicked that freak out, hey? Asked the cook. His words were a bit slurred and his face was flushed due to being drunk. The caretaker laughed, damn right I did. He beat up some rich guy's kid in the school and the rich guy asked for his expulsion. So they cancelled his scholarship. Axel's eyes widened after listening to their conversation. So, the reason he was kicked out was that rich bully? Axel hadn't done that much. He had only defended himself. The cook smiled, that's good. Now the school won't question us when he's kicked out of here. But, what if he goes to the authorities? The caretaker laughed, that doesn't matter. The kid's parents left him with no paperwork. Legally, he doesn't even exist. It'll be no trouble, he said, taking a swig from the bottle. The cook tilted his head, then, why'd you take him in the first place? It could have caused trouble. The caretaker scoffed, they were offering good money and I thought they'll come back. So I didn't really mind. But who'd have thought they were making a fool out of me? They were just trying to get rid of him. The freak has demonic powers. Beats up other kids. I had to take one to the hospital last week. I tell ya, Jake, I've had enough of him. Good riddance. The caretaker's words were like a hammer to the brain. This man had taken care of him since his childhood. And now he's discovering that the man wanted to kick him out all this while. Unable to bear staying there any longer, Axel just ran away from the place. His parents had left him, and the caretaker, who used to be kind enough, had also gotten rid of him. Is he really so undesirable? He wiped his eyes. Well then, fuck it. If no one really cares about him, then why should he care about anyone else? He had been trying to make an honest living but now he really didn't want to. Axel? Oi! Are you dead? Axel snapped out of his past memory as he heard a voice disturbing his rest. That day was the beginning of everything. Things would have been very different if only he had found help or at least if someone had given him employment. But of course, he'd found 3 enemies instead. First was, of course, the caretaker. Axel had looted all the money from the caretaker's personal locker the very next day. Then there was the rich bully. He still had a score to settle with that family for getting him kicked out. The third was someone whom Axel had already forgotten by the next day. But the man hadn't forgotten Axel. Johnny Scars. He was a total nutjob and Axel should have known better than to talk to that guy instead of running away right then and there. Oi! I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Axel finally turned his eyes towards the annoying person who was disturbing him. It was Rose standing there with her broom in her hand. Can't you take the hint? I'm trying to ignore you, said Axel as he got up. It wasn't a surprise that she found him. This junkie can be seen flying around on her broom whenever she has free time. Rose stomped her foot. Arg! Why the hell were you lying on the ground like that? I thought you were dead. Axel scoffed. No, you didn't. Tell me why you're here, he said as he began walking towards the castle. So frustrating. Aunt Andromeda wants to talk to you. She said with a huff. She's been asking about you the whole year and I'm tired of being the middleman. Just politely ask her to leave me alone, he rejected as he continued walking. Rose had had it now. What the hell is your problem? She took you shopping, bought you so many things, even invited you to dinner with us. How can you be so ungrateful? For a moment, Axel paused in his steps and Rose's knees lost strength as she fell down. Axel partially turned his head, showing one eye which seemed to contain blazing embers in it. Don't speak when you don't know anything, he said in a voice colder than the snow around them. And also, if you're feeling jealous and insecure about someone else getting more attention, don't try to take it out on me, he added. Her words had stung. So he must sting back. In the beginning, the two of them were just fine. But slowly, over the months, he had noticed how her hostility kept increasing slowly. That's why he said those words. And from the way her eyes widened, Axel could tell that he had hit a nerve. Inwardly nodding in at a job well done, he left Rose kneeling on the ground as he already began to forget the incident. Axel sat alone in an empty compartment as he sharpened his dagger and knives. He was preparing for war. On the seat in front of him, he had above 20 knives, some swords, and a few shields. The knives were kitchenware or stolen from those who kept them. Swords and shields were taken from armors. There's a reason why he didn't take revenge up to now. That guy isn't just a nobody. He's a dangerous gangster with a whole fucking gang. And Axel has beef with them all. Thus, he can't be lax with his preparation. As he was sharpening each and every piece of equipment, suddenly, the numerous locking spells he had placed on the door vanished and the door slid open. Stupid Axel had his wand pointed at the door to stun whoever it was, but he paused mid-chant as he realized who it was. He knew better than to attack this person. A shield appeared around Martina even as Axel lowered his wand. And he keenly realized that her hands were wandless. Yep, he knew better than to attack her. After her family's ambush at the Quidditch match, she had come to apologize for their nuisance and over the past few months, they had become kinda acquainted. What's the matter? He asked, trying to play it casual. But of course, if you have a bunch of sharp weapons lying on your opposite seat, it's difficult to not look sus as fuck. Seeing her looking wide-eyed at him, Axel sighed, close the door, will you? I'll be suspended if anyone sees this, he said, indicating the mess. Martina came in and locked the door with a complex charm. What are you doing? She asked, looking at him weirdly. Well, first tell me why you're here, he demanded. Martina sat beside him since the other seat was completely full of weapons. Being from a mafia family, weapons were a norm to her. Thus, she adapted quickly. I came to give you this, she said, taking out a small box. Axel made no motion to accept it. What is it? It could be called a gift. My parents were going to give it to you personally. But since you aren't coming, they asked me to give it to you, she said as she opened the box and Axel's eyes widened. Damn, he muttered. It was a beautiful obsidian black dagger. From just one look, he could say it was enchanted. Or rather, he had been enchanted by it. A knife is a sign of friendship in a mafia family. You are now a friend of Valentino's, she said with a smile. Axel knew what it was supposed to mean. He just couldn't understand one thing, why? He asked. How could him pulling out a knife on their son lead to this? Martina shook her head, you managed to somehow impress them. And? She paused. And? She looked away with a roll of her eyes, and they think they know me better than I do, she said exasperatedly. Axel didn't know what that was supposed to mean, but he did accept the knife. Rejecting it usually means enmity and he wants to avoid that. Thanks, he said truthfully as he examined the blade. Though he was hesitant to touch it. It's not cursed, said Martina in exasperation as she picked it up and held it out to him, handle first. Axel hesitantly reached out and took it, wow! Was all he could say as he held it. It was well balanced and just fitted right into his hand. It's good, right? It has a lot of enchantments. It won't need maintenance, can conduct magic, and, it even can cut right through spells. That surprised him. He looked at the knife, well, I'd have given an equally good knife in return but as you can see, I don't have it, he said, gesturing at his collection. Martina looked at his collection and picked up a knife. It was the best one, but also the most used and battered one. Well, this one seems nice, Axel shrugged, it does the job, he muttered. Well, it has been used to stab through a man's testicles, eyes, heart, and lungs, a job well done, he thought inwardly. Martina finally decided to address the elephant in the room, so, she said, gesturing towards the weapons, I was wondering if you'll explain this now. Axel sighed. He knew it was coming. Well, I'm sharpening them all, he said evasively as he picked up his whetstone and once again got to work. He couldn't just say he was preparing for a gang war, could he? With a whetstone? Why aren't you using magic? He didn't know you could do that. The train arrived at the station and everyone met with their families. Walking through them, Axel couldn't help but look at the happy expressions of the people. He neither felt envious nor sad to see them. Feeling sad or envious would mean that he's dissatisfied with his current life. But he's not. He's well on his way to becoming the strongest in the world. And that's all he wants for now. Though he did feel envious about how most of their bodies are completely fine while he has been having it tough. But oh well, his occlumency is proceeding steadily since that's the thing he focuses the most on. He'll get the cure soon enough. Getting out of the station, he hired a cab and got in. Where to, Sonny? Asked the driver cheerfully as the radio played an old song. Peckham, answered Axel. The radio got turned off along with the driver's cheerful mood. Not going, get out, Peckham is a district of southeast London, it had a population of over 300,000. Drugs, knives, guns, and murders were probably just a few things that Peckham has to offer. Almost every part of it is full of thug dealers or new bloods that are soon to be killers. Axel sighed, take me as close as you can, he muttered as he showed him the money. The closer the better. As he got out of the taxi, he activated his stealth and his clothes began changing. His outfit changed into a black hoodie, black jeans, and black boots. His face got covered with a black mask too. The two wands in his hands had leather wrapped around them so that no one recognizes them. System, has the trace been really removed from my wand? He asked to confirm. He had gotten that as a system reward when he'd been attacked in the woods. Affirmative, well, good enough. It makes things much more convenient. He arrived in front of a large villa that had graffiti painted on most of its walls. A rat, hey, he muttered as his wand slowly rose up to point at the door. He had made his decision. This time, he's not going to enter as a rat. But as a fucking gangster. Bombarda, boom thus, with a wicked glint in his eyes, he blew up the gates of the villa. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Revenge and New Magic. As he blew up the gates, all Axel could think was the memories he had been suppressing all this time. Hold him down for me, said a man with lots of scars on his face. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let me go! Protested a 9-year-old Axel. But, instead of freedom, he got a punch to his face that broke his tooth from one of the men holding him down. Stop struggling, you little fucker! My balls are still aching from the kick you gave me earlier. You had it coming. What did I ever do to you? Replied Axel hotly. You've been stealing in our area without paying us protection money. Now take your punishment. Bullshit. Little Axel wanted to cry from the unfairness. This wasn't even their turf. They've been following him for no reason and now they're here with this guy. The guy who was their leader was none other than Johnny Scars, the scary scarred guy who'd creeped him out. Scars chuckled as he casually squatted down as he looked at the struggling Axel. It is indeed bullshit, little rat. The real reason is that arrogance of yours that has made you reject coming under me multiple times, he said, taking out his knife. Axel looked at the knife in horror. This guy is a lunatic. That's exactly why he wasn't joining this guy. Like hell he'd work under anyone, let alone a lunatic like him. Why do you keep bothering me? There are so many willing people in the world. Johnny shook his head in disappointment. You don't get it, kid. You don't get it. He said, twirling the knife and pointing it at Axel. I saw potential in you, kid. No one else saw it, but I did. And I could have taken you to great heights if you had come under my wing. But now that you've rejected me, I have to show you exactly what you are without me, he said, bringing the knife closer to his face. No. At least give me a fair fight, you bastard. Axel's heart was racing and he was sweating profusely. Yep, this guy is a total lunatic. He struggled with all his might as he saw the knife slowly descend. And not for the first time, he realized how weak he was. And Johnny seemed to enjoy seeing him squirm as he slowly ran the flat of the blade along his cheek. Get this in your little head, the world is unfair, you cheeky fucker. You are nothing but a rat right now and I'm the hunter. I'm the one with the power so I can do whatever I want. You want fairness? Bullshit, he spat, before turning the blade in his hand. And Axel's screams began. Flashback and Axel snapped out of his memory as the gates he had blasted with bombarda fell to the ground. And it made him all the more determined in what he was doing. With his skills, he could have ended this as easily as breathing using his stealth skills. But that wouldn't have given him much satisfaction. The bastard had tried to carve into him the fact that he'd always be a fucking rat without following him. And now he's here to shove those words in the bastard's face. But of course he's not going to be completely reckless about it. His height was currently almost 6 feet due to the potion he had drunk. It was only temporary, but it'll do the job. Adding to his outfit, he can be assured that no one will know it's him. The explosion practically announced his presence to the whole villa and that was exactly what Axel wanted. Sounds of cursing, yelling of men and the screams of a few women started to come from inside the villa and there was even a gunshot, indicating the fact that they were armed. There were at least 20 armed men in there, ready to welcome him. But Axel didn't back down in the slightest. Guns might scare other wizards, but not him. He's not just an ordinary wizard. Even the arcane thief can't simply define who he is. Aside from being a wizard and the arcane thief, he is also the person with an insane amount of mental talent. In the past, he wasn't able to fully utilize it due to his lack of magical ability, but that was no longer the case now. The spells that require extreme mental power, and the spells which can display incredible might based on your mental prowess. Those were his domain. And after the attack from Damian Malcolm, he had made sure to utilize his talent to its fullest potential. Expulso! 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 As he walked along the driveway, he shot down those who tried to peek through the windows, breaking the glasses in the process. While doing so, he also took out a bundle of weapons containing shields, swords, and knives which were all wrapped up. The door opened and he pushed whoever it was back with another expulso. Let's keep it indoors, shall we? He said to no one in particular as he walked into the villa and closed the doors behind him. As soon as he was in, he dropped the bunch of weapons he had been carrying to the floor. Man, that was heavy, he muttered as he took out his other wand. Hey! Who the fuck do you think you are? Shouted someone even as more and more of the gang started to come into the large hall of the villa. The number of guns pointing at Axel kept increasing. But he didn't flinch as he kept waiting. Axel wasn't scared of the guns. He was wearing the custom-made enchanted clothes he got from selling his memories. They should be able to take a bullet or two. After a proper number of guns were pointed at Axel and all the gang members were present, only then did the boss strut in with a cigar in his mouth and a gun in another. Gentlemen, what a rude way to enter someone's home. I assume you are prepared for compensation? He asked calmly. Axel's grip on his wands tightened when he saw the bastard. After almost 3 years, he still looked the same, horrible scars all over the face and an air of superiority. His cherub core wand responded to his anger as it emitted dark red sparks. And Axel chuckled darkly, I'm indeed here for compensation, you bastard. Saying so, he pointed his wand at the stack of weapons lying on his feet. Appuno totalis. He muttered after gathering all of his focus. At once, all the weapons started to shake. After which they began to rise individually, making all the men present startled. Johnny Scars had a bad premonition after seeing that unusual sight and hearing that voice. Put him down, he ordered. At once, gunshots began to be fired at Axel from various directions, making the situation chaotic. Too late, said Axel as the rectangle shields he had stolen from Hogwarts assembled in front of him with a wave of his wand. Appuno is a common spell that is used by many wizards to make animate or inanimate objects move to perform a specific action. It needs a lot of mental power. Appuno totalis, on the other hand, grants total control over multiple objects. The amount of objects you can control depends on your mental talent, and unlike a simple appuno, different objects can be controlled to perform different actions. But it's like trying to write different things with different hands. Few can really pull that off perfectly. Though Axel was a different case altogether. He stood there as the shields assembled themselves in front of him, blocking all the bullets. The veins around his temple became visible due to the strain. But he wasn't done yet. Arcane eyes peering through the gaps of shields, his eyes glowed as he controlled the knife and daggers to shoot out in different directions at once, stabbing into different victims with pinpoint precision. Though, his current limit was 2 at a time if coupled with the shields that were hovering around him. This method was great because the projectiles were being controlled by his mind, not by his unsteady hands. So the process was much faster and more precise. Bullets aren't working. Stop shooting and rush in, ordered Scars after seeing more and more men falling very rapidly. The hail of bullets stopped and men were now able to close the distance, thinking they could take him out in close range. But of course, they couldn't have been more wrong. The closer they are, the worse their situation. Anyone who approached close enough was taken down either by a knife or a spell from the other wand in his hand. Soon, dozens of men were taken down and Axel saw Scars slowly slipping out of the room. Nope, not a chance, he declared as he took down the last few stragglers unhurriedly. He stepped on one of the shields and controlled it to fly after the bastard while the rest of the shields were still assembled around him. Seeing no escape, Scars turned around to face Axel. Hey man, why don't we talk this out? You already destroyed my whole fucking gang. I can give you whatever you want, yet. Looking at the man, Axel really felt disgusted. These types of people will pretend to be all high and mighty and do whatever they want when they're in a position of power. But as soon as you take that away from them, they're nothing. Axel shook his head. You don't get it, Scars. You don't get it, he said, throwing the words that he still remembered quite well to this day. Expelliarmus, he muttered, making the gun shoot out of his grasp. Does this guy not realize how obvious his intentions are? He was going to shoot just after making Axel think he won and let his guard down. He pocketed the wand and let the shields drop. Now we're talking, he said, taking off his mask. Scar's eyes widened. You? Axel grinned. Surprise, surprise, motherfucker. How is this possible? He began, but Axel cut him off. That I'm no longer a rat? Don't tell me you're surprised, he said, shaking his head. You always knew this day would come, didn't you? You saw it on the very first day, he said, making the man speechless. Axel had seen it in his eyes. The reason why this man came after him from day one, you were envious, weren't you? He asked, making the man flinch. Yep, this guy only wanted to make himself feel better by crushing him when he was still growing. Scars laughed forcefully, but you're still a rat, aren't you? Relying on these parlor tricks? Why won't you face me straight on, man to man? Axel shook his head. You don't need to try so hard. There's a reason why you're still completely unharmed, he said, putting his wands on the floor. Catch it, he said as he lightly threw out a knife to the man. Hope returned to Scar's face as his eyes followed the knife sailing through the air, ready to catch it. This kid is an idiot. There's no way anyone can beat him, Johnny Scars in a knife fight. He's going to shin. Johnny's thoughts were cut off as he felt an excruciating pain below his abdomen. He looked down to see another knife stabbed into his pelvis, right through his little brother, cleanly severing it from his body. The knife he was going to catch bumped uselessly on his head and he fell to the floor in pure agony. You. Why didn't I give you a chance? Is that what you want to ask? Haha. How naive are you, Johnny? You wanted a fair fight? That's quite rich coming from you, Axel laughed in pure amusement, as if he hadn't just severed a man's penis. The reason why Axel had left him unharmed up to now. It was because he wanted to give him hope. And then take it away once again. You gang up on a 9-year-old and torture him for no reason. And now you want a fair fight. Axel was laughing so hard that he was having difficulty breathing. You really are one hell of a hypocrite, man. Oh, sorry, I forgot, you are no longer a man. He exclaimed, pointing to the bloody mess that could identify him as a man. Scars couldn't believe this situation and his consciousness was hazy due to the pain. No. This isn't happening, you can't do this, please, stop, he was desperately hoping that it was a dream. Axel grinned. What? You want me to stop? Why would I stop? I am now the hunter and you are the rat. I'm the one with power, so I can do whatever I want, he said, using the same words that were used on himself as he took out his knife from the man's pelvis. And the screams of Johnny Scars began. After he was done, sitting covered in blood, Axel put his mask back and went down and freed all the men from paralysis and poured some healing potion into their wounds. He was precise enough that none were able to run away and yet none were dead. Though one of the men had all of his teeth broken for some reason, but no one was complaining. The guy who'd broken Axel's tooth 3 years ago. Listen y'all. Your boss is gone for good. I'm your new boss. Anyone got any problems with that? He asked as he stood in front of the assembled men. No, boss. They all yelled in fear. None of the men even thought of rebelling. Everyone had heard the screams of their old boss. They didn't know much about this new guy. But they knew one thing, he's even more of a madman than their boss. And if anyone tried resisting, they were dead. Axel nodded, good. Now get me every valuable thing and all the money Scars had. I'll let you divide 5% among yourselves if no one tries to hide anything. You know what would happen if you tried to be smart. Go. He barked and the men ran with utmost loyalty. A while later, Axel stood speechless as he looked at all the things that Scars owned. Let them hoes go away, he said, directly indicating the 2 tied-up half-naked women. The men complied as they cut off their ropes. He threw the women a bundle of cash each. Go and try to make an honest living or whatever, he said, shooing them away. The women thanked him profusely before scurrying away. Axel looked around at the rest of the men. The rest of you. You're not allowed to keep unwilling women. Stop all illegal activities for now and lay low. Try other means of earning which do not include breaking the law. You're allowed to stay here and wait for my orders. Got it? Yes, boss. Good. Hey, you. Yeah, you in the back. You are the temporary leader in my absence, he said, pointing at a guy in the back. This dude had tried reasoning with Scars when he was torturing Axel. Arrange a phone with your number saved on it. Ah. Why yes boss. The guy saluted and got to work while the others looked at him enviously like Christmas had come a day early for the guy. Tomorrow was Christmas. With everything done, Axel finally looked at the mountain of cash, drugs, and other valuables gathered up in front of him. This is going to be a long day. What is it? Asked Axel as he picked the call on his magi mirror. Daphne's face came into view. When are you coming? And what's your address? We'll come and pick you up, she said excitedly. Axel sighed. He is homeless, what address is he supposed to tell her? I'm coming. You don't need to pick me up. I'll use the Flow network. Daphne nodded, okay, just remember the custom code of our house. Green Grass Manor. Yeah I know. I'm hanging up, he muttered, about to cut the call. Wait. What is it? Do you have nothing to say to me? She asked a bit nervously. Axel didn't understand what she was saying and he was already half an hour late. So he said, hey, I'm already coming there. Why are you wasting time talking through this? He asked. Yeah right. See you soon. She said as she hung up. Axel shook his head as he pocketed the magi mirror. What a waste of time, as if she hadn't already told him 10 times. He was really regretting giving her his contact info. Sigh, the things I have to do to escape homework, he muttered. But what could he do? He was a busy man. He looked at the custom-made set of clothes from Madame Malkin's. They were self-cleaning but he had still washed them since a lot of blood had splashed onto him when dealing with Scars, so he had washed them for his own satisfaction. He had given up rejecting these clothes now since they were bloody convenient and had decided to just send out the money to Andromeda when he has an abundance of it. The same was the case for the Magi mirror. He fiddled with the small dial on the inside and set it to another setting. Instantly, the clothes changed into jeans, t-shirt, and a denim jacket. Looking at his outfit, he just shrugged. This should do, right? He thought as he snuck out of the room in Scars's villa using stealth. He had been staying here since yesterday. He'd rather not stay homeless in this cold weather like the previous times in favor of staying in this warm room. Though he had kept the windows which were covered in thick snow sealed shut and completely missed the bunch of presents lying on the window stool. And one of them had a name Daphne Greengrass written on it. After getting out, he took a cab to the Diagon Alley and went to the public flue. It's like the men's public toilet. Except there's a fireplace instead of the urinals and it's unisex. There was a stream of people coming and going from the place. He paid the entry fee and got in. It was Axel's first time using the Flow network, so he observed carefully as a person called out an address code and stepped into the green fire. Soon after his departure, a small amount of grey powder automatically dropped into the fire from the enchanted container above and the green fire started blazing again as another person stepped into the fire. Is it that simple? He muttered as he did the same and stepped out of the green grass manor gracefully. Hi. Are you my sister's boyfriend? Asked someone as soon as he found his bearings. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Green Grass Manor, she knows. Hi. Are you my sister's boyfriend? Axel heard someone ask as soon as he got his bearings. He turned around to see a cute little girl in a princess dress looking at him curiously. She had brown hair and grey eyes. Axel knitted his eyebrows. No. Why would you ask that? Tori. Don't start speaking nonsense once again. Came Daphne's voice from afar, sounding unnaturally shrill as she hurried down the stairs while holding her dress. She was wearing a green strapless dress that came down to her ankles. "I'm sorry if she said anything inappropriate. She likes to create trouble," said Daphne while glaring at Astoria, who stuck out her tongue. "Daphne told us a lot about you," said Astoria as if she was telling a secret. "Ah, okay, I'll bite. What did she say?" She began Astoria, but Daphne put a hand on Astoria's mouth to stop her from saying more. "I'm saying it again, don't believe a word she says," said Daphne in warning. Axel shrugged. "Whatever. It's not like it matters." Daphne sighed in relief as she finally smiled. "So, welcome to my home. You look really great in that outfit. I've only ever seen you in uniform or training clothes," she said, giving him a once-over. Axel just nodded, but then he saw Daphne looking at him expectantly, making him confused. You look great too." Is that what she wanted to hear? Judging by her smile, that seems to be the case. Though in his honest opinion, her dress was making him feel uncomfortable in his casual clothes. Axel didn't know that nothing fancy meant this fancy. Daphne had said it was just a family dinner. Daphne. At this moment, an elegant woman walked from inside. The woman was beautiful, with brown hair, and soft features, but looking into her blue eyes, Axel could see that she had suffered various vicissitudes in her life. The woman seemed to study Axel minutely, and her gaze lingered on his hands. For a moment, Axel saw her occlumency mask crack to show some emotions, but it might be his imagination as she smiled politely at him. "You must be Axel. I'm Daphne's mother, Evelyn Greengrass. I've been dying to meet you." Axel looked at the woman who was that bastard's ex-wife. Daphne had told him that she had celebrated all night when the man had died. So, instead of resentment, he rather had a good impression of her. "Thanks for having me for dinner," he replied politely. Though he actually wanted to say, "You shouldn't have invited me." But since he's here, he'd rather be done with this dinner quickly without coming out as an asshole. It's just that he wouldn't be in this situation in the first place if he hadn't been dumping all his work to Daphne for the better part of the semester. Mrs. Greengrass smiled. "The dinner will be ready soon. Daphne, you can show him around or play in the meantime," she said, leaving them to their devices. Axel gave Daphne a look. "You said dinner was ready half an hour earlier," he said in irritation. Daphne looked away, trying not to show how pleased she was with herself. "Oh, did I? I don't remember." "Come, I'll show you around," she said, walking ahead. Astoria walked beside him. "She lied," she whispered helpfully. Axel shrugged as he followed. At least it's a good thing that he came half an hour late. As expected from the man who kept that much amount of money as chump change in his pouch, the manor looked quite extravagant and well furnished. "That's the Christmas tree," she said, pointing at the huge tree decorated with various magical gimmicks. "This is our first time decorating one by ourselves. Usually, that man wouldn't allow us. He'll get it done perfectly and then host a ball or have us attend one," she explained. "You were going to say that word again, right?" asked Astoria while giggling. "You've been using a lot of bad words after coming back." Daphne slapped her forehead and then glared at Axel as if it was his fault, to which Axel only gave her a clueless look. She then brought him outside. "Now, let me show you the reason why we're called Greengrass," she said, pointing at the vast expanse outside their gates. "We run plantations and greenhouses of potion ingredients. We supply plant-related potion materials to various sellers like Big Owl. Aside from that, we also run potion shops, so, Big Owl, the company he has been ordering his diet ingredients from, got its plant-related potion ingredients from the green grass." "This is huge," muttered Axel, looking at the vast expanse. Daphne nodded. "That's what everyone says," she said proudly as if he was praising her dick. "Tori! Don't go outside. It's not safe outside the wards," she said as she followed Astoria, leaving Axel to look at the view. Axel had some idea about her family business, but he hadn't expected it to be this massive. The plantations seemed to stretch for miles and there were multiple greenhouses with workers working. But her words reminded him of something else as well. Revenge wasn't the only reason he had gone out of Hogwarts this Christmas. He had various other things to handle as well. And one of them was that some potion recipes for the training of his arcane thief class had been unlocked for a while now. But he couldn't make them himself due to his low dexterity. So, this was something he was supposed to figure out during this time. At this moment, Daphne's magi mirror beeped, bringing him out of his thoughts. "The dinner's ready, shall we go?" she asked. They made their way to the dining room where they all sat at the end of one long table. Mrs. Greengrass smiled as she looked at her family. "Usually, we're always either hosting balls or attending one. But this year, we didn't do anything," explained Mrs. Greengrass. Axel wanted to ask, "Then why invite me?" but he didn't as he looked at all the food piled up on the table. Turkey, cranberry sauce, Brussels sprouts, stuffing, gravy, roast potatoes, braised red cabbage, roast carrots, and the list went on and on. Looking at the tempting meal, he sighed. "Well, this looks delicious. But I must follow my diet," he said, taking out his lunchbox. After almost half a year, he had now totally started to follow the diet. X3 Everyone at the dinner table was surprised and confused. Axel looked at everyone. I'm sorry. I've been on a strict diet since I've been trying to recover from my injuries," he said, opening up the lunchbox. Daphne had warned her family about his injuries, but not about this. Evelyn looked at Daphne. "Daphne, why didn't you tell us he's been following a special diet?" "I would have arranged it for him," she said in a chiding tone. Daphne looked like she had been slapped. I didn't know. He never sits at the Great Hall. I haven't ever seen what he's eating," she said in realization. Everyone looked at what Axel was eating. "What is that?" asked Evelyn as she looked at the bizarre lunch from beside him. Axel shrugged. "Some moon seeds, boiled dragon meat, boiled akami eggs, boiled wigantre roots, fluxweed, etc. Why do you ask?" he asked as he began to eat. Evelyn was shocked. "Those are some expensive ingredients," she commented. Daphne picked some up and tasted. Blush, she spat it out on her plate. "Have you really been eating that the whole time?" she asked in shock. "No, it's different ingredients every day. It's a weekly schedule," he informed. "But," began Evelyn, "that's not really food, is it? There's no flavoring, and it's not even cooked," she said, looking at the food. "Well, it's boiled," he defended. But Evelyn was unimpressed. "As I said, it's uncooked." Axel couldn't understand the thinking of these rich people. Is it not good enough that he's getting food? Furthermore, it's edible, not harmful but beneficial, and it's bloody expensive. Why does the taste matter so much? Evelyn clapped her hands, calling an elf. She pointed at his plate. "Tolly, make a nice dish out of this using healthy cooking methods," she said, pointing at his dinner. "Yes, mistress," the elf left and his plate vanished. "That wasn't necessary," said Axel helplessly. Evelyn shook her head. "There's no way you are eating such bland food on Christmas Eve," she said firmly. Daphne gave him a look that he couldn't quite decipher. "Is that why you've always rejected every time I've offered you snacks? You can't eat anything else?" she asked, recalling all the times she'd eaten snacks during class while he rejected them. Even that time at the VIP box, he didn't eat any popcorn. "Well, it's not like I can't, but I shouldn't, if I want the most benefits." "Why do you ask?" he asked. "Nothing," she now felt really bad. It's not that he didn't want to eat them. He just couldn't eat them in hopes of a recovery that might never come. And all that while, she ate those delicious things right in front of him. Along with feeling sorry, she once again felt the familiar disappointment. Axel knows everything about her and yet he hasn't let her know much about him at all. Maybe only she is the one who wants to be friends. He still hasn't said anything about the gift she had sent him this Christmas after all. It made her recall the time when she had prepared a Christmas present for her dad with so much effort and yet, he hadn't even bothered acknowledging it. No. Let's not think about it. Axel and the asshole are worlds apart, she said to herself as she looked at him enjoying his food. Maybe just didn't like the gift. Astoria looked at Axel in a new light. Right now, she wasn't smiling like she always does and wasn't as talkative. Axel's dinner came soon and he was surprised to taste it. It's delicious, he muttered, his eyes closing involuntarily for tasting good food after so long. A clicking sound came from his side, followed by a giggle, making him infuriated. You are going to delete that, he muttered. No. I'm not kidding, delete that. Over my dead body. Overall, the dinner went rather well and Axel felt that perhaps it wasn't such a waste of time coming here. But after dinner, just as he was about to leave, something unexpected came up. Axel, I need to talk to you about something, could you please spare me a minute? Asked Evelyn, making him pause. Axel shrugged, all right, Daphne, Astoria, could you two please leave the room? I need to talk to Axel about something. What is it, Mom? Asked Daphne in puzzlement. Evelyn shook her head with a serious look. Go, okay, I'm waiting outside. Since her mom rarely used this look, Daphne didn't protest anymore as she left while dragging Astoria. What is it? Asked Axel. Evelyn picked up her magi mirror and showed him a picture. It was of Axel standing in the woods. Just when he was about to ask why she was showing him this, Evelyn zoomed into one of his hands, and Axel's eyes slowly widened a little but he controlled it. He still feigned ignorance. That's my hand, what is it holding? A wand covered in leather. Why do you ask? He answered. But at this point, he knew she knew. But the question was how? To avoid this situation, he had wrapped up the wand in leather. Could you please tell me where you got it from? She asked desperately. Axel paused. He couldn't just say, I got it after I won allegiance by killing your husband, as the system had informed him. Or could he? Chapter 38, A naughty misunderstanding. Could you please tell me where you got this from? Axel paused. He couldn't just say, I got it after I won its allegiance by killing your husband, as the system had informed him. Or could he? No, let's not risk it, he thought. Accepting would be equal to admitting a crime. This woman may not resent him for her husband's death, but if he accepts, she will always have the power to get him a death sentence whenever she wants. I picked it up from the road, he said finally. It was technically true. Evelyn shook her head in disappointment. How did she recognize the wand? That's probably what you're wondering right now, aren't you? She asked him with a sad smile. Axel didn't say anything, but his silence was a loud agreement. When you have the same wand pointed at you multiple times, you just know, no matter if most of it is covered in leather, she said in melancholy, and Axel could see that her acclumency was slowly going away, showing her real emotions. Axel looked away from those eyes. I'm sorry for what happened to you in the past. But I really can't help you with anything. Evelyn shook her head. I'm not asking for any help. I'm just asking you to hear me out. Then I'll say what I want from you, she said earnestly. Axel sighed. Go on, he might as well hear her out. Evelyn looked at her wine glass as she slowly swirled it. You know, deep down, I've always wished for his death. But there was nothing I could do. I was already bound by contract, and bewitchment charms. I had given up hope a long time ago, she said, a hollow look coming to her face as she remembered the past. She then looked back at Axel as light returned to her face. But then one day, he was suddenly gone, finally leaving us for good, and I was finally free, as all the magic binding me failed when the person with whom it was keyed to disappeared. And that was the happiest day of my life. You cannot imagine how much it meant to me and how much gratitude I felt towards the person who had finally rid the world of that scum. I tried finding who it was, but I couldn't. And then, I saw the wand in your hand, she said as a smile came to her face. She stood up from her seat, surprising Axel. She had wondered how he got it and if he knew anything about the one who had killed her husband. And most of all, how was he able to use that wand? She felt extremely curious about the boy, especially since he was someone whom her daughter had befriended. I needed answers. So I tried to find everything about you, she said, walking around the table to stand on Axel's side. Axel listened to everything she was saying and he was still on guard. You checked my background? What did you find? He asked, feeling uncomfortable since she was standing too close. Evelyn smiled as she recalled her research, her occlumency slipping further. Do you want to know what I found? She asked. She already knew that Axel was injured. Finding out more about his injuries led her to know a shocking fact. Someone named Axel had been admitted to St. Mungo's on the same date as her husband. Though the rest of the records about him had been mysteriously removed. She also came to know from Daphne that Axel often keeps a knife around with him and is quite powerful. What a coincidence that Cyrus had been killed by a knife. And she also found out from Ollivander that the only reason her husband's wand would serve another is when he has been bested by someone. Knowing all this, she was smart enough to connect the dots and come to a conclusion. Her occlumency shields dropped completely as she finally stopped resisting her emotions altogether. Axel was prepared for some questions, but Evelyn did something completely unexpected. I found that, you're the benefactor I've been looking for, she said as she gracefully knelt on the ground. Axel stood up in absolute surprise. What the hell are you doing? He asked hastily, his voice coming out loud after being completely bamboozled. Evelyn had a serious look on her face. I'm expressing my gratitude. Bowing is too small a gesture to express the magnitude of my gratitude, she said earnestly. Axel shook her head. Whatever it is, get up. Just don't kneel like that. He shouted uncomfortably as he tried to lift her up. Click creak at this moment, the door behind Axel opened and Daphne's voice came. Mom, what's all the noise? Her words stopped abruptly in her throat as she saw the scene in front of her. What she saw was the back of Axel, who was gripping a kneeling Evelyn with both of his hands, whose face appeared to be quite close to Axel's legs. As soon as the door opened, Axel turned his head and Evelyn peeked from the side of Axel's leg to see a wide-eyed Daphne giving them a last glance before running off. Daphne. Sweetie, it's not what it looks like. I swear. Exclaimed Evelyn as she rushed to explain. Meanwhile, Axel looked up at the ceiling blankly. What the fuck just happened? He muttered as he questioned reality. He recalled similar scenes when he'd sometimes walk into some alley to see some woman kneeling in front of a man, moving her head back and forth. Did it really look like that? What a bad timing she had. His life always manages to surprise him by taking the strangest of turns. He wondered whether everything was his fault. Was it his fault that he tried to rob a mad wizard? Was it his fault that he was rude to a hat? Was it his fault that he had precious ingredients lying around in his room since he never thought a troll might be wandering in the castle? The list seems to go on and he was too lazy to complete it. Now he only had one thought in his head, will she still do my homework? Yep. So much happened, and this was what he was most concerned about. Why was Mum kneeling? Asked a voice, and Axel looked down to see Astoria looking up at him with curiosity. As he thought about how to explain it to the girl, he realized something else. How would Evelyn explain this to Daphne? She'll say, I was just kneeling in front of him. Why? To express my gratitude. What kind of gratitude? He killed your dad. Boom. It's game over for him once someone picks that off Daphne's unprotected mind. And he can't have that. Hogwarts is not a safe place. He already knows 3 people who use legilimency freely. Dumbledore, Martina, and Snape. He turned to Astoria. Where did your mom and Daphne go? Axel rushed to Evelyn to prevent her from speaking anything about him murdering a pure-blood lord. And it would seem that he had barely made it in time as he found the mother and daughter standing facing each other. How could you? Asked a furious Daphne, and Axel saw that Evelyn didn't seem to be thinking smartly right now. She's definitely going to tell her. He realized. Sweetie, it's not what you think. Your mom was just helping me with something, he said as he rushed to stand between the two. For a moment, all of them stood in silence in which he signaled Evelyn not to speak about it. But then Daphne shook her head. Oh, what was she helping you with? Well. Axel paused. Axel had managed to rush here in haste, but he still hadn't thought of an alternative explanation. Daphne shook her head in disappointment. I need to go. Wait. I swear she wasn't for doing what you think she was doing, began Axel. Daphne became even sure that something was up. No, you wait. First you didn't even so much as thanked me for the gift I put so much effort into, and now this. She shouted as she left with tears in her eyes. Right now, she wasn't thinking straight. The image of her mother kneeling in front of her father came into her head once again. That was the real reason. Not some weird bullshit like her mother giving a blowjob. She's not foolish enough to misunderstand it. In some ways, Axel is just like her father. Like how apathetic he is. Wait, what gift? Axel couldn't even ask her what gift she was talking about before she had left. But, this time, he could at least warn Evelyn. Don't tell her about the murder thingy, he whispered, fairly nonplussed with the whole ordeal. Evelyn looked at him in confusion before her eyes widened as she slapped her forehead. Right. Of course, you could be in trouble. She muttered in realization. After that, Evelyn temporarily gave up on Daphne and decided to focus on finding ways to help the benefactor who was looking troubled. Don't worry, it's just a misunderstanding. She'll come around, she told Axel reassuringly to Axel. Let's first talk about your problems, shall we? Tori, will you go look after your sister? She asked Astoria. Okay. Astoria looked at the two of them before nodding and starting to leave. Though before she did, she turned around. Am I getting a new daddy? She asked innocently. No. Shouted Axel immediately while Evelyn began laughing, there'll be no more daddies here now, sweetheart. A while later, Axel was on his way back to his temporary gangster residence in Lambeth, still thinking about the series of events. After that, Evelyn had managed to persuade him to let her help with the ingredients for his potions and diet after repeated insistence. Though that was it for now. He wasn't going to give her the potion recipes to make them for him despite the fact that he could have a constant supply of those right from the next day if he does. The recipes are precious, and he can't risk them being stolen. He needs to think more about this. As he walked along the snow-covered streets, his ears picked up a conversation. Hey! Looks like that kid is loaded, Benji. Yeah man, looks like it's a Merry Christmas for us, Axel snapped out of his thoughts as he heard the voices from his surroundings. The taxi driver had dropped him off earlier than the destination due to the dangers of this neighborhood. And he realized that he had been walking in this dangerous place with expensive clothes on his back. This was just asking for trouble. The disdain he felt towards these people made him ashamed as he realized that Cyrus must have also felt similar disdain when he saw Axel. Hey, where did he go? What the fuck? He was right there. Axel just walked by the gang without doing anything. He wanted to avoid any similarities between him and Cyrus, and he couldn't be bothered with these pitiful people right now. He wanted to think more about what happened today. He went into the room in Johnny Scar's villa that he had been staying in and laid down on the bed. As he recalled the events, Daphne's words came to mind. First you didn't even so much as thank me for the gift I put so much effort into, and now this. What the fuck was she talking about? Frowning, he looked at the window to see it completely covered with snow. He got up and opened the window that was completely covered in snow, and voila, he found a pile of things wrapped in different types of wrappings lying on the snow-covered window stool. Are these Christmas gifts? He muttered in disbelief. He had never received a Christmas before this year. This day was getting more and more bizarre. There were actually people who'd bother sending him gifts. So, he did get Daphne's gift, hey? But what about the other gifts lying here? Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Gifts and Acceptance. Gathering up everything, Axel sat at a table as he looked at the pile of gifts in front of him. This was quite a foreign experience, receiving gifts. Since he'd never received one before, of course, it never crossed his mind to buy gifts as well. So right now, he was quite confused as to what he was supposed to do. Is it okay to just accept them? Should he have sent them gifts as well? What if he doesn't want to send them gifts? What was he supposed to give them in return? What would be considered an ideal gift? If he got a great gift or an expensive gift, does his gift also have to be equally expensive or good, even when he is struggling with time and money? Seriously, why even exchange presents? It makes life so much more complicated. Sighing, he began opening the gifts at random. The first one happened to be from one Susan Bones. She had given him an expensive-looking box of chocolates. Axel would have tried one if he wasn't on a strict diet. The most he can do is thank her for her gift. The next one he picked turned out to be from Rose. He frowned. Rose would be the last person to send him a Christmas present. They had sort of a verbal confrontation just before the Christmas holidays. Axel decided not to open it for now. The next few were from unknown senders, meaning he had never heard these people's names, and most of them were girls. He didn't open them in case his Slytherin attackers might have sent him some kind of dangerous present. Then there were presents from Andromeda and Bellatrix as well. He didn't open them as well. Axel finally looked at the present he was avoiding. From Daphne Greengrass. Yep, this was the one. He unwrapped it and opened the box to find a big stack of notebooks inside. Other than that, there were a bunch of potions as well. Axel picked up the note that was on the top. Dear Axel, Merry Christmas. I couldn't really find the gift I was looking for. So, I had to think of something else. Did you know that the teachers give the same homework every year? These notebooks contain the homework for the rest of the term and some of the second term homework. And this is without any favors or strings attached. How's that? It took me a lot of time to do this, but I don't mind since it's for the time you helped me out in the woods. Now, you might be wondering why I am giving you all the homework in advance if I could have just done it over the rest of the term. That's because I am going to ask you something. Can we be friends? Honestly, I'm tired of pretending we're just acquaintances while in actuality, you might be my best friend at Hogwarts. So, I gave you the homework already so that I know if you say yes, it's not because of that. I had always thought that only I wanted to be friends while you didn't give a damn. But I've begun to think my assumption was wrong. Otherwise, why did you even agree to my annoying demands? You had the option to reject. Why did you cheer me up when I was crying hopelessly? Your lame excuse can't be considered a plausible reason. Why did you also protect me from the spells when the danger suddenly came instead of only saving yourself? I never asked you this one. It's because we're friends, Axel, and it's because you care. And I want you to accept that. I'll wait for your reply. Best wishes, Daphne. P.S. My mom also wanted to gift you something as well, so I suggested the power nap potion. It revitalizes you properly even if you sleep a little. I'm tired of seeing you yawning every day with bags under your eyes. You're not going to start sleeping more no matter how much I tell you, so you might as well take these. No side effects. Tastes like shit though. Not that I've ever tasted shit. I'm going to stop speaking now, it's gotten so lengthy, self-writing quill has grown on me while doing your homework. Axel put the letter down and laid down on the bed. He was supposed to read all this before going there. He recalled when he had gone to her house, Daphne had been looking expectantly at him and he couldn't figure out why. Well, guess the real reason was this. Until a few minutes ago, he had been feeling bad because he thought that he'll have to do his own homework due to Daphne being angry with him. But now that he already had the homework, how come he's still not feeling better? Whatever, he muttered as he quickly got up. He might as well train. Right now, there are 3 things he's been focusing more on. Ward breaking, arcane eyes, and occlumency. Ward breaking was the skill he had gained after getting the required SP, stealing points. And to say it was amazing would be an understatement. He quickly needs to master it. It not only has ways to detect a ward, but also ways on how to trespass it without tripping it. That's what a thief's main goal is, and it's usually a very difficult feat to achieve. He had discovered that the system's information was usually much more advanced, to the point, and practical than what the wizarding world had to offer. He had casually looked through the ward breaking of the wizarding world and realized that doing those things using their method of ward breaking included a fair amount of things he knew nothing about. So, there's no way he could have learned ward breaking at this stage without the system's information. To put it in simple words, if you want to solve a math problem, the wizarding world's method will include lots of complicated equations and difficult calculations to solve it, but the system's method would let you solve it with one simple equation by training you to formulate that unique equation. But, he can't practice ward breaking right now since there are no wards present here. Arcane eyes should be a better alternative to practice. It's an amazing skill that trains his eyes. Using this skill, his eyes can see things that are impossible to be seen. Its potential is huge, though it's equally difficult to level. But, it has stopped progressing since he needs a potion to make progress in this. He needs to fix that problem soon. This once again made him think back to the conversation he had with Evelyn. He had revealed to her that he had been given a diet and some recipes by an expert and he'd been unable to get the potions since he couldn't divulge the recipes to anyone else. Evelyn had volunteered to make the potions herself and even sign a contract to prevent her from using them or divulging their recipes to anyone. But he didn't feel comfortable making her sign a contract for even trying to help him. So she had suggested one of the Podiwanners who worked for the Green Grass Potions store. Having secret recipes isn't that uncommon, she had told him. Even the Green Grass family has more than a few secret recipes that they've been using the Podiwanners to them produce by using contracts to keep them secret. System, will you be able to check and modify the clauses of the contract? He asked. Affirmative. That's doable. Then, it was decided. He'll contact Evelyn and hire a Podiwanner. He'll use someone old who wouldn't have much ambition and won't try to find out what the potions he was making might be for. So, the potions issue will be solved within the week, but he can't practice the arcane eyes. The only thing on his priority list is now occlumency. Who is he kidding? There are a lot of things he can practice, but he's only going to focus on occlumency because occlumency first stage progress, 85% every time he sees that thing. He can't help but put all of his training efforts into occlumency. He's so close. Just a few more days and he'll unlock the recipe that can heal him. Almost all of his memories are now organized and he only needs the shields now. Memory organization is usually the most difficult task in occlumency's first stage, and talent can't help you much here since it's a time-consuming task. Most of the other occlumens either skip this process or do it improperly so they don't know the benefits. But after doing it himself and using the system's methods at that, Axel definitely knows the benefits. Most of our memories are a jumbled mess that keep moving here and there in our mind, always making our mind a chaotic mess that is already focusing on many things at once. But, after he organized his memories, they are no longer overlapping with each other, nor are they moving around. This has made it possible for his mind to put more of its focus on other things. Now he's able to use more of his mind than in previous times, and that is the reason why he was able to go so far with the Apuno Totalis spell without much practice aside from his mental talent. Though some memories are still unclear and his memories aren't yet organized into a structure yet, so he can still surpass his current limits of the Apuno spell. But that'll only happen when he trains the second stage of occlumency, so it's none of his concern for now. What concerns him the most right now is, system, how long do you think the shields will take? With your talent, they should be done by the end of the Christmas holidays. That's it? He asked in surprise. He had passed the most difficult phase of occlumency and he was now very close to reaching his goal. After he was injured, the urge to focus solely on occlumency had been overwhelming, but he resisted. Because if he hadn't, sure he would have been able to achieve the first stage a little sooner, but he wouldn't have become so proficient in his stealth skills that he was able to evade being seen every day and hence evade all the troubles that came along with it. When no one sees you, they tend to forget about you. Aside from this, he wouldn't have been able to deal with a troll and wouldn't have been good at magic, and his movements would have been still slow and stiff as before. So, when any trouble came, he wouldn't have been able to fight, nor evade, nor hide. But now, after training, he has mastered some things he wouldn't have with a fit body, and he was even going to get the recipe soon. Axel's trembling hands started trembling even more. Though this time, it was due to excitement and anticipation. As the 2-week break of Christmas ended, the unwilling students returned to Hogwarts riding the train on the new year. For Britain, this year was supposed to be similar to any other year of the past decade, progressive. And it was. But, there was one cause for concern emerging after so many years of peace. The crime rates this year had increased and lots of wizards were reported to have used powerful magic they shouldn't normally be able to wield. But of course, on a broad scale, it was being ignored or gone unnoticed by the lower levels of ministry, not even reaching the upper echelons. Gradually, a change was coming. And up to now, only one person had noticed it and tried to make his voice known. And the name of that person was Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor and director of Quibbler. But of course, his voice had gone unheard, ignored and mocked by those who read his conspiracy theories. People were too busy with their own life's issues to pay attention to such absurd possibilities. It was the same with Axel, who alighted the train at Hogsmeade station with bloodshot eyes as he made his way to the carriages along with the other students. He had failed. Progress. 98%. He couldn't do it by the end of the Christmas holidays like the system had estimated, despite putting in more time in it than the system had anticipated he would. He had even foregone his revenges on other people and small gangs who had given him a hard time during the previous years, including the family of the young master boy who'd gotten him kicked out from the Muggle school. All in favor of making his shields. Then why? System, why was I not able to do something that I should have been able to do a few days early? He asked the system after giving up thinking about it. The reason is that your mental state is not in perfect order. Axel frowned. Why? You already know the reason. Axel cursed as he kicked a stone on his way. Of course, he knew. He just refused to accept it. It was Daphne. As far as he knew, she didn't befriend him to gain something and had tried her utmost to be his friend. He, on the other hand, had refused to accept it since he thought it was too much of a bother. Only after she had stopped being his friend and after not talking to her for a week did he realize that whether he believed it or not, he had come to value the one friendship he had secured in his lifetime. And he didn't want it to change. So yes, he finally accepted the fact that they were friends. Though the key word here is were. It wouldn't have bothered him at all if she was the one at fault or if he was the one at fault. He'd have embraced the change as a part of life and moved on without thinking much. What bothered him was the fact that no one was at fault here and it was all just a stupid misunderstanding that was difficult to clear. Axel kicked yet another stone as he walked, and he stopped walking when he saw the stone stop near the hoof of a creature. His gaze climbed up to see a bizarre winged horse-like creature standing there, attached to a carriage. Cute, he muttered. System, tell me, he ordered. That is a thestral. They are a species that originated from Netherworld. They can only be seen by those who have seen death. You'd be the only person who'd call it cute, said a voice from behind him. Axel turned around to see Martina standing there. Axel was still happy about the knife she had given him as a Christmas gift, so he tolerated being seen with her in public without showing his annoyance. "Why am I not surprised that you can see them?" she muttered, looking at him empathetically. She had seen of his bad memories, and witnessing death wouldn't seem too far-fetched considering his circumstances. "I do find them cute. And why am I not surprised that you can see them too?" he countered, referring to her family's reputation. Martina winced at the jab. She hadn't actually witnessed any death here. Her father and brother were extreme in their overprotectiveness. But she had witnessed her own death, along with many of her patients' death in her previous life, so. Axel just remembered that he had some business with Martina. "Hey, he began, but paused when he saw Daphne pass by them, not even giving him a glance. A vein popped up on Axel's forehead. This was more annoying than he had thought. It was even affecting his training. "All right, you won," he muttered finally as he made up his mind. He had had it now. He was going to clear this misunderstanding. She won. They were officially friends now. He shelved his business with Martina later, and as he went after Daphne. Chapter 40, A Friend and a Recipe. Daphne sighed as she sat in the compartment of the train back to Hogwarts. This was probably the worst Christmas and New Year she had ever had. And that is saying something, considering who her dad was. And that was all because of one person, Axel Hunt. Daphne had never been an ordinary girl. Being raised by her father, along with her mental maturity, had made it such that she couldn't quite connect with any of the children her age. The thing is, if she really bared even some of her thoughts to those kids, they'll probably start thinking she's some sort of dark lady in making. The only exception was Axel. He was a big mystery to her. But from the very first time she had seen him, she could see at least some similarities between the two of them. Both didn't have a good childhood and both had to mature early. In his company, she could be herself. Thus, over the months, she had come to really enjoy their friendship. But, being in his company could also be so frustrating sometimes. She didn't know much about him and couldn't understand his actions. And, the problem was, he wouldn't even tell her anything. Every time she'd ask something, he'll either evade the topic or give a perfunctory response with a stop being nosy look. He wouldn't tell her who raised him, he wouldn't tell her how he got his scars, he wouldn't tell her much about how he got his body in such bad condition, he wouldn't tell her how he was so abnormally skilled at some things, and he wouldn't tell her why he's been working himself half to death every day and pushing himself so hard. Heck, she couldn't even tell why he seems to hate Rose's family so much. It's always felt like she's the only one who actually gives a fuck. That he doesn't care at all whether she's there or not. Especially since he wouldn't acknowledge her as his friend. And it was beginning to remind her of someone else. There was one other person who had always treated her coldly no matter what she did, and no matter how hard she tried. The only things he seemed to care about were money, power, and politics. This person was, of course, her father. She had tried her best to gain his acknowledgement until she was no longer naive and finally began to see the man for who he really was. After that, she had given up as she realized the fact that he'll never care about her. And she was right, he never changed. But she had thought that Axel was different. Especially after that time in the woods. He had even shared a little about his past with her that time. That had given her hope. That yes, Axel will not always be the same. That he'll come around if she put in enough effort. And she found an opportunity through Christmas, preparing his gift after putting a lot of thought into it. And, she was hopeful and excited about the outcome. She had anticipated how he would respond. A Christmas gift in return would be asking too much from someone like him, and she knew that there were low chances that he'll accept being friends, but she had at least thought that even if he didn't accept friendship, he'll at least be moved and there will be some change. But much to her dismay, he didn't even acknowledge it, let alone thank her or be moved. She had waited for him to say something about it throughout the day, or even at dinner, but he didn't. And yet, she kept telling herself that there must be a reason. That no matter how much this seemed like something her father would do, he wasn't like that man and there must be a reason why he didn't respond. Maybe he never got it. No way, she had gotten the notification on her magic mirror saying that it had been successfully delivered. Then maybe he didn't see it. No way, who doesn't check presents on Christmas? Then there must be some other reason, right? She hadn't given up hope. But then after dinner, when she saw her mother kneeling on the floor with her eyes moist with unshed tears, an image of her mother kneeling before her father had popped into Daphne's mind. The reason she got angry wasn't because she had misunderstood the situation. She knew her mother wouldn't do anything inappropriate. The real reason was, Axel reminded her once again of her father at that time and she had lost it. She was extremely out of her mind and got further unhinged when he refused to explain properly. No longer able to bear it, she had run away after saying what was bothering her, not able to face him any longer. And, she had been miserable ever since. And that was the reason why on this return trip to Hogwarts, she kept silent while her friends were excitedly discussing their Christmas. Currently, the topic had shifted to what gifts they had given each other. I gave my aunt a set of Audiobook candles that help with concentration. They are really popular these days and I had to order them 1 month early. She loved them. As for others, I gave Hannah an enchanted bunny, Neville, a squill plant, Rose, some of the newest prank items on Zonkos, Daphne, a bestseller called Magical Me, and Axel a box of his haze chocolates. They would have talked about the gifts, but one thing was peculiar. You gave a present to Axel? Asked Hannah. Susan nodded. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Neville shook his head. Why would anyone give a present to him? He's always so rude and he rarely even talks, he said as if he couldn't understand it. Susan shrugged. Well, a lot of people would disagree with you on that, I'm sure. Especially girls. He even has more than one few fans at Hogwarts. Rose began to snigger. Well, I also gave him a gift, she said with a grin. As long as he opens it, he'll keep laughing at odd times for 24 hours, why would you do that? That doesn't seem right, said Hannah. Rose looked away with a pout. I was so pissed that I couldn't help it. Besides, you have to admit, it's quite funny to imagine him laughing, she said as a smirk came to her face with just a thought of it. Susan giggled as she found it a bit intriguing as well. She looked at Daphne. Oh right, you had invited him for Christmas, right? Did he come? Was he laughing? Daphne shook her head. He was the same, she said helplessly. But then she began to think. If he was all right, does that mean he didn't open the gifts? No, let's not once again get her hopes up. The only conclusion is, it's better to stay away from Axel Hunt. It'll only hurt her since there's no way he's going to change. There's no way he'll ever agree to become friends with her. He most likely wasn't even bothered a little bit after all this while she's been agonizing over it all the time. Skreek the train reached Hogsmeade and Daphne disembarked along with her friends. She was a bit apprehensive about facing Axel after that incident, but she thought that it shouldn't be a problem for now since he rarely shows himself. Though, it would seem that today was her unlucky day. Because, the guy was standing right in front of her. Daphne wanted to hide. She wanted to take a different route. And apparently, she wasn't the only one. Hey, it's Axel. Hide me and don't stop. She said, gripping Daphne's shoulders and hiding behind her as they walked. Susan laughed out aloud. This is a first. Rose Potter scared after pranking someone, she said in amusement. Ouch. Rose pinched Susan on her bum. Not funny sus. Stop looking at him and walk in front of me. She ordered, hiding behind both Susan and Daphne. Having no choice, Daphne had to walk in his direction unwillingly. She saw that he was actually talking to Martina and there was even a slight smile on his face. That made her angry. Here she is, all bothered after having fought with someone who was probably her best friend, and there he is, chatting with the most popular girl in Hogwarts, not looking bothered at all. Feeling angry and stupid, she walked past him while ignoring him. Just when she thought she had crossed the hurdle, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, Daphne! Can you give me a minute?" It wasn't a question. At least it didn't feel like one. Because she found out she somehow didn't have a choice. Axel and Daphne took a carriage together with just the two of them. Axel decided to clear the misunderstanding right away. He was tired of it. "Listen," about that time in the dining room he began, but Daphne cut him off with a shake of her head. "That's not the reason why I was upset," said Daphne quietly. When she spoke, Axel sighed in relief. At least she was willing to talk. It could have been worse, right? But he got confused by her words. "Really? Are you really sure what I'm talking about?" he asked. Daphne nodded. "My mother is not someone who'd do those sorts of things," she said while looking away. Axel tilted his head. "If that is not the reason, then why else would she cry?" "Oh right, the gift. And your gift? I only found it after I left your house," he explained. "This should do, right?" Daphne gritted her teeth. "Liar, that wasn't a lie." Daphne looked at him incredulously, facing him for the first time. "How is that possible? How did you not find it?" Axel furrowed his brows. "How is it not possible? My windows were closed all day and I only checked later." Daphne pointed a finger at him with a face that was saying at least find a better excuse. "There you go. Who doesn't check their mailboxes and check the windows on Christmas morning for presents?" she asked him mockingly. Axel's fist clenched. Her question was valid, but it still pissed him off. "Only those who haven't gotten a Christmas present before in their whole fucking life," he said rigidly. That was true. The first Christmas present he got was the knife from Martina, who had given it to him a day before the holidays started. Daphne, who had just thought that she had exposed his lie, went blank after hearing his response. "Never got a present?" she muttered insensibly before she looked back at him in shock. "Yet. Is it so hard to believe? It's not that rare. Why are you so surprised?" "This is the problem," she said, glaring at him with teary eyes. "I don't know anything about you," she complained in a muffled voice. "And now I feel horrible." Axel heaved an exasperated breath. What's the deal with her? If everything is already clear, then why is he still not forgiven? "Look, I called you here to clear the misunderstanding and reply to your question in that letter. You had finally convinced me of being friends," but he began saying but paused when he saw her head snap back in his direction so fast that it startled him. What did you say? You were actually going?" she asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Axel rolled his eyes. "Yet. But you are now making me reconsider my decision by being so annoying and confusing." "Geez, the misunderstanding is cleared, why the hell are you still we're friends?" she asked, interrupting. A vein popped on Axel's forehead. "Yet, you can say so." He couldn't finish his sentence before Daphne had hugged him tightly, surprising him a ton. Friends hug, right?" she asked, her voice out muffled due to his uniform. Axel gritted his teeth. "Yet. But also, I want to know everything about you," Daphne asked, pulling her off. "Yet?" she asked, smiling like a goof. "Don't push it, as you wish, my friend." That night, Axel frowned in concentration as he solidified the last of his shields. He was almost done. 99.5%. 99.6%. 99.7%, the progress bar was flowing steadily. Looks like his mind was working well now. In fact, it was working better than ever. Looks like he had made the right decision, even if Daphne is a little more annoying now. 99.8%. 99.9%, yes. Almost there. This is it. The final moment. 100% congratulations. You have achieved the first stage of occlumency. Beginner stage occlumency, reached. Rewards, potion recipe to cure the side effects of your injury plus 5% approval. Total 25%. Let's fucking go. Axel shouted in a rare moment of joy as he checked the interface to show the recipe. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Special Quest and System Shop Potion Recipe to cure your injuries. Name, Sanitatum Potion Effects, can heal anything if one is not dead along with other benefits. Ingredients, Elixir of Life, Phoenix Tears, Dragon Heart, Essence of Dittany, Essence of Myrtlap. Axel looked at the list of ingredients with a bit of puzzlement. There were around 20 different ingredients and he hadn't heard about many of them. The ones on the bottom were simple enough. But Phoenix Tears? Dragon Heart? How is he going to get these things? Okay, he'll still manage somehow. But, Elixir of Life? He's never heard of it. And if it's at the top of the list, it must be something rare, hey? System, the fuck is Elixir of Life? And how do I get it? He asked excitedly. As soon as he gets the ingredients, he'll have either his contracted Pody One or Evelyn make it for him and boom. He'll be ready to take on anyone. But instead of an answer, the system first gave him something else. Ding, special quest activated. Get the Elixir of Life. Elixir of Life, also known as the Elixir of Immortality, is a substance that can extend a person's life indefinitely as long as they keep consuming it regularly. It can only be created through a Philosopher's Stone. You need to get the Elixir of Life in order to complete the recipe. Rewards, Elixir of Life plus 3% approval, special skill, further information of Nether Dimension. But, the system wasn't even done yet. The notifications hadn't stopped yet. Total approval rate, 25%. Congratulations. You have gained enough approval rate to unlock the shop feature. The skills you can gain from your SP are no longer random. The shop feature. Yeah. Axel cheered. But then he frowned. Hey! Don't try to distract me with this shop feature! Yelled Axel after pushing down his excitement. The shop feature was good, but the information about Elixir of Life had already ruined his mood. It can only be produced by a Philosopher's Stone and that thing can literally grant you immortality. How is he supposed to get it? System, how can this be so difficult? Phoenix Tears? Elixir of Life? Isn't this overkill? Are you trying to make things difficult for me? I think even when used individually, they'd be able to heal me, he protested. He just had a simple injury, damn it. Why does this have to be so difficult? Negative. The system isn't trying to make it difficult. The solution is completely reasonable. Your nerves have been terribly damaged by massive amounts of dark magic from the Cruciatus curse. There are some other methods that can cure you, but this is the most viable option. The procedure of the recipe is not complicated and no complicated magics or rituals need to be performed. And you are wrong, the ingredients can't heal you individually. Phoenix Tears aren't all-powerful, especially against excessive dark magic, and if they could really heal everything there'd be no permanently disabled people in the wizarding world. Elixir of Life can extend your life, but it can't heal you. Granted that there are other ways to heal you, but this is the most convenient one for you in the current circumstances. Axel laughed sardonically. Convenient? You call this convenient? Look at the ingredients, damn it. How am I supposed to get them? Phoenix Tears? He'd seen this being sold on auctions on Big Owl. Ain't no way he had that kind of money. And let's not even mention the Philosopher's Stone. Gold and immortality. Are you fucking kidding? How is he supposed to get that thing? The system, however, was unfazed by his outburst. It is indeed the most convenient method. You already have most of the ingredients. And Dumbledore currently has the possession of Philosopher's Stone, so you can obtain the elixir of life as well. Axel had the longest pause before he blinked his eyes. Back up for a moment, Miss Robotic Voice. Could you fucking explain? He asked, still trying to process that. He already had most of the ingredients. What was the system saying? There were only 2 ingredients that actually matched with the diet he had, but currently, he didn't even have those. So what did the system mean he had most of it? And that jolly old man had currently had the fucking Philosopher's Stone. And so, the system explained. Check the contents of your bag once again. What? A few moments later. Axel sat on the floor with a variety of things spread out all around him. His eyes were empty and his appearance looked quite lifeless. He already knew that the most powerful woman in Britain had sent him gifts. On 2 occasions. Once with the apology letter and once for Christmas. Of course, he hadn't even bothered opening those extended space pouches. But, he had no idea that they would all turn out to be, like this. And even Andromeda had sent what she could. So, right now, around him were piles of coins, a lot of potions related to healing and health, and various ingredients and supplements as well. Somewhere in that pile, there was also a small vial of phoenix tears. Suffice it to say, he was damn near scared to death right now. If they are willing to give him this much, there's only one thing they could want out of this, his life. Or more correctly, something that'll be equivalent to giving up his life. Why else would they bother? Of course, he isn't going to use any of this. This is useless. I ain't using these, he declared. Then you can ask Evelyn. In hopes of curing Astoria, she has collected a wide variety of healing materials. None of which actually worked. Axel thought about it. That was more doable. He can return the favor later. Making a decision, Axel crossed the ingredients from the list. Now, the only problem will be, the elixir of life. System, you still haven't told me about the elixir of life. How do I get it? It is a given that something as important as the Philosopher's Stone has to be kept under maximum security. How is he supposed to get it? And, where should he look? Under Dumbledore's bed? In his locker? Or does he keep it with himself all the time? It is hidden in the 3rd floor corridor. You need to figure out the rest by yourself. Damn! Axel's eyes widened. That was more than enough information for him. Why didn't he think of that? It all made sense now. Why else all that fanfare? The man had even put the Dementors on guard, as he witnessed and experienced firsthand. Now that he had a clear direction in his mind, a feeling of excitement began coursing through him. Philosopher's Stone. Immortality. Infinite gold, getting healed. All these things can be possible. A fire lit up in the depths of his eyes. There's no time to waste. He needs to get to work as soon as possible. He stood up even as his mind began to think up everything he'll need to do in order to get the stone. First of all, he'll have to go past the Dementors. Then it is also expected that there'll be some wards he'll have to pass by, so his ward breaking has to be top class. And last but not the least, his stealth skills need to be as high as possible. He looked at the stealth skills. Presence reduction, progress, 50% blend, progress, 50%. These 2 skills were the skills he already had. At 50%, he's already the master of stealth now. They had stopped progressing since he'd need potions to progress further. And now that he had contracted a Pody 1er through Evelyn, that problem has been solved. He'll now make that percentage higher just in case. Then he looked at the ward breaking. Progress, 20%. This won't do. He quickly needs to increase this one. Next, he looked at his defense against Dementors. Special skill, light infusion progress, 17%. He had practiced this one as well, due to his fear of Dementors and not wanting to feel that weak and helpless again, but it would still need some work. And last but probably the most important, Arcane Eyes, 15% he's going to need this one as well. The most important thing would be to see. This skills is a special skill. And it has huge potential. Since he the potion, he can level this one as well. But, this doesn't seem enough, does it? He's against someone as good as Dumbledore. Ain't no way he could succeed with just this much, right? He'll need to use all of his cards. System, open the shop feature, he ordered. He decided to check out the new feature of the system. Up to now, he has unlocked 4 features. 1. Class feature, upon choosing a class, he gets to master all the skills and knowledge entailed under it. 2. Stealing system feature, the more he steals, the more SP and knowledge he'd gain. Once the SP has reached a certain amount, he'll get a skill. 3. Arcane speech, he broke free some laws of this world and gained the ability to use the arcane language. 4. Shop, yet to find out. Upon giving the order to open the shop feature, a list of skills along with their SP price appeared in front of him along with the description of the shop. Shop feature buy the available things like skills, rituals, information, etc. in exchange for SP. Currently, only skills can be bought from the shop. Skill list, your SP can now be used to buy the skill you want and you can afford. There is no end to the skills available, so the skills displayed will only be a fraction of those. You can either choose from these, or search a skill of your preference by giving its description. Axel looked at the list available in front of him. Knife strike, 100 SP dash, 2000 SP dodge, 5000 SP camouflage, 2000 SP. The list went on and on, but he couldn't really find the satisfying ones here. All seemed mediocre. It looks like he'll have to describe the skills he wants in order to get them. But that wouldn't be a problem, would it? After all, the second feature had helped him a lot. Stealing system feature, the more he steals, the more SP and knowledge he'd gain. He had gotten 2 things from the second feature. SP and knowledge. And between those 2, the more valuable one isn't the SP. It's knowledge. There are some things about stealing that he wouldn't have known without a lot of experience and research that he could just get into his head easily. For example, he wouldn't have known that there are ways he can be tracked through his blood, DNA, or even fingerprints. He also didn't know that he had been leaving behind so many clues and traces that a skilled detective would have caught at least some of them. That's the kind of knowledge system gives. And due to all that knowledge, he knows exactly what he needs. And he'll damn well make sure he has it. Because this time, the one he's stealing from is Albus Dumbledore. The person who reportedly has the highest amount of magical power among the people he has encountered until now. The man who is called the greatest wizard of the century. Thus began Axel's preparations for his biggest heist until now. And there were a lot of things he needed to do. And the thing on his list was, to get more SP. After he had unlocked his ward breaking, the next skill he was supposed to get was, Arcane Runes. And it was fucking expensive, 20,000 SP. The deal didn't seem worth it to Axel, considering the fact that he can't even draw runes. So, he hadn't worked hard enough to reach that objective. Thus, he had around 9k SP on him at the moment, most of which was spent on buying a skill he'd need for his heist. Traceless thief. A true thief never leaves any traces behind. This skill is going to help you in hiding everything that can give away your identity. Yep, he had needed something like this for a long time. And he wasn't much surprised that a skill like this already existed. After all, it's the most crucial part of being a magical thief. But, after buying the skill, he was in a dire need of SP to buy more skills that were going to be necessary for the heist. And he needed it quickly, since he also has to learn and practice those skills as well after buying them. So, to get the SP as quickly as possible, he went for the desperate measures, the Slytherin dorms, and the girls' side of the dorms. Up until now, he hadn't tried Slytherin or Ravenclaw dorms and any girls' dorms yet due to obvious reasons, but now was not the time to be hesitating. Slytherin dorms have the most number of rich students, so the SP he gains will be higher, even though the risk is high. And most of them are assholes anyways, so he can even take something precious from some of them without remorse. The girls' dorms, well, the things stolen from there gave much more SP, but he still had put his dignity first in the past and not gone there. But, now is not the time for that. There's a chance for him to heal, to get rid of all this pain and everyday struggle. And the lengths he's willing to go to get rid of this miserable status will surprise anyone. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, First Attempt. 1 month passed by while he trained only and did some side thieving on the nights. And things were going pretty well as he had made various preparations and plans by now. He was a bit hopeful that he'd be able to get this thing over soon and heal himself. So, he decided to give it a trial run. To just go ahead and scout out what exactly he was dealing with here. Who knows? Maybe he was already ready and didn't need to make more preparations. With such hopes, he went to the third-floor corridor after elaborate preparations. But, it soon became very clear to him that things weren't going to go as he had envisioned. After a month of training, after getting all the potions, with his upgraded skills and newly bought skills, Axel thought he was ready. He went to the third-floor corridor expecting Dementors. But to his surprise, there were none. Relieved by the unexpected boon, he had continued down the corridor, step by step as he used his skill. Ward breaking, he used his skill to check out if there were any wards. And to his surprise, there really were none. But, as he went closer to the door, he started to feel like not going further anymore. What would he even do? Isn't it dangerous? Let's not do this. Wait. Axel quickly snapped out of it. The fuck? Why didn't my skill detect that? He muttered. Whatever that was, it would have worked on anyone else, but since Axel was on a whole different level in terms of mental strength, it couldn't affect him. System, I already dodged that one, can you at least tell me what it is now? He asked. The system wasn't supposed to help him in his missions. Otherwise, the rewards and approval rate he was supposed to get wouldn't be allowed by the world laws since he didn't earn them. You have successfully resisted it, so the system can inform you about it. It was a cleverly hidden repellent ward. It will try to repel all those who try to approach the door save for a few individuals. Axel frowned. If so, then why couldn't his skill detect it? Well, considering that he had made around 30% progress in ward breaking, it can be assumed that Dumbledore has a much higher mastery over the subject than that. Well, just to be sure. He muttered as he closed his eyes for a moment. Arcane eyes A with grave RTRRTS, he muttered. When he raised his head once again, his irises were glowing and so were the veins on his face that were close to the eyes. Looking ahead, at first, he saw no other ward other than the repellent ward, but, if he looked carefully, there was a very thin line of magic hidden ahead. Fuck, he muttered as he cancelled the skill and clutched at his head. This was the new ability he had gotten from his arcane eyes. It lets him see the magic for a brief moment. From the pain he was experiencing, it was clear that he was not ready to use that skill yet. But, it has given him enough info for now. This is confusing, he muttered as he rested on his knees, gasping for breath. The man could have laid the whole place with different kinds of traps, but instead, there are only two. He already knows what one is for, repelling. Then what about the other? He can't even detect it, so how'd he check what it was for? And, bypassing it would be even more difficult. Axel sighed. It seems like he currently doesn't have the skills to deal with this. He was far too overconfident, thinking that since he had reached the 25% of the ward breaking, he was a fucking boss. But turns out, Albus Dumbledore isn't only an expert in transfiguration, alchemy, and dueling, he is also quite an expert in wards if he can outmatch 25% of the system's ward breaking. Thus, there was no way Axel could do this theft without a lot of practice in the warding breaking skill. With his current level, it's gonna take a while for him to be able to deal with the wards, considering that this was just the beginning of the corridor. There could be anything in there. Fuck you, Dumbledore, he muttered as he began to leave, but before leaving, he suddenly turned around as he got an idea. He took out a paper from his pouch, made an airplane, and let it fly toward the second ward. The paper belonged to someone he didn't mind using as a scapegoat. Then, he turned on his arcane eyes once again and observed the process. As the airplane flew past the second ward, the ward got triggered as the thin line of magic snapped. But still, the airplane was unharmed. And as Axel saw the magic moving, he realized what the second ward was for. Fuck! He muttered as he began to run. He now knew what both wards were for. One is a repellent ward. It's so powerful that very few might be able to resist it if they aren't on the list of people who are exempted by the caster. The other one is a few steps ahead. And Axel can't detect this one either, or rather, it's even more cleverly hidden. What was its function? It's some sort of alarm or notification ward. As soon as he passes by this one, it means that he has resisted the repellent ward enough to reach that point. And anyone able to do that isn't just some curious student, but the real deal, and the old man will be informed. It was simple but brilliant. What is a best protection for the Philosopher's Stone than Albus fucking Dumbledore himself? And the thing is, the second one was hidden even more carefully, so Dumbledore could even amuse himself watching the trespassers attempt to go further and stop him whenever he wants. He had failed. Calm down, muttered Axel as he returned back to his hideout after his failure. His fist clenched as he faced the reality, he might not be able to steal it within this year. How could he, when the difference in skill was so overwhelming? And what else was he expecting anyway? It's the Philosopher's Stone, something that can grant the owner immortality and infinite gold. There's no way it could have been protected by obstacles that a person with only 1 year of magical training could pass, right? But, he had the system. If only he can take his time, he can really do it. Accepting the reality, Axel lay down on the floor, letting the disappointment settle. It's going to take time, but at least he now knows exactly what he's up against. And, he has time. Plus, the rewards are going to be huge. So, his situation isn't that bad, right? It could have been worse. It became worse. Fucking flag. It was just after a few days after his first attempt. He had been in the library, minding his own business when, PSST. What is it? He asked, turning his head towards Daphne, who was trying to attract his attention. SHHH. Keep it down, she said in a harsh whisper that probably attracted more attention than his voice did. Axel's eye twitched. The fuck you want? He asked in a lower voice. Daphne came closer as she whispered into his ear. I have a very shocking news. Axel looked unimpressed. What is it? Promise you won't tell anyone, she whispered. Axel just stared at her like she was an idiot. Yeah right, like I usually gossip with a lot of people, he muttered. Daphne pouted but still didn't back down. There's still Martina, she said grudgingly. There were indeed very few people Axel would even give the time of day in these busy days. Axel shook his head. This was taking too much time. I don't want to hear it, he said as he went back to his work. Daphne slumped. Fine, it was about the third-floor corridor, she said in lamentation. She was looking forward to seeing his reaction to the shocking piece of news, but it was no use now. Because she knew that once Axel has lost interest, there's no chance he'll list. I promise, came Axel's voice, surprising Daphne as a sudden pressure descended on her, making it a bit difficult to breathe properly. Daphne turned her head to see Axel looking at her intensely. What? She asked. I said, I promise to not tell anyone. Now tell me this secret already, he said seriously. Oh okay, said Daphne, a bit flustered as she sang like a bird under the pressure. Apparently, the third-floor corridor has the Philosopher's Stone, guarded by a three-headed dog. And someone's trying to steal it, she said, and was rewarded by the sight of Axel's eyes widening as his mouth fell open. It had to be noted that for someone else, it might be a normal expression, but in Axel's case, it was an equivalent of an ordinary person shrieking in horror and passing out. Snap giggle. Axel didn't even pay attention to Daphne snapping his picture as he processed that information. Daphne, he said to her, his eyes still unfocused as his mind raced. He needed more information. Yet? Asked Daphne, looking at the picture she had taken. Would you come to the broom closet with me? He asked. There were too many people who could hear their conversation here in this quiet place. They needed to go somewhere private since the information was too sensitive. Daphne almost had a heart attack hearing those words. Inside a broom closet, so, only Rose, Neville, Hermione, Susan, Hannah and you know about this? Are you sure? He asked, standing with his wand lit up with lumos. Daphne nodded, still not quite believing that she was currently in a broom closet. She certainly didn't expect her first time to be like this. But Axel was too focused to pay her any heed. How did you guys find out? He asked. It took a moment for Daphne to come to her senses. Oh, Rose, Hermione, and Neville found out about most of it. They just asked me about the Philosopher's Stone, said Daphne as she then explained how Rose found out about it. Apparently, the three of them stumbled into the third-floor corridor and then went into the room at the end which had a three-headed dog on the other side, guarding a trapdoor. It started from there. But Axel was frowning the whole time. How were they not stopped by the repellent ward? He wondered. They shouldn't have been able to go with their mental power. Maybe the repellent ward was only installed later when the alarm was being tripped repeatedly by bumbling and curious students. So, they most likely also tripped the alarm, meaning that there's a high chance that Dumbledore knows about this. But, more importantly, someone was trying to steal it. How do you know someone's trying to steal it? He asked. Daphne sighed, it's someone between that bitch and greasy git. But there's a chance that it could be anyone else, she said, showing her disgust at both Umbridge and Snape. Both were thoroughly hated individuals. She then explained the whole situation about how Rose and friends came to know about it. Apparently, it all started with Halloween, which was actually a diversion. By the end of her explanation, Axel clenched his fists. Things just couldn't go as he expected them to go. Time, the only thing he thought he possessed, had been taken away from him as now he had to steal the stone before this competitor of his stole it first or made the situation even more difficult. It's decided. He's going to go for it this year. There's no time to prepare. He's just going to wait for the right opportunity. Umbridge looked at the huge stacks of parchments in her office. A small student with a bloody hand quietly added another page to the pile as he looked at her with pleading eyes. Umbridge smiled. You can leave for the day, dear, she said, offering the boy a healing potion so that he doesn't need to go to Pomfrey. That would raise too many questions. Umbridge relaxed in her chair as she looked across the name of another mudblood from her list. Throughout the year, she had been enacting justice by punishing the mudbloods. Though she had had to be discreet about it on her lord's orders, it was satisfying nonetheless. Looking at the list of names in her hands, she found that there was only one student left, though she hadn't been able to confirm his blood status yet. What to do? What to do? Oh well, looks like she'll have to make him sleep in the class. Once he's given a detention, she can figure out the rest later. Days went by as Axel trained, planned, plotted, and brainstormed. In one of the rooms in the noble suite he had been staying in, the walls were covered with sheets of messily drawn diagrams, plans, and charts, all connected by lines. Most were of the third-floor corridor, but many were also different houses' dorms. This was his planning room, the place where he plans all his thefts. Why do all this? Well, these are here to help him visualize. Hogwarts is his battlefield. And it's best to know every nook and cranny of it. Things don't always go according to his plans, so it's best to be prepared and have all the escape routes, obstacles, and props memorized. In his one hand, he had a hand gripper which he was continuously compressing and relaxing, training his weak-ass grip strength. While he held a coffee in the other hand as he looked over at the plans. These days, he has been just too busy. So busy that he's been neglecting sleep. Right now, he was feeling so tired that he felt like passing out. I should sleep now, he murmured, putting down everything. He really couldn't skip it anymore. He can feel it. He really needs to sleep or his body wouldn't be able to take it. But just as he lay down on the floor, a clock sounded, signifying that it was time for class. The fuck? It's morning already. He muttered with a frown. The time flew so quickly. It seems like he'll have to sleep in the classes today instead of training. As Axel stood up, he felt a bit dizzy for a moment. Shaking his head, he ate his breakfast and went for classes. The first class turned out to be of Dada, which is held with the Ravenclaws. Wake me up if bitch comes, he told Daphne as he slept with his head resting on his hand. His elbows were propped up on the table and his eyes were obscured by his hair. It truly looked like he was just reading the book on the table, and he would have easily gotten away with it as well. But, for some reason, after some time, his hands gave away as his head fell down on the table with an audible thunk. And, despite being the lightest of sleepers, he didn't wake up even after that. Axel woke up to someone violently shoving him like crazy. The fuck, he yelled out in surprise, before he became aware of the situation he was in when he saw a toad staring at him. Correction, it was a toad-like woman staring at him with a creepy smile. Detention, Mr. Hunt. I expect you to be in my office, Friday at 5 p.m. sharp. No excuses, she said cheerfully, as if she was really anticipating it. Meanwhile, all Axel could think was, am I having a nightmare? After class, Axel cursed repeatedly due to the predicament he found himself in. Usually, he's a very light sleeper and he should have woken up just by the distinct sound of Umbridge's heels sound approaching, let alone his head falling on the desk like that. But earlier, he didn't even wake up after Daphne tried shoving him multiple times. There was only one conclusion: he had passed out. Seriously, of all the times his body had failed him, did it have to happen in that creepy bitch's class? Damn it, he usually would never even sleep in her class, to begin with. But today he straight up passed out, damn it. And that has earned him detention now, meaning more time waste. What the hell was wrong with you? I shook the fuck out of you, but you didn't wake up until the bitch was standing right in front of us. I was scared out of my mind, exclaimed Daphne as soon as Umbridge had left. Axel grimaced. It's not like he enjoyed waking up to the face of Umbridge staring down at him. For some reason, a troll seemed to be a much better alternative. And this is coming from someone who's had the misfortune to actually experience both the cases. I might have been a bit tired, he replied evasively. Daphne gasped, looking horrified. It must be really bad if you're actually admitting to it, she muttered to herself, then looked at him seriously. What the hell has been going on with you lately? Can you please tell me? She asked in genuine distress. Axel sighed. How could he tell her the truth? If he ever successfully stole the stone, Daphne and her friends would be the first of the people whose minds Dumbledore would check, considering their open involvement in the matter. So, telling her anything related to that would be asking for trouble. He yawned while rubbing his eyes tiredly. Well, I can't tell you exactly what is going on, but I can tell you that I'm very close to healing myself. So, taking rest is very low on my priority list, he said, revealing as much truth as he could. Daphne's eyes widened. Really? You're actually going to be healed? She asked, overjoyed. It could be seen that she understood just how big of a news this was. Axel shrugged. Well, I wouldn't say I'm sure, but there's hope, he said dismissively. Daphne nodded in understanding. Well, then I can certainly understand why you are trying so hard, even I would do the same. But, she sighed, I might sound like my mum, but you need rest as well. Take sick leave and go rest, please, she said imploringly. Fine. Axel didn't say anything more. But instead of going to his next class, he decided to go and rest. So, that's what moms usually say, huh? How naggy, he thought as he saw Daphne leave. He would never accept that he was a bit envious. Excuse me. Just as he was about to leave as well, someone's voice caused him to stop. Axel turned around to see a short boy looking at him nervously. What is it? He asked the mousy boy. Axel remembered seeing him in the classes. This guy is just as much unsocial as Axel, though for different reasons. The boy shifted uncomfortably. I just came to warn you about the detention from Professor Umbridge. It can be tough, he said, rubbing the back of his hand. Axel tilted his head. Oh? What did she do? He asked. It wouldn't hurt to know before how he was going to be wasting time for his idiocy. The boy tried to speak, but words seemed to have stuck in his throat. Looking panicked, the jittery boy fled away, leaving Axel with question marks on his head. What was that about? Muttered Axel. Shrugging, he went on his way. He wasn't particularly worried about the detentions. Today was Friday and Axel was currently on his way to Umbridge's office. It was time for Axel to serve his first ever detention at Hogwarts. That is not to say that he was a good student, or that he didn't do anything wrong yet. It only meant that he was just that good at not getting caught. And this time would not have been any different. But he wasn't in the right condition that day, both physically and mentally, thus falling unconscious. It wouldn't have been an issue had he not passed out instead of going into his alert sleep mode as he had planned. He would admit that it was a mistake to not rest properly despite being in a desperate situation. But the thing was, he really didn't know it could lead to such consequences since he'd always thought himself above normal people who sleep on time. He was only 12, so he was allowed some 8th grade syndrome. Besides, no one was there to tell him that not resting could lead to such disastrous consequences. So, he can only learn these lessons on his own and not make the same mistakes again. Here it is, thought Axel as he looked at the office in front of him. Dolores Umbridge. Professor Dada knock knock. As he knocked on the door, come in, came a sugary voice. Axel entered cautiously, looking around. Though looking around only caused him to cringe at the sight. The surfaces had all been draped in lacy covers and cloths. There were several vases full of dried flowers, each residing on its own doily, and on one of the walls was a collection of ornamental plates, each decorated with a large technicolored kitten wearing a different bow around its neck. These were so foul that Axel had to make an effort to not look disgusted. And on one end of the room, there were piles of papers stacked up together neatly. Good evening, Mr. Hunt, spoke Umbridge, causing Axel to look back at her. Evening, replied Axel expressionlessly, inwardly thinking if it would be a good idea to ask her to make it quick. Can he just bribe her to let him leave quickly? Umbridge smiled. You know, Mr. Hunt, I've been rather keen to talk to you, she said, making Axel have a bad feeling about this detention. I don't understand why, Professor, said Axel, not giving out anything. Umbridge relaxedly mixed a few spoonfuls of sugar in her tea. You see, Mr. Hunt, you're the only person I don't know the blood status of. So, I've been waiting for you to slip up and give me the chance to give you detention. And now, I want to know whether you are a half-blood or a pure blood, she said, taking a sip of her tea. Axel frowned. Why is that important, Professor? He asked, but he could tell just by how she said the word Muggleborn that he was in trouble. Umbridge tilted her head, still smiling. How is that important? She repeated the question to emphasize her bafflement. It is of paramount importance, Mr. Hunt. I only give harsh detentions to Muggleborns. Though sometimes half-bloods with lowly backgrounds also have the fortune of experiencing it. Pure-blood's blood is much too precious to be spilled for a mere detention. Harsh punishment. Blood. Axel had goosebumps hearing that. He was already beginning to plan what actions he should take if things went south. Well, I'm actually a pure-blood, he said simply. My family is quite secretive, so I've kept my background a secret. But they're very powerful, he lied without batting an eye. Anything to get this creepy woman off his back. Umbridge did react for a moment as she put a hand on her chest. Though after that the smile came back on her face with full force, giving off a sinister vibe as she looked at him. You lied? Hee hee, tut tut, that can only mean one thing, right dear? She asked, looking as though her favorite moment had come. How did she know? Axel couldn't understand. Professor, what I said was the truth. How can you accuse me of lying? He asked heatedly, still not giving up the act. But Umbridge seemed to just ignore him. Whatever you say, Mr. Hunt. Your punishment is to write lines. Now sit over there and start writing, she said jubilantly as she fished out a few pieces of parchment and a quill from her desk drawer. Professor, I can't really write. My hands don't work very well, he said, showing her his trembling hands. The toad's smile widened. Then that's even better, isn't it? After all, this is supposed to be a punishment, right? She asked with her unusually wide smile. Axel sighed. He was now having difficulty keeping up his polite facade any longer. His hands were very sensitive ever since the torture incident, and doing anything with them hurts like a bitch. Punishment for what? Sleeping in a class where you weren't even teaching anything? I already know everything about first-year defense against the dark arts, he said, his politeness slipping away. Seriously, what the fuck was wrong with this woman? He was just minding his own business, sleeping peacefully, and she comes and gives him detention. Okay, he didn't mind and even came to the detention on time as any polite person should. But she gives him such a difficult punishment for just sleeping in the class. Tut tut. That's no way to talk to your teacher, Mr. Hunt. Your detention has been extended by 2 days. Now, do your lines, she said, still maintaining that damned smile. Axel was about to call her exactly what she was being right now. Increasing the duration while he is struggling to even sleep in his busy schedule. A clumsy but, he stopped himself using a clumsy as he breathed in deeply. Okay, to force him to use a clumsy, this woman had some real skill in getting under people's skin. It's just lines, right? Let's just get this over with, he thought. What am I supposed to write? He asked, picking up the parchment and quill and sitting down. Let's see. How about, I must know my place? She asked pleasantly, it would certainly help you in your future. Grit grit acclumency. His acclumency worked overtime as he gritted his teeth. This annoying bitch. How long do I have to write them for? Umbridge looked at him and smiled. As long as take to stick, acclumency. Acclumency. He thought as he tried acclumency once again. He was incredibly pissed. And if it had not been for acclumency, he would have given this woman a piece of his mind by now. How can someone be this annoying? In fact, he actually had no problem writing lines as punishment. If it had been McGonagall, Flitwick, or any other professor who had given him this punishment, he wouldn't have minded so much. Because those professors actually teach something in their class and he was wrong to sleep during it. But this bitch, she doesn't teach anything in the class. Just passes time. And he had seen many other students who were purebloods sleeping peacefully in her class on multiple occasions. So why only him? Not to mention she's so infuriating. I must know my place. Seriously? Does he need to remind this bitch of her place? Alright, it was decided. Bitch, you are officially on the shit list now, thought Axel as he picked up the pen with much difficulty. This was so humiliating. Don't forget to write your name on the column first. We don't want to get the papers mixed up, do we? She said, pointing at the long piles of paper at the far end of the room. And Axel realized what those piles of papers actually were, other students' detentions. Whatever, he thought as he made to write his name. Axel, don't write your name on it. Came the system's prompt in red. Axel frowned. Why? He asked. Every paper is a binding contract that says you won't knowingly or unknowingly reveal any information on what happened in this office along with some other clauses. The fuck? Axel actually knew how to check whether a paper is a contract or not. You just have to cut a corner and if even a small amount of light is generated, it would be a contract. To his horror, he found out that it was true. Cursing himself for not checking, Axel decided not to write his name completely and only wrote Axe Hut. His handwriting was so messy that no one other than him would be able to tell the difference anyway. After this, he began to write the line he had been given as quickly as possible. But, as soon as he was finished with one line, the quill dropped out of his hand as a huge amount of pain exploded from the back of his hand. As explained, his hands were so sensitive that even doing normal work with them hurt. Whenever he moves them, the damaged nerves still corrupted with dark magic still get stimulated and reproduce the pain from cruciatus based on the amount of movement and strain his hand has been put under. Now imagine it being stabbed into by a sharp but insufficiently sharp object and then the object is dragged along all those overly damaged nerves filled with the residual dark magic of the cruciatus. What the fuck, he thought as he tried not to yell out, feeling a pain that reminded him of that day. What is this thing? The quill in your hand is called blood quill. It is an object of torture that is a type of quill that does not require ink, as it writes with the blood of the person using it. What the user writes will be carved onto the back of his or her hand, and the blood from the words sliced into the hand will be magically siphoned and be used as ink on the parchment. This bitch! He muttered as he looked at the piles of papers stacked against the wall. He also recalled how that mousy boy had tried to warn him of something while he was rubbing the back of his hand. He then looked at the smiling appearance of the bitch and realized. The bitch has been torturing children for her entertainment. With red-hot rage bubbling inside him, Axel looked down at the words inscribed in the back of his hand. I must know my place. They were etched into his skin in a very messy, barely recognizable writing. Looking at them increased his anger further as he felt something rising inside him, killing intent. One similarly powerful compared to the one he felt for the man who had tortured him with cruciatus. This bitch, she is going to die. It has been decided. But ironically, those words were also the ones to bring some rationality to his mind. I must know my place, that's right, he must know his place. He was a student with no background. Everyone knows that he is currently the only other person in her office. Once he kills or even assaults a professor, he was doomed to be expelled from the school. Which would mean he wouldn't be able to steal the stone and heal himself. Slowly, the desire to kill and take revenge was overpowered by the desire to be healed. To not ruin the plans he had already formed. With everything thought through, Axel finally looked at Umbridge. Umbridge flinched as her teacup fell out of her hand, which had suddenly gone weak just by looking into those glowing pair of amber eyes. Axel promised the woman her death with his eyes. Whether it is a year later or 100. If she dies by his hands, he'll make sure it is painful. Then, he left without saying a word, and Umbridge, who had peed herself in fear, couldn't say or do anything to stop him. Though even as he left, he couldn't help but wonder. How the hell did she know I was lying earlier? Chapter 44, Chapter 44, the final day. Ever since that night, Umbridge loathed Axel with a passion, and she wasn't as afraid to show it as she was the night she pissed herself. Maybe because she refused to believe that her life was actually in danger for a moment that night, and it wasn't a coincidence that she ended up pissing herself. And how would she know better? After all, she was but a toad living in a well. In her world, a mudblood kid can't possibly be dangerous to her, right? Thus, she tried to pick on Axel at every opportunity she got. She even tried to give him another detention, though Axel never came and there was nothing she could do about it. What could she do? Deduct points? Not from her beloved Slytherin house. And if she brings attention to her detentions by complaining to other teachers or something, many questions will be raised and her detention techniques and torture would be exposed. So basically, she could do nothing except for only annoying Axel further. And Axel didn't do anything either. Basically, he could complain to the headmaster about it, but then when the bitch actually dies, everyone will know that he had a motive. Besides, what would he even accomplish by telling everyone? It would only mess up with his plans. He had already planned for every scenario of stealing the stone. And currently, there's one plan that he thinks has the most chances of him getting the stone. June 24th. It's the day when the exams end. But, it also has another significance. Dumbledore's going to attend an ICW meeting on this day, and it's going to be the best day of stealing the stone. Not because Dumbledore, whose power intimidates Axel, will not be present that day, but because that is the best day for the other thief to make their move as well. Axel figured it would be best to let others do the work for him and then pick up the rewards afterwards. If they fail, it would at least make him aware of what not to do. Up until now, this is the only plan that has the least chances of failing. Of course there's the thing of directly asking the old man for some elixir of life, but Axel is done trusting adults in power. If the old man refused, from then on, Axel would be a prime suspect if the stone is ever stolen. Him being healed would also mean the same thing. Certainly not a viable option. Thus, Axel waited. He waited until that day to come. The last day of the exams. On the morning of 24th, Axel woke up after an 8-hour sleep. He figured a better state of mind and body would help him more now than any meager preparations and training. After getting ready, he went to take his last 2 exams of the first year, dueling and history. Of course, he'd made no preparations, like any of his other exams. But he'd done very well in all of them anyway. The written portion, he had done pretty well since his memory wasn't bad and the system had helped in some questions. Though it was a different matter that he had to sit in isolation and use self-writing quills due to his hands. As for the practicals, he'd aced everything except potions. But he'd actually managed a P, poor, which was actually above D, dreadful, and T, troll, due to his practice over the year. Not to brag, but there are very few things he wouldn't be able to do if given a few more years, even with a crippled body. More than once, he's witnessed people taking comfort in the fact that he was a cripple. Because, they're too afraid to imagine what he'd be like in his perfect condition. And frankly, even Axel could no longer imagine what it would be like, to not have any pain for once and just do things without this massive handicap. And the closer he's getting close to finding that out, the more impatient he's becoming. With the intention to quickly get it over with, he went to the dueling arena. Axel Hunt, called out Mrs. Longbottom. The test would be taken a few students at a time and it would seem that he was among the first group. The dueling exam was just an exam which would last a few minutes at most, in which the students display some physical and dueling skills, show some spells, and hit some targets. "You've worked very hard, Axel." After his test, he got a rare praise from Professor Alice, who gave him a pat on the back as he left. She put his score on a big screen which had the names of all the first years written on it. Needless to say, he'd aced the fuck out of it. Even in the target practice, in which he used to be the weakest in the whole class, he'd managed to perform decently. In fact, after everyone had taken the test, his overall average turned out to be the highest in the class, meaning he was the best duelist in the whole first year. It's Hunt. Blimey. He used to be worse than me. Yet, I saw him in the beginning. He couldn't even hit a single target. Meanwhile, Axel realized that he might have screwed up a little. Fuck, did I not gold back enough, he thought as he felt the attention of the crowd focusing on him. Of course he was going to draw attention. Those whom he had outperformed also had students like Rose Potter, who'd gotten special training since childhood. But of course, none of them even came close to the amount of hard work he'd put in. And none of them had a system. So, it shouldn't be a surprise. Just the crazy expensive diet along with potions and those exercises had ensured that he'd be superior to any first year by a huge margin. He just felt uncomfortable with the attention. Axel sighed. But, at least, it prevented one problem, he thought, looking at Draco Malfoy who was currently glaring at Axel. This coward wants to challenge Axel again. But, it looks like he's afraid of losing. Maybe, he's felt it by now. That despite all the dark magic he learns, he'll never beat Axel. The distance between them will only increase with time. I'll get you next year, Hunt. He heard Malfoy calling out. And Axel felt so disdainful that he didn't even bother thinking about it, let alone reacting. After the dueling exams, Axel had history exam next. As he was leaving with everyone else, someone called out to him. Hey! Axel! Axel turned around to find that it was Susan who'd called him out, and the rest of the party was also there including Rose, Hermione, Daphne, Hannah, and Neville. Rose's grip on her wand tightened as she looked at the scoreboard. Somehow, she was actually second. Not first. In dueling. Being raised as a black and the girl who lived, she was used to the fact that she was superior to others in many aspects. She'd gotten a special early education in all subjects. And dueling had always been one of her stronger suits. Her talent in dueling was comparable to her talent in flying. So, she was already used to the fact that she'll be the best. But somehow, someone had managed to beat her and take the first place. And it wasn't just anybody. That guy. Rose grinned her teeth. Did it have to be Axel Hunt? Rose could still recall the first time they'd met. He was a skinny boy, barely able to eat with his injured hands, and his movements were incredibly sluggish. When Andromeda had told her that his condition wouldn't improve and he most likely won't be able to do magic properly, she'd felt pity for him. She'd even witnessed with her own eyes how even doing a Lumos, which she had learned easily quite early in her life, was so difficult for him. Yet, here they are. After just a year, that weak and skinny boy whom she used to bully was nowhere to be seen. Now there's an intimidating tall guy who's emanating a dominating presence by just standing there, with the predator's grace. Why? She asked Susan as the students finished giving their tests. Is it really necessary? Yeah, we shouldn't invite him, agreed Neville. Susan gave Rose an "Are you dumb?" look. Of course it's necessary. How many reasons do you need? No one believes in our story and we need as much help as we can get. Besides, he's even better than you, he'll be a ton of help, she reasoned. Rose sighed. She already knew that. But taking help from Axel? She didn't want to do that. Especially after what he'd said. She recalled the words he had said to her before Christmas: if you're feeling jealous and insecure about someone else getting more attention, don't try to take it out on me. Those were his words. And they infuriated her so much. Not because they were rude and insulting. But because, there was indeed some truth to them. Having most of her life spent under their care, Rose had come to see the Black family as her own family. But, there was always the insecurity that she wasn't related to them by blood. She was an outsider. And then Axel came along, another outsider, but he was suddenly being treated more like a family than her. Thus, she can't be blamed for having resentment, especially since it looks so unnatural, as if he'd put a spell on them. What's even more infuriating is how he doesn't even seem to value the care and concern he's getting from them. We should ask him, said Hermione. What do you think, Daphne? She asked Daphne, who knew Axel the best. Daphne didn't say anything. She didn't want Axel to be dragged into this, but she also didn't want to hide it from him. As the class was over, all of them went to Axel together, and Rose and Neville, who were both opposed to telling him, could only follow. So, you're saying the thief will go for the stone tonight? Axel looked at the golden group with a poker face as they stood in a secluded area. Behind his poker face, he was a bit annoyed. Susan nodded eagerly, "Yeah. And we're going to stop whoever it is from stealing the stone." "What?" The sense bafflement experienced by Axel was so intense that his poker face broke. "You guys are going to stop whoever it is, on your own?" he asked, trying to put it straight. "So, is that how the normal children my age think?" he wondered. "The place is designed by Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the time. And according to them, the person they are trying to stop is at least a professor level. So, what exactly gives them the confidence that they won't be killed due to traps, wards, or the mysterious attacker within a few minutes of entering?" The group nodded, confirming his absurd words. "And we need your help," said Susan. "We need you to help us stop the thief and prevent the Philosopher's Stone from falling into wrong hands." Axel found it ironic that they were asking the thief to stop the theft from happening. "Why don't you guys inform any authorities? One of you has a mother who's a professor here, one of you has an aunt who's the head of DMLE, and one of you has aunt who's the Minister of Magic," he asked. The group looked at each other helplessly. "We tried. None of them would believe us," said Neville in frustration. Axel nodded. To be honest, they did sound quite nuts. Looking at all of them hopefully looking at him, Axel sighed, "Look. If you guys think that you can actually take on the thief and get past the security, then you're wrong. You'd have to be very lucky for that to happen and any of you can die any time. So, I'd advise you to just sleep tight and let the stone get stolen or whatever. As for you," he said, turning to Daphne, "I expected you to be smarter than this. Why are you going along with their childish delusions?" Unable to meet his eyes, Daphne looked away, ashamed. I'm sorry," she muttered. Axel shook his head. "You aren't going, understand?" he asked strictly. "Okay," Daphne could only nod under the pressure she felt. Inwardly, Axel sighed. He can't have her go. If only the entrance had such subtle yet powerful wards, there's no telling what might be inside. So, Axel didn't care much about others going. But he certainly can't let Daphne go. Others would even be welcome diversions, but since they weren't exactly bad, he had tried warning them. It was up to their own brain and luck from here. Hermione had a lot to say about that. "Excuse me. How can you dictate her life like that? She can make her own choices, who are you to make them for her? Mind your own business, Ginger." Axel just ignored her as he began walking once again. He had an exam to take. Though just as he was leaving, he heard Rose speak up for the first time. "So, you're not going to help? You're going to let that thief steal the Philosopher's Stone just like that?" Axel turned to glance at Rose. "Well, I missed the part where that was any of my business," he said with a shrug as he walked away, leaving them all staring with different thoughts in their minds. History exam was quite easy for Axel. He didn't even have to use the system since he'd paid active attention in the classes. Axel looked at the questions. "Why do you think the early age was the most prosperous age in the Britain's magical history? What led to the medieval age? What do you know about the magical civilization of Egypt? What did the Egyptian wizards learn from the pyramids? Why is Atlantis considered the oldest magical civilization? What led to its downfall? What is ninjutsu? What do you know about the ninja wars in the Japanese magical civilization?" Yep. If the questions were like these, he didn't have any problem answering. Who'd want to remember the boring and useless goblin revulsion/revolution and other dumb things? Professor Gorsky always taught interesting and useful things. It was the only class in which he didn't train or do anything else during the period and only focused on the class. "Mr. Hunt." Just as Axel was about to leave after submitting his exam to Gorsky, the professor stopped him. "Yes, Professor." The exams of the rest of the students had already been submitted and Axel was the last one whose answer sheet had been collected. Professor Gorsky indicated the pile of sheets that was gathered around him. "Would you help me take this to my office?" "Sure," Axel shrugged as he nodded. "You know, Mr. Hunt, you have been quite a mystery at Hogwarts. Even among the professors," said Gorsky as they walked. "And why's that, Professor?" Gorsky chuckled, "Surely must be aware of the reasons yourself, Mr. Hunt. Professors talk, a lot. And your name has been brought up multiple times, the student with condition. Your hard work, your rate of improvement, your tenacity are highly praised among the professors." Axel sighed, wondering if he should have showed an average performance. "And of course, what makes you so mysterious is, even after attracting so much attention, no one quite knows your background." That had been a mystery to Axel as well, but whatever. While talking, they had already reached his office. As Axel put down the books on the table, Professor Gorsky looked him in the eyes as he asked, "Mr. Hunt, just out of curiosity, could you tell me your father's name?" he asked, surprising him. But what surprised him more was the legilimancy probe he felt right after.